17. Julia folded the top edge of Millie's sheet over the blanket and smoothed it across the little girl's chest. "Time to rest, my dear." Millie's forehead creased and anxiety filled her pale blue eyes. "It's all right, Millie. I will be right here when you wake up." Julia gently ran her hand over the little girl's forehead. "Resting is the best thing you can do to regain your strength." Millie's expression eased, and she released a faint sigh as her eyelids slid closed. Julia scanned Millie's face, her heart aching for her. The prickly red rash seemed to be fading, but the sore throat, headache, and stomachache continued to make her miserable. Swallowing was especially difficult, so she resisted speaking and eating. Julia sighed and straightened, her neck and shoulders aching from the long hours she'd spent caring for the children the last 5 days. It had been a wearying watch, with just Anne and Sarah giving her an occasional break for a few hours' sleep. Sir William had heeded the doctor's warning and stayed away the first day. But the next morning, after breakfast, he arrived and announced he would not be kept from his children any longer. Julia had been pleased by his refusal to follow the doctor's order and by his desire to spend more time with the children. Since that first visit, he had come 3 times each day to check on them and sit with them for a little while. Before he left, he always called Julia aside to discuss their condition and ask if there was anything she needed. Her gaze drifted to the window as she recalled what he had said to her that first day. "I'm placing you in charge of the children's care. You have much more experience with nursing than Sarah or Anne, and I trust your skills and good sense." His confidence in her meant a great deal, and it had strengthened her determination to faithfully watch over Millie and Andrew through the worst of their illness. Yesterday, when Andrew had improved enough to sit up and take a light meal, Julia asked William to read aloud a chapter from The Prince and the Pauper. Millie had listened for a few minutes, then fell asleep before the chapter's end. But Andrew hung on every word and begged for a second chapter when William finished the first. Julia smiled as she sank into a chair next to Millie's bed, remembering the animation in William's voice as he read the story and how the children responded and soaked up his attention. Caring for the children through this illness had been exhausting, but it seemed the Lord was using this time to draw William closer to his children, and that was a wonderful answer to prayer. Sarah stepped through the doorway into the children's room, carrying her embroidery hoop and basket of thread. She set them on the bedside table. "Is Millie asleep?" Julia yawned and nodded. "I think so." "Why don't you go lie down?" Julia shook her head. "I want to be here when the doctor comes." Sarah sent her an indulgent smile. "All right, but at least put your feet up and close your eyes for a bit." She slid the padded footstool over in front of Julia's chair. "Go on. I'm perfectly capable of watching over 2 sleeping children." She nodded toward Andrew, who also rested peacefully in his bed. Julia smiled. "All right, but wake me if there's any change in their condition." "I will." Sarah took an extra blanket from the end of Andrew's bed and draped it over Julia. "I'll just rest for a few minutes." The warmth of the blanket weighed her down into the soft folds of the chair. She closed her eyes, and within seconds she drifted off to sleep. William led Dr. Hadley up the main staircase and through the gallery. "I'm concerned about Millicent. She doesn't seem to be recovering as quickly as Andrew. Her health was not as strong as Andrew's before the illness. I'm sure that's the reason for her slow recovery." William's shoulders tensed. "But she is out of danger, isn't she?" His footsteps slowed. "It appears so, but scarlet fever can have some very serious complications. Pneumonia or rheumatic fever, for instance. We must watch her very carefully until she's completely recovered." William nodded, his resolve growing stronger. Millicent's poor appetite and persistent fever were nagging concerns. Miss Foster had asked the chef to send up broths, juices, and even ices to tempt his daughter, but she would only take small amounts. "It's a stroke of luck you hired Miss Foster as governess. Her skills as a trained nurse are admirable." The tension in William's shoulders eased a bit. "Yes, her years in India, assisting her father in the clinic, have given her some excellent nursing experience." But he knew it was more than that. Spending time with Miss Foster these last few months had influenced him in many ways, and now he was sure it was divine providence, rather than luck, that brought her to Highland. The doctor paused at the nursery door. "I think the children are going to be fine, but my examination today will give us a better idea how they are progressing." William nodded and followed him through the doorway. The doctor paused and looked over his shoulder. "You understand, even at this stage, they may still be contagious." "Yes, I understand." "Very well." The doctor crossed the room to Andrew's bed. Sarah sat beside the boy, sewing and watching over him while he slept. She greeted the doctor in a hushed voice, then nodded to William. He moved to her side as the doctor took Andrew's hand and checked his pulse. The boy stirred and opened his eyes. He looked up at them with a sleepy smile. William laid his hand on his son's shoulder. "How are you, Andrew?" "Much better." He yawned and shifted in the bed. "May I have something to eat? I'm terribly hungry." "How about some nice warm soup?" Sarah set her sewing aside and rose from her chair. "I'd rather have something cool and sweet. Maybe some ice cream?" William grinned, glad his son's appetite was returning. "I'm sure we can find something agreeable." He glanced at his sister. "I'll go down and speak to Chef Lagarde." Sarah smiled at William, relief evident in her eyes. Then she turned and left the room. While the doctor continued his quiet examination of Andrew, William crossed to Millicent's bed and checked on his daughter. Her face seemed less flushed, and her expression more relaxed. A wave of relief coursed through him. Hopefully she had truly turned a corner, and the doctor would confirm it. Miss Foster slept in the chair next to his daughter's bed. Her right hand rested on Millicent's pillow, as though she wanted to reassure her that she was close by if needed. The sight of them both sleeping so peacefully touched him deeply. His gaze settled on Miss Foster. She looked so serene, with her long dark eyelashes fanned out above her softly rounded cheeks. Her pink lips were slightly parted, and he noted the gentle rise and fall of the thin blanket covering her shoulders. A strand of dark brown hair lay across her ear and curved down her pale neck in the most appealing fashion. He pulled in a sharp breath and averted his eyes. What was he doing? If she awoke and found him staring down at her, surely she would not be pleased. He took a step back and cleared his throat. Julia stirred and blinked, then sat straight up. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I just shut my eyes for a moment." "Please, don't apologize. I'm glad to see both you and Millicent resting so peacefully." She smoothed her hand over her hair and tucked behind her ear that one strand he had just been admiring. She glanced across the room. "When did the doctor arrive?" "Just a few moments ago." "What will he think of me, sleeping the day away?" "He thinks you've done an excellent job caring for the children, and I quite agree." Her ruffled expression faded, and was replaced by a slight smile. "Thank you, sir." Millicent's eyes fluttered open, and she looked up at him. "Papa." "Hello, Millie. Have you had a good rest?" She nodded, a slight smile warming her expression. "How are you feeling?" "A little better." she said softly. Well, that's very good news. He leaned down and brushed his hand across her forehead, taking a closer look at her pale blue eyes and the sprinkle of freckles across her pert nose. You must do all you can to get well, because I am making plans to go and cut our Christmas tree very soon. Her eyes widened. A Christmas tree? He nodded. Mr. McTavish says we have some very nice evergreens just west of the cottages, and you must come along to help me choose the very best one. She pushed up to a half-sitting position. Can we go today? Her eyes brightened, but her voice still sounded strained. William and Miss Foster exchanged a smile. It's a bit too rainy today, but we'll go cut our Christmas tree very soon. He gently touched her shoulder. Now lie down and rest. And you must listen to the doctor and Miss Foster and do everything they say so you can get well. I will, Papa. I promise. Did you say we're going to cut a Christmas tree? Andrew called from his bed. William turned. Yes. Would you like to come along? You know I would. The boy's face lit up. I'm sure we'll find a grand tree, and it will be much better than any we had in London. William's hands fell to his sides. Their Christmas celebrations had been subdued the last 2 years, since his wife's death. For the children's sake, he must do better this year, and he would. Do you think we should put the tree in the drawing room, or the Great Hall? The Great Hall! Andrew called, rising to his knees. Then it can be very tall, and we'll see it every morning when we come down for scripture reading and prayer. Oh, yes, Papa, the Great Hall, Milly added. The doctor patted Andrew on the shoulder. There now, settle down, my boy. You don't want to strain your voice. Andrew huffed and flopped back on the bed. I'm feeling much better. I'm not sick any more, not at all. I'm glad to hear it. The doctor slipped his stethoscope around his neck. When may I get up? Andrew plucked at his covers. I'm very tired of staying in bed. Soon. The doctor turned and addressed Miss Foster. After 24 hours with no fever, he may get up for a short time, but he must take it slowly and not overtire himself. Miss Foster nodded. Very good, Doctor. I'll see to it. And now let me see how this young lady is doing. He smiled at Milly as he approached. William stepped back and motioned Miss Foster to join him by the door. He pulled his watch from his vest pocket and checked the time. I need to go down. The art dealer from London is here, and he should be done with his appraisal soon. He glanced at the children. I'd like to hear the doctor's report about Milly. I'll come and find you after he's finished. William nodded. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. Of course, sir. A sweet smile lifted the corners of her mouth. I'm glad to do whatever I can to ease your concern. She had obviously put their disagreement at her parents' cottage behind her, and was ready to renew their friendship. He returned her smile, knowing he should go, but he hesitated. Their gazes met and held, and a powerful sense of connection passed between them. Just as quickly, a warning sped through his mind. He must not let his emotions overrule his good sense. He was grateful for Miss Foster's kindness and care toward the children. That was all. It couldn't be anything more. Emotions and feelings were not reliable, and he would not let them take the lead. William drummed his fingers on his desk as he watched raindrops drizzle down the window pane. He stretched and groaned. What he needed was a good hike across the fields, but rainy weather and concern for the children had kept him indoors for almost a week. Lawrence stepped into the library. "Excuse me, sir. Mr. Henshaw has finished. Would you like me to show him in?" William stood. The man might want to ask him about some of the paintings. "No, I'll come out." Lawrence nodded. "Very good, sir. He wants to take the 5 o'clock train back to London. Shall I order the carriage?" "Yes, have Gates bring it round and take him to the station when we've finished." William strode out of the library and met the art dealer in the great hall. "Mr. Henshaw, thank you for coming. I hope you were able to collect all the information you need for the appraisals." Mr. Henshaw nodded. "Yes, sir. Your man, Lawrence, has been most helpful." He glanced around the great hall. "You have a beautiful home, and some very fine paintings." "Thank you. I'm anxious to hear your estimation of their value." Mr. Henshaw lifted dark eyebrows, surprise reflected in his eyes. "I want to give you an accurate appraisal, and that means I must do my research for comparable pieces and recent sales. I'm afraid it will take me a few weeks to find that information and write up my report." "A few weeks?" Now it was William's turn to be surprised. "Yes, and with the Christmas holiday coming, I don't believe I will be able to send it to you until well after New Year's." William's shoulders tensed. "Mr. Henshaw, let me be frank. I am facing a deadline on the 1st of March to pay the death duties that were incurred when I inherited Highland. I need to know if the sale of these paintings is going to bring in sufficient funds." "I see." Mr. Henshaw stroked his beard. "I'll do all I can to hurry the process along, but it takes time to make accurate appraisals. Then we must make arrangements to bring representative pieces to our gallery in London and put those on display. We also have to add your paintings to our catalogue and be sure the information is published and distributed to prospective buyers. It's not a quick and easy process, not at all. I understand it won't happen tomorrow or next week, but with that deadline approaching, I need to know when I might expect to receive the proceeds of the sales." "Well, it's hard to say. Most people who are redecorating or moving to new residences in London will do so in late winter or early spring, so they can be ready to entertain guests during the season. But there are some—" he wrinkled his nose slightly. "Americans, for instance, who purchase artwork year-round." William lifted his brows. "Americans?" "Yes, sir, Americans and the nouveau riche, those who made their money from industry, newspapers, or transportation, rather than receiving it as an inheritance. They are the most likely buyers for these types of paintings." William grimaced. "Yes, I suppose they have the money." "Yes, sir, and they like to line their walls with classic paintings by prominent artists to give the impression they have lived in their home for generations. But if you ask me, they fool no one but themselves." "So you think our paintings might be purchased by someone like that?" "Perhaps. But the process could also take months. There's really no way of knowing." He shifted slightly away from William. "I'm sorry, but I can't guarantee you will have the funds by the 1st of March." "I see. So there's no way to know the amount we will receive, or when we will receive it." "I can give you the appraisals soon after New Year's, but then we have to wait and see what sells." "I don't suppose you would be interested in purchasing the paintings outright?" "Oh, no, sir. That's not how it's done. We act as your agent and representative, taking a commission only from the pieces that are sold." William narrowed his eyes. "And just how much is your commission?" Mr. Henshaw hesitated, his face colouring slightly.
Our commission is 25% for pieces up to £50,000.
A shockwave jolted William.
25%? Of course, the percentage decreases for those that sell for more than that.
He glared at Henshaw.
A quarter of the value goes to you simply for connecting me with a buyer.
Mr. Henshaw straightened.
We do much more than that, sir. As I said, we represent you and make sure you receive the highest price possible from each sale, minus your commission.
Mr. Henshaw cleared his throat and lowered his gaze.
Yes, sir, minus our commission.
William blew out a deep breath. What did he expect? The man knew the market and had a decent reputation. William swallowed his irritation and nodded to Mr. Henshaw.
Very well, I understand. I look forward to receiving the appraisals and finalizing our agreement after the New Year's holiday. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Henshaw smiled.
I promise we'll do our very best for you. I hope so, Mr. Henshaw.
The art dealer placed his hat on his head and reached out to shake William's hand.
A pleasure doing business with you, sir. A pleasure indeed.
Sir William's voice rose from the great hall as Julia crossed the open gallery. Even though his words were polite, she could hear the tension in his voice. She frowned and glanced over the railing. He stood below, conversing with the gentleman she assumed was the art dealer. As she descended the main staircase, he bid the man good day, and Mr. Lawrence ushered him out the front door. William looked up and met her gaze, his expression sober.
Miss Foster,
you asked me to bring you the doctor's report about Millie.
Yes.
He motioned her to continue. Her fever has broken, and the rash is fading. He's pleased with her progress, and says she is over the worst of her illness. He'll come again tomorrow afternoon to check on her.
Very good.
But the news did not bring him the relief she had expected. Is everything all right, sir? He glanced toward the door, his frown deepening.
No, I'm afraid it is not.
He motioned toward the library.
There's something I want to discuss with you.
Of course, sir. She followed him across the hall and into the library. She waited for him to offer her a chair, but he did not. Instead, he paced to the fireplace, his back to her.
The art dealer has informed me it may take several months to see any income from the sale of the paintings.
He turned and noticed she was still standing.
Please be seated.
She took a chair and clasped her hands in her lap. I'm sorry. I know you had hoped that would provide the funds you need.
Yes, but stripping the house of these family treasures is becoming less appealing the more I consider it, especially knowing the hefty commission he wants to charge.
How much is his commission?
25%.
He released a disgusted huff. Julia had no way of knowing if that was a fair commission or not, but Sir William certainly didn't seem to think so. Is there some way you might sell the paintings without his help? He glared into the fireplace.
I doubt it. They probably got a lock on the system.
Clasping his hands behind his back, he crossed the room and stared out the windows toward the grey sky.
I must find some other way to raise those funds.
I had hoped our efforts to economize would help. His tense posture eased as he turned toward her again.
Your efforts are saving us a great deal of money, and I'm grateful. More important, they've allowed my sister to gain confidence and experience in running the house.
Suddenly his expression darkened again.
Although that has not led her in the direction I had hoped.
Julia looked down and pressed her lips together. She did not wish their conversation to become an argument. He cleared his throat. "I know you don't agree with me on the matter of my sister and Mr. Dalton." Julia opened her mouth, then thought better of it. "I'll resolve matters with my sister in time. Right now, we must find a way to raise the funds we need." He rested his hands on the back of the chair across from her. "And I hope discussing it with you will help me find a solution." A pleasing warmth spread through her. Did he truly value her input, even though they often clashed and came to opposing conclusions? Perhaps her mother was right, and the Lord had sent her to Highland to offer Sir William her encouragement and support through these difficult times. "I am happy to help you any way I can." He studied her for a moment, his expression easing. "You are quite the mystery, Miss Foster." "A mystery, sir? I don't understand." "You have no experience running a large estate, but I find great comfort talking to you about these matters." Her heartbeat quickened, and she looked into his eyes, trying to read the message behind his words. But he shifted his gaze away before she could decipher it. I'm glad to hear it." He sat in the chair opposite her, apparently unaware of her reaction. "An idea, Miss Foster. We must come up with a new idea." She nodded, pushed down her emotions, and turned her thoughts into a prayer. A few moments later, an idea formed in her mind. Is there something else you might sell more quickly than the paintings? Rare books or jewels, perhaps? Sarah has a little jewelry, but it was given to her by our mother and grandmother. I wouldn't want to take it from her." "No, of course not." He glanced toward his bookshelves. "My late cousin was not a great reader. I'm afraid most of these are common books, and the same is true of our library in London. No first editions or books of special significance." Julia nodded. "Do you have any other savings or investments that could be liquidated?" "I sold my interest in our family business to my brother David before we left London. Most of those funds have already been used to make repairs here. The only other investment I have is our family home in London." Julia straightened. "Why not sell the house and use the proceeds to pay the death duties?" "I would have to convince my brother. He and I are co-owners." "Does he live there?" "No, he has his own residence across town." "Do you think he would be open to selling?" William frowned. "I doubt it. The house has been in our family since the 1840s. We're all quite attached to it, especially Sarah. David holds parties there a few times a year, and Sarah and I plan to stay there with the family when we go to town." "Perhaps your brother would like to buy your half and have full ownership. Then the house would stay in the family, and you might still be able to use it on your visits to London." William's expression eased. "That's a possibility. If the business is still going well, David might have the funds to buy me out." Julia smiled, her heart lifting. "Sarah told me he's coming for a visit soon." "He arrives on the 21st and plans to stay through New Year's Day." William rubbed his chin. "Yes, full ownership of our family home would appeal to David. He likes to feel he is in control." "A financial agreement within the family could certainly be handled more quickly than the sale of the paintings." "Yes, I believe you're right." He looked at her and smiled. "You see, I knew if we talked this through, we'd come up with a solution. And I think this one just might work." "I hope so, sir." Gratitude flooded her heart, and she thanked the Lord. If William's brother would agree to the plan, Highland would be saved, and everything would continue as it had. But was that what she wanted? To continue on as a governess? Or did she long for something more? And what about her dream of returning to India and serving the Lord there? For some reason, that dream didn't seem to shine as brightly as it had when she'd first come to Highland. Was that because a new dream was forming in her heart? A dream that included the man who sat across from her? 18. Reverend Langford's wise and caring gaze rested on the congregation as he lifted his hand for the benediction. "The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon thee, and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee, and give thee peace. Amen." Sarah rose from the pew, her queasy stomach fluttering as she turned and scanned the last 2 rows on the opposite side of St. John's Church. Several members of the Highland staff stood and prepared to leave, but she didn't see Clark Dalton among them. She clasped Julia's arm as they stepped into the centre aisle and walked toward the back of the sanctuary. William, Catherine, and Penelope followed. Sarah leaned closer to Julia and whispered, "Do you see Mr. Dalton anywhere?" Julia glanced to the left. "He was sitting with the other members of the staff when we came in at the beginning of the service." "Yes, but he's gone now." She searched across a sea of parishioners filing out the rear door, and her hopes fell. "I thought I might at least be able to see him and say hello." "I'm not sure that's wise, unless you work things out with Sir William." Julia sent her a questioning glance. "Not yet." Sarah bit her lip and looked down, guilt squeezing her heart. What must Clark think of her? It had been 9 days since William had discovered them together. She had written Clark 2 notes and asked Anne to deliver them secretly, but he had not written back. Was he being honourable and obeying William's orders? Or had he decided he didn't love her enough to risk losing his position? Sarah's heart throbbed, and she slipped her trembling hands in her coat pockets. Sarah and Julia greeted Reverend Langford at the door, and then descended the steps to the churchyard. Julia turned to Sarah with a gentle smile. "Why not talk to Sir William today?" Sarah glanced around, her anxiety rising. "I'm not sure this is a good time. He has been so concerned about the death duties, the art dealer's appraisals, and David's visit." Julia smiled, but sent her a doubtful look. Sarah sighed. "All right, I admit it. I've put it off because I'm afraid of what he'll say." She looked back toward the church door as her brother stepped out into the sunshine and shook the Reverend's hand. The 2 men exchanged a few words before William started down the steps. "What if he dismisses Clark?" Sarah whispered, her voice catching in her throat. "He hasn't yet. Surely that's a good sign." Julia stepped closer and laid her hand on Sarah's arm. "Just talk to him. Tell him what's in your heart. He may not agree, but I'm sure he'll listen." Sarah glanced over her shoulder as William approached. "Please stay with me while I speak to him." Julia hesitated, but she nodded just before William joined them. "Are you ladies ready?" He sent Julia a smile, and then shifted his gaze to Sarah. Sarah swallowed and slipped her handbag to the other arm. "I wondered if we might walk home, so I could speak to you about an important matter." He lifted one eyebrow, glanced at Julia, and then Sarah. "If that's what you'd like." "It is, and I've asked Miss Foster to stay with me, if you're agreeable." "All right." The tension in Sarah's shoulders eased a bit. "Thank you, William." He spoke to Catherine and Penelope and sent them home in the carriage. Then he motioned toward the path. "Shall we walk?" Sarah and Julia nodded, and they set off. Sarah prayed for strength, then straightened her shoulders. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about my feelings for Mr. Dalton. I know you are unhappy to find us together in his office, but I want to assure you that nothing improper happened between us.
I should hope not.
I should have spoken to you about it when you came to my door that day, but I was upset and afraid I would speak out in anger. William nodded, looking thoughtful. I've had time to pray and think things through, and I want to say that I love Clark Dalton very much, and I'm convinced he's a good and kind man who would make a fine husband. But I'm prepared to listen to your concerns.
William cleared his throat. Well, I appreciate that.
Sarah held her breath. Please, God, soften his heart. Help him put aside his prejudices and see what's truly important.
If you had come to me yesterday, or even this morning before church, I would have given you a list of reasons why you should not become involved with Mr. Dalton. But in the light of Reverend Langford's sermon this morning, and the warning from James against judging a man by his social standing and outward appearance, I am rethinking my position on the matter.
Sarah blinked and almost missed a step. What?
I'm not saying I have totally changed my mind, William continued, but perhaps I was too hasty with my decision.
He glanced at Miss Foster.
I've also given it a good deal of thought, and I would not want anyone to think I was not being fair-minded and considerate of your feelings and wishes.
Joy bubbled in Sarah's heart.
Oh, William!
She threw her arms around him in a fierce hug.
Thank you.
His stiff posture slowly eased, and he patted her shoulder before he stepped back.
I am not giving you permission to become engaged to Mr. Dalton. I don't believe either of us knows him well enough to make that decision yet.
Oh, I'm sure once you spend time with Clark, you'll see what a wonderful man he is.
Yes, but we need to be cautious and certain of his character before there can be any agreement about the future.
Sarah pressed her lips together, barely able to keep her smile at bay. Very well. I do so want your approval and blessing. I'm willing to wait.
Miss Foster, you have been very quiet. I'm sure you have an opinion about Mr. Dalton that you'd like to share.
There was a hint of challenge in his voice. She glanced at him, looking as though she was carefully weighing her words. I have only spoken to Mr. Dalton a few times, but Reverend Langford says he is a wise and kind man who has a strong faith. A look of surprise filled William's eyes.
You spoke to Reverend Langford about this?
Sarah hurried to answer. After Clark made his feelings known to me, I asked Miss Foster to make a few discreet inquiries about him.
I see.
He shifted his gaze back to Julia.
What else did you learn about Mr. Dalton?
People speak well of him in the village. Many admire the way he cares for his widowed mother and his young niece who came into his home after her parents died. He seems well liked by all the staff. Mr. Lawrence says he's diligent, and he treats those under him with fairness and consideration. William clasped his hands behind his back.
My, you do seem to know quite a bit about him.
Sarah smiled. You can imagine how pleased I was to hear these good reports. Knowing he is so well respected gave me confidence to move ahead.
If you were so confident, why didn't you come to me?
Her smile fell away. I'm sorry, William. I was afraid you wouldn't approve, and it would cause a terrible rift between us.
And it did for a time.
But we are past that now. Thank you for reconsidering. It means the world to me. He walked on a few more steps before he spoke.
We must proceed very carefully. I don't want to stir up a cloud of gossip and put a damper on Catherine's first season.
No, of course not, Sarah said.
Your actions must be above reproach. There can be no more secret meetings."
Sarah nodded.
"You may write to him," William continued, "and he may write to you. But you may only see each other a few times each week with a chaperone, and there will be no final decision until this summer, after we return from London."
Conflicting thoughts swirled through Sarah's mind. 7 months was a long time to wait. What would Clark say? Did he love her enough to submit to William's plan? What if William had to sell Highland and return to London? What would happen to them then? But an even more important question rose in her mind. Was she ready to give up everything to become Clark's wife? Assurance quickly flooded her heart, and she looked up at her brother. "I understand why you feel it's important for us to wait, and I hope Clark will agree."
"If he truly loves you, then waiting a few months should not be too difficult. It will give him an opportunity to prove he is sincere and eager to do things properly."
Sarah smiled at Julia, then turned to her brother. "Thank you, William. I'm grateful. I'll go and speak to Clark now."
"Sarah, would you please wait to see him until after luncheon? Perhaps then Miss Foster can act as your chaperone."
He glanced at Julia. "Of course. I'd be happy to." Sarah leaned in and kissed Julia's cheek. "Thank you," she whispered, then set off, eager to get home and prepare to see Clark. Julia watched Sarah hurry down the path, and relief flowed through her. Seeing Sarah and William come to an agreement about Mr. Dalton made her feel like a heavy weight had been lifted off her heart.
"You seem pleased,"
William said with a slight smile. "I am. You've made your sister very happy."
"I hope we won't come to regret it."
He watched Sarah disappear around the bend.
"If she follows through with this and marries Dalton, she will live a very different life."
Julia walked a few more steps. "Yes, but marrying the man she loves will fulfill one of the deepest desires of her heart."
"You seem quite idealistic where love and marriage are concerned."
"I suppose that's because I was blessed to grow up in a happy home, with parents who truly love each other."
"That is a benefit Sarah and I did not enjoy."
His admission surprised her. "I'm sorry."
"Oh, it's all right."
He tried to look nonchalant, but she could tell it was a painful admission.
"We leaned on each other through the years, and it drew us even closer."
She studied his pensive expression. "I think it will be hard for you to let Sarah go, no matter who she marries." He sent her a half-smile.
"Yes, that's probably true."
"But if she marries Mr. Dalton, at least she'll stay at Highland, and you can see her often."
"If I can get my financial affairs in order and hold on to the estate. And I must, so I can continue to provide employment for all the staff, including you, Miss Foster."
"I hope so. I've grown very fond of the children." She pictured their faces, and a bitter-sweet feeling filled her heart. "But if circumstances change, and I must leave Highland, I'm sure the Lord will provide for me and my family in another way." William glanced off toward the distant hills.
"I admire you, and your faith."
"My faith has very little to do with me, and everything to do with my Saviour." He cast a curious look her way. "What I mean is, the more I understand his character and the promises in his word, the stronger my faith becomes."
"You make it sound so simple. You and Reverend Langford."
"Faith is not complex, though living it out in the face of challenging circumstances can be."
"I suppose your time in India had a great influence on your faith."
"It did, but not because things were always easy. We often faced dark days and very serious trouble."
"What kind of trouble?" Opposition from village leaders, superstition, and ignorance. They all made our work difficult. I had no idea. I always pictured you as victorious at every turn. She shook her head. Not at all. One time a young girl we rescued was taken away and returned to the temple. That was heartbreaking. Another time we made great sacrifices to help a high-caste Brahmin woman when she was ill. Yet she and her family remained hard-hearted toward the gospel, and later looked for ways to destroy our ministry. I cried out to God for justice in both those situations, but the circumstances didn't change. How did you hold on to your faith in the face of such disappointments? God poured out his love and grace in our hearts, and he gave us many promises from his word to sustain us. As I look back now, I believe my faith was strengthened more in the difficult times than it was when everything was going smoothly. A shadow passed over his face, and pain filled his eyes. I wouldn't say my faith has been strengthened by my trials. Quite the opposite, in fact. We have a choice to make when trouble comes. We can reach out to God and look to him for strength and help, or we can doubt his love and purpose and allow our hearts to grow cold. It takes faith to believe that he can and will bring good out of those trials, if we will only trust him. He pondered that for a moment, then nodded. I'm afraid my faith has not been all it should be. Realizing you have a need is the first step in the right direction. He nodded. I believe you're right. Warmth filled his eyes as he looked her way. I appreciate the way you look at life and circumstances through the eyes of faith. Her heart lifted. She smiled up at him, sensing a new level of understanding between them. Thank you. That's one of the nicest compliments I have ever received. His grin spread wider, and they walked on together toward Highland. Julia left Anne in charge of the nursery and crossed the hall, intending to go to her room and prepare her afternoon lessons for Catherine and Penelope. But the sound of someone running up the stairs stopped her at her door, and she looked to the right. Catherine strode into the east wing with her head down and her shoulders sagging. Catherine? Is everything all right? Catherine gasped, looked up, and brushed a tear from her blotchy cheek. No, it's not. But why would you care? Julia pulled back, stung by the words. But seeing the misery in Catherine's eyes, she pushed her hurt aside and softened her voice and posture. My heart goes out to anyone who is in distress. Catherine's hard expression wavered, and her chin trembled. We might as well cancel my plans for the season. Why would you say that? Catherine looked around, obviously debating whether she would continue the conversation. With a prayer for grace rising in her heart, Julia reached out and touched Catherine's arm. Do you want to tell me what happened? Catherine tensed, the struggle evident on her face. Finally, she released a shuddering sigh. All right. Shall we go to my room? Catherine nodded and followed Julia. She crossed to the dressing table and sank down on the bench. I can't go to London now. Everything is ruined. Her voice choked off, and she lowered her head. Concern filled Julia, and she took a handkerchief from the dresser and handed it to Catherine. I'm glad to listen and help if I can. Catherine sniffed and wiped her cheeks. I went riding this morning with Margaret Covington. She seemed rather cool toward me, and when I asked her what was wrong, she told me Florence Burns and Elizabeth Trimble say I have deserted all my old friends, and I cared nothing for them. Why would she say that? I suppose I've spent more time with Rosalind Sands and Emily Forrester these last few months, but that's because they've both been presented and did the season last year. I thought becoming better acquainted with them would be helpful when I went to London. But Margaret and your other friends have been hurt by that?" Catherine lifted her hands. "I suppose so. But I'm a year older than Florence and Elizabeth. They won't be presented until next year. It seems natural that I would seek out friends my age or older." "What about Margaret?" "She's also 18, and this will be her first season as well. We've been good friends all our lives. I can't believe she would side with Florence and Elizabeth against me." "Perhaps she's not truly against you." "It certainly seems that way." "I know it's upsetting to have conflict with friends, but how can that impact your time in London? Margaret's mother is very influential. If she feels I've snubbed her daughter and our friends, she'll make sure I'm not invited to the best parties and balls. But surely there's time to repair your friendships before the season." "You don't know Margaret or her mother, and you've never done the season." Catherine brushed away another tear. "You wouldn't understand." Catherine's dismissal stung, but Julia let it go. "It's true I haven't done the season, but I have faced a similar situation with some friends when I was your age." "I thought you lived in India then." "I did." Julia waited, hoping she'd piqued Catherine's interest. Catherine looked up. "What happened?" Julia sat in the chair opposite Catherine. "When we first arrived in India, we stayed at a large mission station in Bangalore to study the language and adjust to the culture. I met 3 girls there who were also daughters of missionaries, and we all became good friends. Then our family moved to Kanakapura to set up our clinic and begin our work in the village. My parents felt it was important to wear traditional Indian dress so we would be more easily accepted. That was a challenge for me at first, but I soon adjusted to it and enjoyed it. A few months later, when my friends from Bangalore came to visit, they were surprised to see how I dressed, because they all wore English clothing. It caused quite a stir." "Why should they care how you dress?" "They said I was throwing away my heritage and separating myself from them. They also thought I preferred spending time with the Indian girls who attended our Bible classes rather than with them, and they let me know it." "How rude! I hope you told them they ought to pack their bags and go back to Bangalore." "No. I ran off and cried buckets of tears. My mother came looking for me and patiently listened to my story, but she said I had hurt my friends and it was up to me to make things right. Of course, that stung my pride, and I resisted. But then she shared a poem that helped me see things more clearly." "A poem?" "Yes. I don't remember it all, but the first 2 lines have stayed with me ever since." Julia glanced toward the window, and her heart warmed as she recalled the words. "Make new friends, but keep the old. Those are silver, these are gold." Catherine's tense expression eased. "You don't have to choose one set of friends over the other. Every friendship is important, and each friend needs our care and consideration." Catherine wiped her cheeks and sighed. "I'm afraid it's too late to repair my broken friendships." "You won't know unless you try. Why don't you write a note to each one, telling her you're sorry and explaining how much her friendship means to you?" Catherine gazed at Julia and sent her a slight smile. "I suppose I do have a bit of experience with writing letters of apology." Julia nodded and returned her smile. "Yes, you are quite an accomplished letter writer." Julia glanced at her watch as she crossed the nursery. "Hurry, children! Your Uncle David will be arriving any minute, and your father wants you downstairs to greet him." Anne quickly finished tying a pink bow in Milly's hair. "There! Now you look very nice." "Thank you." Milly smiled into the mirror at her reflection. "I don't see why we must go down." Andrew tugged at his vest.
Uncle David has never cared much for us. Julia straightened Andrew's collar. I'm sure your uncle will be happy to see you. I don't think so. He looked up at Julia, a hint of painful confusion in his eyes. She laid a hand on his shoulder. Be pleasant and respectful. Andrew sighed. All right, but you'll see. He doesn't like us. If you greet him politely and act like a gentleman, I'm sure there won't be any problem, Julia added. She guided the children downstairs to the great hall. Sarah waited for them there, along with several members of the staff. Sir William exited the library and joined them. He frowned and glanced toward the stairs. Lawrence, did someone send word to the young ladies?
Yes, sir. Perhaps they've forgotten the time. I'll send a maid up to remind them.
He turned away and quietly issued the order to Lydia, who quickly trotted up the steps. Nelson walked in the front door. Mr. Ramsay's car has just entered the gate. Very good. William led the family outside. The staff followed and lined up on the right, looking a bit like soldiers on parade, ready for inspection. Julia, Sarah, and the children moved to the opposite side of the entrance. Julia adjusted Millie's hair bow and instructed Andrew to stand beside his father. Then she slipped to the end of the line as the car approached up the gravel drive. Sarah leaned toward Julia. I'm so looking forward to seeing my brother. It's been more than 5 months since our farewell dinner in London. Julia smiled, glad to hear Sarah had a good opinion of David Ramsay, even though Andrew did not. Perhaps the boy had not spent enough time with his uncle to develop a strong bond. Hopefully, celebrating Christmas together would draw them all closer. The car rolled to a stop. Nelson strode forward and opened the rear passenger door. David Ramsay stepped out, wearing a charming smile and an expensive hat, coat, and silk scarf. He resembled William, but he was a few inches shorter, with darker hair and eyes and a trim moustache. Welcome to Highland, David. Sarah offered him her hand. He leaned forward and kissed her fingers. My dear Sarah, it's so good to see you again. His expression dimmed slightly as he turned to his brother. Thank you for inviting me, William. We're glad you've come. But William's stiff posture as he shook his brother's hand cast doubt upon that sentiment. He turned to the children, prompting them with a nod. Andrew stepped forward. Hello, Uncle David. David shook Andrew's hand. My, you certainly have grown since I saw you last. Andrew glanced up at Julia, a silent question in his eyes. She smiled and wished she could supply the polite words he needed to respond. Thank you, Andrew mumbled and stepped back. Millie curtsied and smiled up at her uncle. Papa said we had to wait until you came before we could cut our Christmas tree. David chuckled. I'm sorry I've kept you waiting. It's all right. I've been sick, but I'm better now. She looked up at William. Can we go soon, Papa? We'll go tomorrow morning if the weather is clear. He turned to David. Shall we go inside? Before David could respond, Catherine and Penelope rushed out the door at the same time, jostling each other in the process. Catherine shot a glare at her sister. Then she straightened and turned toward their guest. As her gaze settled on David, her eyes brightened and her smile warmed several degrees. Cousin David, how wonderful to see you again. Surprise flashed in David's eyes. Why, this cannot be our cousin Catherine, can it? Yes, it is. She extended her hand to him. You're just a little girl the last time I visited Highland. That was several years ago. I'm 18 now, and I'll be going to London for the season this year. Well, I'm sure you'll have a parade of suitors eager to make your acquaintance.
Catherine blushed, obviously pleased by David's assessment. William cleared his throat. "And this is our cousin Penelope." The younger girl stepped forward and greeted him with a shy smile. "It's a pleasure to have you visit us again, Cousin David." He nodded to her and smiled, though his response was not as warm as it had been for Catherine. "The pleasure is mine." He shifted his focus to Julia. "And is this another charming cousin?" Julia pulled in a quick breath, and William glared at his brother. Sarah took Julia's arm. "This is Miss Foster. She's the governess, and has become a dear friend." David lifted one eyebrow. "My, the children are certainly lucky to have such a lovely young woman oversee their education." Julia's face warmed, and she shifted her gaze away. David Ramsay was certainly quick with compliments. "Let's go inside." Sarah motioned toward the door. "Tea's ready in the library." Mr. Lawrence dismissed the staff, and they filed around the side of the house, while the family, led by William, entered through the front door. Julia hung back with the children, intending to go in last, but David waited for her under the arched portico. "I hope I didn't embarrass you by my comment, Miss Foster. That wasn't my intention." He seemed sincere, but there was a hint of humor in his eyes. Her face flushed. "No, of course not." She glanced at the children. "We should go in." "Yes, we don't want to keep everyone waiting." He smiled again and motioned toward the door. "After you." Julia nodded, then took Millie's hand. "I hope you enjoy your visit to Highland, Mr. Ramsay." "Thank you. I'm sure I will, especially now that we've met." With her cheeks flaming, she ushered the children inside. 19. Anne hurried down the back stairs, Miss Ramsay's letter to Mr. Dalton tucked safely away in her apron pocket. If she took care of her errand quickly, she might be able to steal a few moments with Peter in the stables. She pressed her hand against her fluttering stomach and quickened her pace. At least Miss Ramsay's letters weren't a secret anymore, and she didn't have to worry about being caught by Mrs. Emmett. But even if the stern old housekeeper caught her, what could she say? Miss Ramsay was the mistress of Highland, and Anne was only doing her bidding. She pushed open the back door and stepped out into the cool, misty morning. Rain rushed down the gutters and splashed on the paving stones of the back courtyard. She lifted her gaze, longing to see a bit of sun peek through, but the clouds hung low over Highland. Perhaps the mist would burn off by afternoon. Too bad she wouldn't be allowed out to see it. Unless, of course, Julia took the children out for a walk and brought her along. But Julia hadn't taken them outdoors since her bout with scarlet fever. Anne crossed the courtyard, and her thoughts returned to the letter in her pocket. It didn't seem fair that Miss Ramsay and Mr. Dalton were allowed to carry on a courtship, and she and Peter were not. But then she was not an aristocratic lady, and Peter was not the head gardener. Still, even though she was only a nursery maid, shouldn't she have the right to follow her heart and experience love like anyone else? "Psst! Anne!" she gasped as her hand flew to her heart. Peter stepped out from behind the stable door. He smiled and opened his arms. She ran to him, and he wrapped her in a warm embrace. She pressed her head to his strong chest and breathed in. My, he smelled lovely, like leather and hay and open fields. "It's wonderful to see you, Anne. I've been worried about you." "I'm sorry I haven't come down sooner." She stepped back and gazed up at his handsome face. "I've had more than my share of the load to carry lately." "But you're all right?" "Of course. Just a bit tired." She looked into his golden brown eyes,
and sent him a weary smile. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep in and not have to get up before the rooster crows? She sighed and shook her head. That would never happen, at least not as long as she worked as nursery maid at Highland. He clasped her hand. Maybe that day is coming. What do you mean? I overheard Mr. McTavish telling Mr. Hardy that Sir William has money troubles and he may have to sell Highland. Anne gasped. What? How can that be? I thought he had loads of money. So did I. But he owes the government a huge sum for inheriting the estate, and if he can't pay by the 1st of March, he'll have to sell. Anne stared at him, trying to sort it out in her mind. What will happen then? We'll be out of a job, that's what. Split up and searching for new positions. Anne's legs suddenly felt weak, and she sank onto a crate. Oh, that's terrible! Peter knelt before her. But it doesn't have to be. Not if we make our move first. What do you mean? Give you notice, collect your reference, and come away with me. Anne gasped. I can't do that. My dad would kill me. Not if you don't tell him. But I couldn't keep a secret like that. It wouldn't be right. She wrung her hands while her stomach turned into a nervous pudding. Even if I could, where would we go? How would we live? My sister and her husband have a house in Oxford. I'm sure we could stay with them until we get jobs and find a place of our own. Oxford? She'd never been farther than Fulton and the surrounding farms. What would it be like to live in a big university town? Staying with Peter's sister and her family might be respectable. It wasn't exactly the same as running away together. Do you think they'd really let us live with them? Sure they would. Their place isn't too big, but Sally would make room for us. Her husband Charlie works as a driver for a rich professor. Charlie knows everything there is to know about motor cars and driving. I'm sure he'd teach me, and in a few weeks I could be driving for a wealthy family. Would you like that kind of work? Of course. Horses and carriages are on the way out. It's motor cars everyone wants now, and that means wealthy folks will need drivers. But what about me? What will I do? Peter scratched his chin. I suppose you could work as a maid again. Then his eyes lit up. Or maybe you could work in a shop. Wouldn't you like that better than wiping kids' noses and cleaning their boots? The hours would be better, and we could spend our evenings together. He grinned and winked. She sighed. It sounds lovely, but it would be a risk to leave Highland when we have no promise of work. He stood and placed his hands on his hips. Don't you trust me, Anne? I'll take care of you, I promise. She bit her lip and looked away. He hadn't said anything about marriage. Peter took her hand and gently pulled her up. Listen to me, Anne. If Sir William can't pay his taxes, he's going to lose Highland. And if that happens, we'll have to find new positions, and there's no guarantee where we'll end up. He gripped her hand more tightly. But if we leave now, we can start a new life, a better life, together. Oh, Peter. She looked into his eyes as questions rushed through her mind. If only he would propose and promise they'd marry as soon as they left Highland. But she couldn't force him to marry her. Those words had to come from his heart. Julia's warning flashed through her mind. If he truly loves you, he should do what's best for you, not just what makes him happy. But she loved Peter more than any other man she'd ever known. What should she do? How could she be sure of making the right choice? Mrs. Emmett pressed her back to the stable wall, her heart thumping in her chest. Surely Peter Gates was wrong. It couldn't be true. Mr. McTavish would never tell Mr. Hardy such a lie about Sir William. The boy must have made it up to try and convince Anne to run away with him. What a scoundrel! Wait until Mr. Lawrence heard what had been going on. This would be Peter Gates's last day at Highland. The wind shifted and blew a few raindrops across her cheek. She wiped them away. A sudden thought struck and snatched her breath. What if it wasn't a lie? What if Sir William was headed for financial ruin and planned to take them all down with him? She pressed a trembling hand to her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. It would be hard to find another position at her age. 61 wasn't ancient, but she had not aged well, and she didn't have much energy these days. A burning sensation rose in her throat. How could this happen? She'd always thought she would work at Highland until she was too old to manage her duties. Then the family would give her a cottage and pension, and take care of her until she died. She'd never dreamed she would be out in the streets, searching for another position at this point in life. It could not be borne. She must speak to Mr. Lawrence. Surely he would know if there was any credence to the story, and he should be the one to confront Peter. "I'm sorry, Peter, but I have to go." There was no mistaking the lovesick tone of Anne's voice. Mrs. Emmett's lips puckered, as though she'd bitten into a rotten piece of fruit. "Just promise you'll think about what I said." Peter's voice sounded as smooth as honey. Mrs. Emmett pressed closer to the wall and strained to hear the girl's answer. "All right. I promise." Mrs. Emmett pulled back into the shadows as Anne passed. Why was she headed toward the greenhouse rather than the back door? She listened for Peter's departure, and a few seconds later she heard the boy whistle a tune as his steps faded into the distance. Mrs. Emmett peeked around the corner and scanned the empty courtyard. Clutching her shawl around her shoulders, she strode back to the house. She found Mr. Lawrence in the servants' hall, having a cup of tea. Lydia and Marie sat across from him at the table. "I need to speak to you. In private." He lifted his dark eyebrows. "Very well." She followed him down the hall and into the butler's pantry and shut the door. "What seems to be the matter?" "I've just overheard Peter Gates trying to convince Anne Norton to run away with him." Mr. Lawrence's eyes widened. "No!" "Yes, and that's not all. He tried to sway her by saying Sir William might be forced to sell Highland to pay the inheritance tax." Mr. Lawrence frowned. "Inheritance tax? Do you think he means the death duties?" "I don't care what you call them. If it's true, you and I and everyone else who works here is in serious trouble." Mr. Lawrence's scowl deepened. "I don't believe it. What would a stable boy know about Sir William's financial affairs?" "He said he overheard Mr. McTavish speaking to Mr. Hardy." Mr. Lawrence glowered at Mrs. Emmett. "Where are loyalty and propriety these days? They should not be discussing the family's private matters among themselves, especially where others might overhear." "Of course they shouldn't, but now that they have, we must use that information to our advantage." "And how would you suggest we do that?" "I'm not sure. We'll have to keep our eyes and ears open and see what we can learn." She fingered the keys hanging from her waist and tried to still her trembling hands. Where would Sir William go if he sells Highland? "Back to London, I suppose. He has to provide a home for the children, Miss Ramsay, and his cousins." Mrs. Emmett nodded. "Do you think he'd take us with him?" "He mentioned the possibility of me going with him to London for the season.
but it was just a passing comment. I don't believe he'd truly given it much thought.
What about me? Do you think he'd take me as well?
He has hardly had time to develop feelings of loyalty toward any of us.
But Catherine and Penelope depend on me. I've overseen their care since their mother died.
I'm sure the young ladies would want to keep you on, but Catherine is 18. She could marry within the year if things go well for her in London. Penelope's debut is only 2 years away, and they have Miss Foster to look after them now.
Miss Foster, indeed. The burning sensation in Mrs. Emmett's stomach flamed into her throat again. So that's it. I'm to be thrown out like a bit of old rubbish after all my years of service to this family.
There's no need to be upset. This is all speculation. We don't know the truth yet.
No, we do not. But I don't intend to stand by and let this all come down on our heads.
I'm not sure we have any choice in the matter.
Oh, I have a choice, all right. And I'm choosing to keep my position and make my future secure. Julia placed the jewel comb in Sarah's hair and glanced in the dressing-table mirror to check the placement. How does that look? Sarah turned to the left and right and smiled. It's perfect. Thank you, Julia. You always know just how to fix my hair. She adjusted her necklace and sighed. With this hand of mine, it's nearly impossible for me to make it look the way I'd like. Julia smiled at her friend, happy she could help. Perhaps you should have a lady's maid, now that you are mistress of Highland. I've thought about it, but I never had one in London, and since we're economizing, it doesn't seem wise to spend William's money that way. It's good of you to make that kind of sacrifice for your brother's sake. I don't mind. I want to live a simpler life. Her smile deepened, revealing a pretty pair of matching dimples in her cheeks. Besides, it will make the transition easier when Clark and I are married. Julia looked into the mirror and returned Sarah's smile. I suppose Mr. Dalton was glad to hear Sir William has softened his stance. Yes, he's quite pleased, though we both wish he hadn't asked us to wait so long to announce our engagement. But it will keep the family close, and you'll have your brother's blessing. Sarah nodded. I have to keep reminding myself of that, so I don't grow impatient. She reached for an earring and held it out to Julia. Would you help me with this? Of course. Julia gently screwed the left earring into place, and then the right. I wouldn't fuss about my hair and jewellery, but since this is David's first dinner here, and Lord and Lady Gatewood are joining us, I thought I should make an effort. You look very nice. I'm sure it will be a lovely dinner. A knock sounded at the bedroom door, and Sarah called, Come in. Catherine and Penelope entered. Both girls' cheeks were flushed, and they were still wearing their coats and hats. Aunt Louisa said to tell you she's bringing another guest for dinner tonight, Catherine announced. It was certainly presumptuous of Lady Gatewood to add another dinner guest at this late hour, but then she often acted as though she was the mistress of Highland, rather than Sarah. Another guest? A slight line creased Sarah's brow. And who would that be? Penelope's eyes lit up, and a playful smile lifted her lips. Miss Alice Drexel of Philadelphia. I don't believe I've met her. Sarah rose from the dressing-table bench and turned toward the girls. How is she connected with your aunt? Her father, Anthony Joseph Drexel II, is in banking, and he and Uncle Albert have business dealings together, Penelope said. I see. And have you met Miss Drexel? She came with us today, when Aunt Louisa took us for our dress fitting in Fulton. Catherine unbuttoned her coat. She's 24 and quite attractive for an American. Penelope slipped the scarf from around her neck and sighed. I'd say she's positively regal. She's tall and blonde and has the most unique green eyes, just like the colour of moss growing on rocks by a stream. And beside all her outward beauty, she's the heiress to her family's fortune. Yes, in America, daughters are entitled to inherit rather than some distant cousin. Catherine's voice dripped disdain. Pain flashed in Sarah's eyes, but she didn't respond to Catherine's jibe. So what brings Miss Drexel to England? A look of delight filled Penelope's face. Apparently, Alice Drexel's younger sister Olivia was involved in some sort of scandal. Of course, that reflects poorly on the family, and it has dimmed Alice's prospects for marriage in Philadelphia. So they sent her here to find an English husband. Catherine tipped her head, and a mischievous light filled her eyes. One who would appreciate her fortune and doesn't mind a bit of distant American scandal. Julia's stomach tensed. What was Catherine implying? Alice's mother died several years ago, Penelope continued, so Aunt Louisa has taken Alice under her wing. She's intent on helping her find a suitable match. How long will she be staying? Julia asked. She'll be at Bedford Hall with Aunt Louisa and Uncle Albert for at least a month. Then she'll spend time in Bristol before she goes to London for the season. A month? With your aunt? Julia swallowed. That's quite a long stay. Well, it was quite a big scandal. Catherine glanced past Julia to the clock on the bedside table. Oh, look how late it is. Come on, Penny. We have to go change for dinner. She sent her sister a teasing smile. We wouldn't want to keep anyone waiting. Penelope grinned. No, we would not. Catherine took a step, and then turned back. Oh, yes, Aunt Louisa said to seat Alice Drexel next to Cousin William. Julia's breath caught in her throat. And David, Penelope added. Catherine shot a glare at her sister. What's wrong? Penny lifted her hands. Aunt Louisa said to seat Alice between William and David. Catherine huffed. I don't remember her saying that at all. It was William she mentioned. Penelope's brow creased. No, I distinctly remember her saying, Never mind, girls. Sarah motioned them toward the door. I'll take care of the seating. Run along and change. Catherine whispered something to Penny and tugged her sister toward the door. The younger girl giggled and nodded as they stepped into the hall. Julia's concern grew as she watched them. There was obviously more going on than they were saying. Sarah sighed as she turned back toward Julia. I was going to sit between William and David tonight, but I suppose I should honor Louisa's request and rearrange the seating. You are the hostess of tonight's dinner. You can seat your guests wherever you'd like. But I would hate to upset Louisa and start the evening off on a sour note. I suppose so. Julia followed Sarah into the hall, but Sarah's words faded as troubling thoughts rose to replace them. Would Alice Drexel be a good match for David or William? It seemed that was Lady Gatewood's intention by bringing her to Highland. David was an eligible bachelor, close to her age, and the more obvious choice. William was 8 years older than Alice Drexel, and a widower with 2 young children. Surely the young heiress would not be attracted to William when she could have David. But William had a title and a grand estate, for the time being. And a wealthy bride might be just the answer to his financial problems. Why did that prospect seem so troubling? If William remarried, the children would have a new mother, and he would have a companion to comfort him and meet his needs as only a wife could. Her face warmed, and she quickly shifted her thoughts in another direction. Sir William's affections and private life were none of her business, although she couldn't deny the sadness she felt as that thought settled in her heart. Before she could even scold herself for letting her mind drift in that direction, Lydia came running down the hall.
"Oh, Miss Foster, you must come quick."
The maid's eyes darted to Sarah, and she bobbed a quick curtsy.
"Begging your pardon, Miss Ramsay."
Sarah nodded to her. "It's all right, Lydia. What's the matter?"
"Mr. Lawrence has sacked Peter Gates, and Anne is crying and carrying on down in the servants' hall. Mrs. Emmett looks like she's ready to pop her cork, and I'm afraid she'll sack Anne too if she doesn't stop. Won't you come down, Miss Foster? I know Anne will listen to you."
"Of course. I'll come with you," Sarah said. Julia lifted her skirt and hurried down the back stairs, with Sarah and Lydia close behind. When they reached the bottom floor, the sound of voices raised in a heated argument reached her ears. She dashed around the corner and came to a halt. Peter stood at the end of the hall, across from the grim-faced Mr. Lawrence. Mrs. Emmett stood next to the butler, her face set in a stern scowl. Anne clung to Peter's arm. The housekeeper drew herself up and narrowed her eyes. "Peter Gates, you have been deceptive and led this young woman into all kinds of trouble." Peter lifted his chin, defiance in his eyes. "We've done nothing wrong. You've no call to dismiss me." "I have a very good reason, and I've no intention of arguing the point." Mr. Lawrence held his gaze steady and stood his ground like a commanding general. "You will pack your bags and leave first thing in the morning." Anne bit her lip.
"Please, Mr. Lawrence, don't send him away."
"I've spoken to Sir William, and the decision has been made."
Peter glared at the butler.
"All right, if that's the way it stands. I'll be more than glad to be done with the whole lot of you."
"Oh, no, Peter! Don't go!"
Anne cried.
"Please, talk to Sir William. I'm sure you can work things out."
She dropped her hold on Peter and turned to Mrs. Emmett.
"We only met a few times. Nothing bad happened, I promise."
"Stop! That's enough! I won't hear any more of this."
Mrs. Emmett shifted her glare to Peter.
"And don't even think of appealing to Sir William. No false words or hypocritical apology will make any difference."
Peter gripped Anne's hand.
"These people care nothing for you. You're just a slave to them. Get your things, Anne, and come with me."
Mrs. Emmett gasped, and Mr. Lawrence's eyes grew as round as saucers. Tears filled Anne's eyes, and her chin trembled. She looked at Peter, and then Julia, clearly torn. Julia pressed her lips together. "Please, Lord, help her make the right decision." 20. William walked downstairs, his footfall soft on the plush red carpet, and his mind on the conversation he needed to have with David. He had thought through his approach, but he wasn't certain about the timing. Would it be better to allow his brother to settle in for a few days? Or should he speak to him tonight, after dinner? The question was not simply whether David had the funds to buy William's half-interest in their London home. The real issue was, would he be willing to part with the money to help William? The sound of a woman crying and raised voices stopped him at the bottom of the grand staircase. He turned to the left, following the sounds. 2 maids stood clustered at the open green baize door, leading down to the kitchen and servants' hall. William cleared his throat. The maids gasped and stepped back.
"Begging your pardon, sir,"
the little blonde said, clutching her dusting cloth to her chest.
"We didn't mean to be listening in, but we weren't sure if we should go down now with all that going on."
He frowned as he crossed to the open door and cocked his head. "These people care nothing for you." That was Peter Gates's voice, if he was not mistaken. But to whom was he speaking? "You're just a slave to them. Get your things, Anne, and come with me." William drew himself up. Impudent man! How dare he try to convince that young girl to run away with him? William strode past the maids and marched down the stairs. "What is going on here?" Mr. Lawrence, Mrs. Emmett, Anne, Sarah, Miss Foster, and Peter all turned his way. Peter fisted his hands at his side and glared at William. Mr. Lawrence met him at the bottom of the stairs. "I am sorry, sir. We didn't mean to disturb you." "It's all right. Peter is just leaving, and I've a mind to send Anne with him." William glanced at Anne, who was weeping in Miss Foster's arms. His sister stood beside them, patting the young maid's back. Miss Foster lifted her gaze to meet his. Her eyes filled with sympathy and a plea for mercy. A ripple of surprise travelled through him. He knew exactly what she wanted him to do, and it was the complete opposite of his housekeeper's wishes. He considered it a moment more, then faced the groom. "Peter Gates, you have disappointed us with your deceptions and reckless actions. Mr. Lawrence will not be writing a reference for you." Peter's eyes registered shock, but the rest of his expression remained unchanged. "You might be master of this house, but you don't own me. I'll be glad to leave this place. No more bowing and scraping to the likes of you." William clenched his jaw. "We have nothing more to say to you. You will leave the house immediately." Spiteful fire burned in Peter's eyes. He spun away and stormed off, banging out the back door and striding away into the night. Mrs. Emmett lifted her chin, her expression like granite. "I believe the girl should go as well. It will only cause problems if she stays." Anne looked at him, a pleading expression on her tear-stained face. "Please, sir, don't send me away." The silent appeal in Miss Foster's eyes remained unchanged, and he could not ignore it. He pulled in a deep breath and slowly blew it out. "I'll consider the situation." He nodded to Anne. "You may go upstairs." Mrs. Emmett's eyes blazed, and she shot a heated look at Mr. Lawrence. The butler stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Sir, perhaps it would be best if Mrs. Emmett and I—" William straightened. "I will let you know my decision." Mrs. Emmett's silent fuming was unmistakable as she spun away and marched off toward her parlour. Sarah and Miss Foster gathered around Anne and guided her toward the back stairs. "Miss Foster," William called, "may I speak to you for a moment?" She sent Sarah and Anne on and rejoined him. "Yes, sir." A kitchen maid carrying a basket of potatoes walked past, and one of the footmen strode toward them with a tray of glasses. "Come with me, please." William led her upstairs. When they reached the great hall, he crossed to the fireplace, and she joined him there. "I hope you understand why I had to let that young man go." "Yes, sir, and I think it was a wise decision. He was not willing to admit his mistakes or commit to changing his ways." Her agreement warmed his heart, and he nodded. "But I hope you will consider keeping Anne on. I'm afraid if you send her away now, she'll run straight into Peter's arms." He didn't like the sound of that. "She has made some poor choices, but she is a hard worker, and she doesn't want to lose her position." "So you feel she should have another chance?" "Yes, sir. And if she's given guidance and time to mature, I think she'll become a fine young woman. I'd like the opportunity to help her." "You would keep an eye on her
and encourage her to make better choices?"
She nodded. "I would, sir." He glanced away. Mrs. Emmett would not be pleased, and Lawrence would not agree, but he could not deny Miss Foster's request. He focused on her again. "Very well. Anne may stay." Miss Foster's eyes widened. "She may stay?" "Yes." A smile burst across her face, and she laid her hand on his forearm. "Oh, thank you, sir. This means so much to me." He returned her smile, and his chest expanded as warm feelings coursed through him. To see her so happy and pleased with his decision filled him with deep satisfaction.
"Well, you both certainly look happy."
David crossed the great hall toward them. Miss Foster dropped her hand. She stepped back and lowered her gaze.
"Miss Foster, it's a pleasure to see you again. Are you joining us for dinner?"
Did her hand tremble slightly as she smoothed out her skirt? Was she embarrassed by his question, or by the fact she was obviously not dressed for dinner, since she had not been invited? She looked up, her expression serene, and giving no hint to her true feelings. "No, sir. I will be dining with the children."
"What a pity. I was hoping we might have a chance to get better acquainted."
David smiled and lifted one eyebrow. William clenched his jaw. "If you will excuse me." Miss Foster nodded to William, then to David. David watched her cross the great hall and start up the stairs. Then he chuckled under his breath.
"My, she is lovely. Too bad she is the governess."
William shot a quick glance at Miss Foster. Had she overheard David's remark? He certainly hoped not. He stepped toward his brother and lowered his voice.
"That's quite enough."
David pulled back, a glimmer in his eyes.
"What's the matter, William? Has the pretty young governess caught your eye as well?"
Julia stifled a gasp and almost missed the next step. She straightened her shoulders and continued climbing, pretending she hadn't heard David's comments. She listened for William's reply, but she heard nothing. Her throat tightened, and she blinked against her stinging eyes. What did she expect? David's assessment was correct. She was a paid member of the staff, and her lack of wealth and position created a huge gulf between her and William. She could never cross that gulf, and he would never choose to do so. The sorrow of that thought sent a painful tremor through her. When had she allowed her heart to begin to hope for something more? Had it started at her parents' cottage, when her mother suggested the possibility? Or was it before that, when he took her into his confidence and asked for her input concerning his financial struggles? No. If she was honest, it went even farther back, to the day she had challenged him to spend more time with his children, when he had listened and looked at her with that hint of acceptance and admiration in his eyes. Her heart had been drawn to him then, and those feelings had only grown stronger over time. How could she have let it happen? When they first met, she thought he was a brooding, selfish man with little true concern for his children or anyone else. But now she knew he was a strong, confident man who thought deeply. He loved his children and his sister, and took his responsibilities very seriously. And though she didn't always agree with his decisions, they were based on his desire to do what he thought was right and best for his family and staff. He was an honorable man, a noble man. Her understanding, admiration, and affection had grown so subtly she hadn't even been aware of it. Or if she had pushed it aside. But now that the truth was clear, There was only one choice before her. She must cast off those thoughts and double the guard around her heart. That was the only wise and prudent choice. But knowing the right thing to do and doing it were two different matters. When she reached the gallery, the footman announced the arrival of Lord and Lady Gatewood and Miss Alice Drexel. The desire to see Miss Drexel, from a discreet distance, tugged her toward the banister, and against her better judgment, she peeked over. William and David walked forward to greet their three guests, and Lord Gatewood introduced Miss Drexel to William. Miss Drexel was a lovely tall blonde, and she wore a stunning silvery blue evening dress. The beads decorating the lace overdress shimmered as she smiled and offered William her hand. "Thank you for inviting me to Highland. You have a very beautiful home." He took her hand and nodded. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Drexel." He turned to David. "This is my brother, Mr. David Ramsay." David bowed to Alice, swept up her hand, and kissed her fingers. "Miss Drexel, it's a delight to meet you. I detect from your accent that you are an American." She nodded, looking pleased. "Yes, I'm from Philadelphia, but I've been longing to visit your wonderful country for many years." "We're glad your wish has finally come true." He tucked her hand into his arm and walked with her toward the drawing-room. Lady Gatewood removed her cape and handed it to the footman. Then she turned to William. "What must we do to impress on the girls how important it is to be present when their guests arrive for dinner?" She glanced up the stairs. William followed her gaze. "I'm sure they will be down soon." Julia gasped and stepped behind a pillar. Had she been seen? She certainly hoped not. What was the matter with her? If she'd caught Catherine or Penelope sneaking around like this, she would have given them a lecture about proper manners and respecting others' privacy. Rather than eavesdropping on her employer and his friends and family, she ought to be more concerned about setting a good example and living out her faith. With that warning in mind, she slipped down the hall to find Catherine and Penelope and let them know they were late for dinner again. Sunlight filtered through the trees, spreading a touch of warmth to the cool, clear morning. William pulled in a deep breath, savouring the scent of cedar, moss, and soil, as he strolled down the wooded path with Miss Foster, Andrew and Milly at his side. It was wonderful to be outdoors again. It always amazed him the way spending time in nature made him feel refreshed and alive. Up ahead, Clark Dalton and Sarah led them on their search for the perfect Christmas tree. Catherine, Penelope, David, and Alice Drexel followed a short distance behind. The young women chattered away about the upcoming holiday. Catherine and Penelope describing past Christmases at Highland, and Alice explaining American traditions. Milly sighed and looked up at him. "Papa, my feet are getting tired. Are we nearly there?" "This has been quite a long walk for you, hasn't it? Why don't I give you a lift?" He reached down and picked her up. Milly sighed happily and laid her head on his shoulder. She was surprisingly light, and he found he quite enjoyed holding her close like this. Her soft breath warmed his neck, and he smiled. It had been a long while since he had carried his daughter in his arms. Too long. Miss Foster glanced across at them, her eyes glowing with a happy light. "I don't think it's much farther, Milly." "I don't mind." Milly snuggled in closer. "As long as Papa carries me." "It's a good thing you're light as a feather pillow," he added. Milly giggled. "Oh, Papa, I weigh more than a pillow." "Not much more." He glanced at Miss Foster, and they exchanged a smile. This was a kind of outing they both enjoyed, and he could tell she was pleased he had included the children. And he was pleased as well. With Miss Foster's encouragement, he had been spending time with the children each day at tea or after. A renewed fondness warmed his heart as he thought of them now, and it melted away some of the pain from the past. His gaze shifted to Miss Foster, and gratefulness warmed his heart. She was bringing them all closer and helping him in so many ways.
Look, there's a good tree.
Andrew ran ahead to a large evergreen that stood proud and tall at the edge of a clearing.
Isn't that grand?
He dashed back and motioned for them to join him. Dalton stood to the side, his saw in hand, as everyone else gathered around the tree. William carefully set Milly on the ground next to Miss Foster, then lifted his hand to shade his eyes and inspect the evergreen.
Dalton, what type of tree is that?
I believe it's a spruce, sir. William nodded.
How tall would you say it is?
At least 14 feet, maybe 15. His brother strode around, checking the back.
It has a nice shape. No problems on this side.
He glanced at Alice.
What do you think, Miss Drexel?
Her eyes widened for a moment.
Oh, it's a lovely tree.
She shifted her gaze to William, her smile warming.
It's quite tall, but you certainly have room for one that large in your great hall.
A ripple of unease travelled through William. Alice Drexel was a beautiful young woman, skilled in social graces and conversation, but there was something about her that didn't quite ring true. Perhaps it was just that she was an American, and much more free-spirited than most English women. Since her arrival last night, she had continually complimented him and Highland, remarking on how large and lovely the rooms were, how exquisite the paintings and furnishings, how beautiful and rare the antiques. She asked him about the history of the estate, and wanted to know more about his family and connections in London. The conversation made him a bit uncomfortable, but he couldn't very well refuse to answer. After all, she was a friend of Lord and Lady Gatewood's, and his dinner guest. When Sarah mentioned the outing to cut the Christmas tree, Lady Gatewood manoeuvred the conversation so that they had no choice but to invite Alice to come along and spend the day with them. William took Milly's hand.
What do you think, Milly? Does that Christmas tree meet your approval?
She nodded, her eyes sparkling.
Yes, Papa. It's beautiful.
Very well.
William signalled Dalton.
Let's cut it down.
Yes, sir. Dalton moved toward the tree. Andrew was eager to help, so Dalton asked him to hold back the branches and give him more room to work. Sarah and Miss Foster stood with Milly, Catherine, Penelope, and Alice, and watched from a safe distance. David joined William. He crossed his arms and nodded toward Sarah.
Country life seems to agree with our sister. Yes, I believe Sarah is very happy here. That wouldn't have anything to do with that fellow, Dalton, would it? What is he? The gardener?
David asked with a skeptical lift of his eyebrows. William straightened.
He is head gardener, following in his father's footsteps. Well, he certainly has his eye on Sarah, and it looks as though she's doing nothing to discourage him. Quite the opposite, in fact.
William set his jaw and looked away. He had forgotten how arrogant his brother could be. But hadn't those been William's exact thoughts not long ago? It shamed him now, hearing them repeated by his brother.
I hope you'll keep things under control. We wouldn't want Sarah to do anything that would tarnish the family's reputation here or in London. That would reflect poorly on us both. No, we wouldn't want that.
Sarcasm tinged William's voice, but David didn't seem to notice. David's gaze shifted from Sarah to Miss Foster, and a slight smile lifted one side of his mouth. Discreet affairs with someone of a different social class are acceptable for men like us. But society takes a very dim view of aristocratic women who choose that path. Irritation flashed through William. Sarah would never be involved in an affair. No, I suppose not. She's lived a sheltered life, and she's always had you as her protector. David smiled, as though that was particularly amusing. Affairs, discreet or otherwise, are the devil's trap. Anyone who takes that path is a fool and courts his own destruction. I want nothing to do with them, and neither should you. My goodness, William, I didn't realize you were such a paragon of virtue. William clamped his mouth closed. This was neither the time nor the place for an argument with his brother, especially on this topic. This is the 20th century, William. Times are changing. What is right will never change. Chastity before the wedding, and faithfulness after. That is the only way to assure a happy and long-lasting marriage. David smiled. Yes, I suppose it's time I began to think more seriously about the prospect of marriage. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. So, what do you think of Miss Drexel? What was David asking him? Did he mean to imply he was interested in pursuing her? Or was he suggesting William should? He huffed and adjusted his jacket. I don't really know her well enough to say. I wasn't keen on the idea of an American wife, but perhaps I should reconsider. She has enough beauty to tempt me, and when that fades, there would always be her fortune to keep me happy. William shook his head. If that's your attitude toward marriage and selecting a bride, you're apt to be very disappointed. David chuckled and slapped him on the shoulder. William, old boy, you're always so brooding and serious. You look like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. Why don't you relax and enjoy life a little? William crossed his arms and looked away. Perhaps if he didn't carry the painful memory of his wife's unfaithfulness, or the current weight of his struggle to save Highland, he might be less brooding. What was wrong with David? How could he forget the shame and sorrow Amelia's affair and death had caused William? "Stand back, everyone!" Dalton called. "The tree's coming down!" William quickly surveyed the scene, making sure his family, Miss Foster and Miss Drexel, were in a safe place. Then he nodded to Dalton. The gardener made the final cut, and the tree crashed to the ground as the children cheered and the women clapped. Sarah hurried to Mr. Dalton's side and thanked him. She squeezed his hand and sent him a bright smile. The muscles in William's neck and shoulders tensed. He wanted Sarah to wed and be happy. Getting to know Dalton better had eased his fears, to a degree. But David was right about one thing. The more time Sarah and Dalton spent together, the more obvious their feelings for each other would become. He studied his sister and her beau again, and the truth was undeniable. Soon the staff would be discussing it, and then the whole village would know. Was he ready to deal with the repercussions? He had better get ready, because they were coming. 21. Evergreen garlands decorated with red bows and cinnamon sticks hung on the banisters of the grand staircase, filling the air with a fresh, spicy fragrance. Julia waited near the bottom step, holding hands with Andrew on one side and Milly on the other. Across the hall, the lofty Christmas tree stood between the fireplace and the library doorway. Mr. Dalton emerged from beneath the lowest branches and dismissed his 2 young assistants, who had helped him bring in the tree and secure it in place. Sarah hurried to his side. "Thank you, Mr. Dalton. That's the perfect spot." He brushed off his hands. "I've added extra weight to the base. That should hold it steady." "We've never had a tree quite this large." She looked up and smiled. "It's beautiful." He nodded, a twinkle in his eyes. "I'm glad you're pleased, miss." She looked back at him. "I am pleased. Very pleased indeed." The exchange appeared to be normal conversation between a diligent head gardener and a grateful mistress of the house. But Julia could see the silent ebb and flow of affection between them, and it warmed her heart. Sarah deserved this happiness after so many years of buried hopes and isolation. Andrew tugged on Julia's hand. "Can we decorate the tree now?" "Yes, we've been waiting ever so long." Milly looked up, her eager expression making Julia smile. Sarah motioned them closer. "Come and help me open the boxes." Andrew and Milly ran to Sarah, and Julia followed, eager to join in. Although her family had celebrated Christmas in India by giving gifts and singing carols, it had been 12 years since she had decorated an evergreen Christmas tree. Sir William stood by the fireplace, with his brother beside him. "Dalton, we'll need a ladder to reach those higher branches. Can you bring one in?" "Yes, sir. I'll fetch it now." Mr. Dalton strode off. Milly reached in a box and pulled out the first ornament, a hand-blown glass bird painted green and gold. "Oh, look at this one, Papa! Isn't she pretty?" "Very nice," he smiled. "I remember hanging it on our Christmas tree when I was a little boy." Milly's eyes grew round. "Really?" William chuckled. "I know it may seem hard to believe, but I was your age once." He motioned toward the box. "And most of these ornaments have been in our family for many years." "Then I will put this one in a very special place." Milly reached up and gently hung the golden bird on a sturdy branch. "I hope you haven't started without us." Catherine descended the stairs with Penny and Alice. 2 footmen carrying a large trunk followed them. Our family ornaments were put away upstairs. Sarah sent Julia an anxious glance, and then crossed the hall to meet Catherine. "You're just in time. The children are anxious to get started. Come and show us what you've brought down." The footman placed the trunk on the floor near the tree and lifted the lid. Penny folded back the tissue paper to reveal a layer of exquisite glass ornaments. Julia stepped closer, intrigued by the beautiful designs. Flowers, stars, bells, fruit, fish, musical instruments, baby Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and the wise men on camels, each one delicately painted. "Aren't they lovely?" Penny looked around the group with an eager smile. Catherine took a rose-shaped ornament from the trunk. "Most of these are from Germany. They were brought here by our mother's family." Sarah stepped closer and peered into the trunk. "What a wonderful collection! I'm so glad you brought them down. I was worried we wouldn't have enough ornaments for a tree this size, but putting them all together will solve that problem very nicely." The decorating began in earnest as they took ornaments from the trunk and boxes and placed them on the tree. Soon the lower half of the tree was covered with a bright array of beautiful decorations. Mr. Dalton returned with the ladder and set it up. He glanced around the group and turned to Sarah. "Would you like me to hold the ladder for you?" Sarah paled and shook her head. "I'm afraid I've never cared for heights or climbing ladders." She bit her lip and slipped her withered hand into the fold of her skirt. Julia sent her an understanding look. Sarah's fear of heights made sense. The weakness on the right side of her body and her crippled hand and arm limited her strength and agility. Thankfully, she could depend on others to tackle any tasks that required climbing a ladder.
"I can decorate the top. I'm good at climbing."
Before anyone could stop him, Andrew charged up the ladder's narrow steps. Mr. Dalton grabbed hold to steady the ladder.
"Careful, Andrew,"
William called. Julia's heart lurched to her throat, and she hurried toward them.
"I'm all right. Hand me an ornament."
Andrew leaned back at a wild angle and held out his hand.
"Two hands!"
his father shouted, dashing toward his son. Andrew jerked back and almost lost his grip. Julia gasped and reached out, preparing to catch him if he fell. The boy swung back and grabbed hold.
"Goodness, Papa, you scared me."
William gripped the ladder on the opposite side from Mr. Dalton.
"I could say the same to you."
He looked up.
"Please slow down, Andrew, and think about what you're doing."
The boy glanced around at everyone's startled faces, and his expression sobered.
"Yes, sir. I'm sorry."
"It's all right." Sarah passed Andrew a wooden ornament carved in the shape of a crescent moon. "How about finding a nice place for this one?" Andrew nodded and hung it on a nearby branch. Then he climbed down, apparently content to do the rest of his decorating from the ground. Mr. Dalton offered to climb the ladder. Sarah thanked him, and they worked together to decorate the higher branches. Alice took out an ornament that looked like actual ram's horns and smiled at William. "There must be a story behind this one." He nodded, looking pleased at her selection.
"That belonged to one of my uncle's prized rams."
He grinned at David.
"Remember that? I believe we added it to our collection when I was 12.
His brother grimaced.
"Yes, after we ate that tough old ram for Christmas dinner. It's one of my more painful childhood memories."
William chuckled and shook his head. "You certainly have some interesting family traditions." Alice sent William a teasing smile. Julia tensed as she watched Alice continue her conversation with William. Her laughter and smiles might be considered flirtatious, but she offered the same lively responses when she spoke to Catherine or Penny. Perhaps that was just her way of interacting with everyone once she became better acquainted. A half-hour later, Julia stood back with the others and admired the finished Christmas tree. Red bows, cinnamon sticks, toffees, and bunches of mistletoe had been added around the ornaments. Small white candles were clipped to the end of several branches, though they would not be lit until Christmas Eve. William lifted his gaze and gave a satisfied nod.
"Very good work, everyone. I've never seen a finer tree."
"It is beautiful," Alice added, her smile bright as she turned to William. "Now that we've finished that project, I wonder if you'd give me a tour of your library. Lady Gatewood said you have a fine collection, and you might allow me to borrow a book or two if I asked you very nicely." A muscle in William's jaw flickered before he nodded.
"Of course. I'd be happy to loan you as many books as you like."
He motioned toward the library. "You're so kind." She smiled and slipped her hand through the crook of his arm as they walked into the library. Julia's eyes widened. Then she quickly shifted her gaze away. There was no doubt in her mind now. Alex Drexel was definitely flirting with William. Anne appeared at her side. "Shall I take the children upstairs?" Julia nodded. "Thank you, Anne. It's time for me to meet with the young ladies." The nursery maid nodded and led Andrew and Milly up the steps. Mr. Lawrence directed the footman to remove the trunk and boxes from the great hall. Sarah left to discuss dinner details with Mrs. Emmett. Julia approached Catherine and Penny. "We have an hour until tea. Shall we meet in the drawing-room for a French lesson?" Catherine and Penny exchanged a quick glance. Then Catherine turned to Julia. "Penny and I have a Christmas project we need to finish and some gifts to wrap, so we were hoping we might skip our lessons today." Julia searched Catherine's face. Were they actually making preparations for Christmas, or was this just another excuse to avoid their studies? She chose to give them the benefit of the doubt. "All right, we'll set aside our lessons." The girls exchanged happy smiles and hurried up the stairs. Julia gazed at the tree again and smiled. Preparing for Christmas seemed to be drawing the family closer. She noticed the little golden bird Millie had placed on the tree first had fallen off and landed on the carpet. She picked it up and hung it on the tree again. "Well, it seems you and I are the only ones left to enjoy all these splendid decorations." David crossed the hall and joined her. An uneasy sensation prickled through Julia. She reached out and adjusted one of the red bows on the tip of a branch. "It is a beautiful tree." "Yes." He tipped his head and studied her. "Beautiful." A slow, suggestive smile eased across his features. She stepped to the left, intending to walk past him. "If you'll excuse me, I need to go check on the children." He matched her steps, blocking her path. "Won't you stay and spend a little time with me?" She swallowed, her mind searching for an excuse. "I'm sorry, but I have some duties I need to attend to." "But this is our chance to get to know each other." When she didn't answer, he chuckled. "What's wrong? You're not afraid of me, are you?" She raised her chin, meeting the challenge in his eyes. "No, but I think it's best if we end this conversation now." His charming smile cooled. "You would not want to displease me, Miss Foster. I have a great deal of influence with my brother, and I'm sure you don't want to risk losing your position." She locked gazes with him. "Unless you move out of my way, I will tell Sir William exactly what you've said, and I don't believe he will approve." David laughed, but he stepped back. My, you're certainly not afraid to speak up for yourself, are you?" She shot him a heated glance, then spun away and marched up the stairs. His laughter followed her as she passed the landing. She gripped the railing and continued on, determined to put as much distance between herself and David Ramsay as possible. William walked into the library with Alice by his side. The way she had slipped her arm into his seemed a bit forward, but perhaps that was an America custom. Still, it left him ill at ease and unsure of what she would say or do next. "I'd love to learn more about British history." She glanced at the shelves, then looked back at him, her eyes bright. "Is there a book you might recommend?" He took a step away, removing his arm from hers. "I'm sure we have several, but I must say I am a bit surprised. I would have thought you'd ask for a novel or a book of poetry." "You mean because I'm a woman, or because I'm American?" His face warmed. "I'm sorry, that was rude of me to make an assumption about your interests." She laughed softly. "Please, don't apologize. Most women would prefer a novel or poetry, but my father is a great scholar, and he passed his love for learning on to me. History, philosophy, literature, I enjoy them all." William nodded. "Science and nature are my preferred subjects, but I do enjoy historical biographies. There's much we can learn from the great men and women of the past." "Yes, as they say, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." She smiled and cocked her head, a question in her eyes.
That's a Spanish philosopher, isn't it?
Yes, George Santayana. My father and I recently began reading The Life of Reason. She laughed softly. There are actually 5 volumes. I'm not sure we'll get through them all, but it's quite interesting. Have you read it?
No, I'm afraid not. But I agree with him about the importance of learning from our past mistakes.
His wife's face flashed through his mind. He pushed the image away and focused on Miss Drexel.
We must take those difficult lessons to heart and not repeat them.
That's good advice. She looked at the shelves again.
So, what shall I read?
I want to understand the English and be well informed when I go to London in the spring.
I wish I could convince my young cousins to take their education more seriously. They seem to be continually distracted by dress fittings, riding lessons, and calling on friends.
Oh, they're young. I'm sure their interests will expand in the next few years.
I hope so.
He scanned the shelves and pulled out a thick leather-bound volume.
Here we are, Hardwicke's History of the British Empire.
He held it out to her.
That should do the trick.
Her eyes widened. My goodness, it looks quite heavy.
It is, but it's a classic, and a concise history.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll enjoy it. She accepted the book and placed it on the settee. Her gaze shifted to a small table nearby, and she smiled. What an unusual table. She leaned down and inspected it more closely. Why does it have so many drawers with letters painted on them?
It's called a rent table. My ancestors used it to collect the money owed them by their tenant farmers. The alphabetized drawers kept everything in order.
She smiled up at him. How clever. David strode through the doorway, his face flushed.
That little governess of yours is quite the flirt.
A shock wave jolted William.
Excuse me? Oh, never mind.
David straightened his jacket and brushed off his sleeve.
It's not important.
Irritation flashed through William.
If a member of my staff has acted in an inappropriate way, I want to be informed.
David huffed.
No need to worry, William. I've set her straight. She won't try that again. At least, not with me.
William studied his brother. The accusation seemed out of character for Miss Foster. She had never been flirtatious with anyone at Highland. At least, he had never seen it. But he was not the best judge of character, especially where women were concerned. His late wife had kept her unfaithfulness secret for more than a year. He had not believed the rumours until he found the love letters from Sir Charles Hollingsford 2 months after her death. Pain twisted through him, and he gripped the back of the chair. David turned to their guest.
So, Miss Drexel, what have you and my brother been discussing?
Please call me Alice. All my friends in Philadelphia do. David nodded.
We're glad you consider us your friends, and we'd be happy to call you Alice. And you must call us David and William.
All right. Thank you, David. She sat in a chair near the center of the room.
You know, before I left home, everyone told me the English were cold and unfriendly. But that's certainly not true. You've all been so terribly kind. I adore Catherine and Penelope, and your sister Sarah is one of the sweetest women I've ever met. I'm quite fond of her as well, David added with a grin.
Alice laughed.
They also said the English have no sense of humor, but that's not true either. I'm glad we can challenge those dreadful myths and set the record straight.
David took a seat across from her.
I'd hate to think we'd all been painted in such broad negative strokes. Well, I will sing the praises of the English wherever I go. She turned to William. It's quite a treat for me to visit you this time of year and experience a real English Christmas. We're glad you could join us. William's thoughts shifted to his plans for Christmas Day. Lord and Lady Gatewood, along with Alice, would join them for a special holiday dinner, and he planned to include the children and Miss Foster as well. Thoughts of Miss Foster brought David's comments to mind again, and his shoulders tensed. Could it be true? Had Miss Foster flirted with David? His brother's easygoing personality always had charmed the ladies. But that was no excuse. It was improper for any of the staff to flirt with family members. But if he were honest, what bothered him most was that Miss Foster might prefer David to him. With that revelation came another wave of clarity. He didn't just admire Miss Foster or appreciate the way she cared for his children. He had grown quite fond of her. His chest tightened and felt as though someone had wrapped heavy bands around it, making it difficult for him to draw in a deep breath. How could he have let this happen? When had he dropped his guard? I hear you have something called crackers, and everyone wears colourful paper hats. It sounds quite merry. Alice tipped her head and smiled at him. Is that right? William blinked and quickly replayed her words. Yes, Christmas is always a special time. But he couldn't quite bring himself to smile. With Highland's uncertain future heavy on his mind, and the unsettling awareness of his growing feelings for Miss Foster, the possibility of a merry, carefree Christmas seemed to have vanished like mist rising off the pond. 22. Julia checked her reflection in the children's mirror and released a soft sigh. Though it was Christmas Eve, she wore a plain navy skirt and white blouse, as she did most days. But honouring the Lord and celebrating his birth didn't depend on how one was dressed. It was a matter of the heart. Still, she couldn't help wishing she had something nicer to wear. She owned only one piece of jewellery, the gold cross necklace her parents had given her on her 18th birthday. So she had put that on this morning, hoping it would brighten up her plain outfit. Do you think Papa will like our present? Millie lifted the small gift-wrapped box by its bright red ribbon. Don't drop it! Andrew scowled. A compass is no good if it's broken. I'll be careful. Millie adjusted her hold on the box. Maybe I should carry Papa's present, and you should take Aunt Sarah's. Andrew pushed the other gift across the table toward his sister. There's no chance you could break a shawl. Millie sighed, but she handed their father's gift to Andrew and took the other in its place. Julia lifted the basket of cards the children had made for the staff, then held it out to Millie. Would you like to carry this down, or shall I? I can do it. It's not heavy. Millie took the basket. Julia's heart warmed as she thought of how the children had put so much creativity and effort into making the cards and choosing and wrapping the gifts for the family. They seemed to have taken her encouragement to heart and were as excited about giving gifts as they were about receiving them. The clock struck 3, and Julia collected the presents for Catherine and Penny. Time to go. She guided the children downstairs to the great hall, where they were to meet the rest of the family. As soon as everyone was assembled, they would all go down to the servants' hall for the staff Christmas party. All the indoor and outdoor staff, as well as their families who lived on the estate, had been invited. Put your gifts over there with the others. Julia pointed across the hall to a cloth-covered table by the Christmas tree. Andrew's eyes widened. Look at all the presents! Do you think some of them are for us? Julia laughed softly. I'm sure there are a few for you and Millie. Andrew and Millie peeked at the tags,
searching for gifts with their names on them. Julia placed Catherine's and Penelope's presents on the table. She hoped they would like the leather-bound journals she had helped the children choose for them. Her relationship with the girls had been slowly improving over the last few weeks, ever since the children's bout with scarlet fever. She hadn't won Catherine over completely, but at least they were able to get through their lessons most days, without too much resistance. Penny had definitely softened toward Andrew and Millie. She often stopped in the nursery to see them, and she'd even stayed to read them a story last week. Catherine had joined her that day, and Julia was pleased that she also seemed to be forming a closer attachment to the children. Andrew turned and looked up at her. "Will there be any other children at the party?" "I believe Miss Dalton's niece, Abigail, is coming. She's about Millie's age." Millie's eyes lit up. "I saw her in the garden when we first came to Highland." "No boys?" Andrew crossed his arms. Julia held back her smile. "I believe I heard Mr. McTavish has 2 sons, but I'm not sure how old they are." "I don't much care their age, as long as they're boys." Julia smoothed down his wavy red hair. "I'm sure they will be happy to meet you." Sarah walked down the stairs. "Hello, my dears. Are you ready for the party?" "Aunt Sarah, we have a gift for you." Millie ran to meet her at the bottom of the steps. "Not now, Millie," Andrew called. "We don't open gifts until after dinner tonight." "I know. I just want to show Aunt Sarah her present." Millie took Sarah's hand and led her to the table. "It's that one, right there." She pointed to the gift. "How thoughtful." Sarah bent and kissed Millie's cheek. "I'll look forward to opening it later." "Miss Foster took us shopping in the village last week, and we bought presents for everyone." Millie twirled and spun toward the tree, and Andrew joined her. Taking the children to Fulton in the governor's cart had been a fun adventure for them all. They finished their Christmas shopping in less than an hour, so Julia took them to her parents' cottage for a short visit. Her parents had been delighted, and her mother had served them tea and ginger cakes, then sent them off with oranges as a treat for the trip home. Julia's brother Jonathan was due to arrive home today, and she could hardly wait to see him. She would love to be there to greet him, but that was not possible. She would see him and her mother at church on Christmas Day. Then she hoped to see her family on Boxing Day. Sarah approached Julia. "How do I look?" She ran her hand down the skirt of her dark green dress. It was made of a lovely silk fabric with a subtle stripe that gave it a pleasing texture. The small ruffles around the double collar and at the bottom of the skirt added a special touch to the design. "Is this too elegant for the servants' party?" "No. You look lovely." Sarah leaned closer. "I'm going to meet Clark's mother and his niece for the first time." Julia smiled. "I'm sure you will make a very good impression." Sarah squeezed her hand. "I hope so." Catherine and Penny walked down the stairs. Catherine's royal blue dress highlighted her fair complexion and golden brown hair. Penny's light green dress, with ivory lace insert at the neck, looked pretty as well. Both girls seemed in good spirits and ready to enjoy the holiday. William walked out of his library. The children ran to greet him, but his expression remained sober while they chatted about the Christmas gifts. Julia's concern grew as she watched him. She loved celebrating Christmas, and she couldn't imagine why he would be downcast on such a special day. A sudden thought struck, and her heart clenched. Was he thinking of past Christmas celebrations and remembering those who were no longer with him? His parents, his older brother, and his wife? Sympathy flooded her heart. If only she could reach out and comfort him. But she could not, and that truth pierced her heart. She needed to banish those thoughts and concentrate on the children. She had been hired to care for them, not their father. She must remember that. But it was becoming more difficult every day to ignore how much she cared for William. He took his watch from his vest pocket. "I suppose we should go down." Julia glanced around the group. "Shouldn't we wait for David?" He swung toward her, and his eyes narrowed. "David." Immediately she realized her mistake. "Forgive me, I meant Mr. Ramsay." Sarah placed her hand on her brother's arm. "It's all right, William. We all call him David." "It's not the proper way for her to address him." His troubled expression hinted at something more behind his words. Julia swallowed. Certainly she'd crossed the lines of propriety, but even so, it seemed odd for him to be so upset about her mistake. "Honestly, William," Sarah gave his sleeve a gentle tug, "please don't take offense. Most of these rules of address are out of date. It's Christmas Eve, and time we were all on more friendly terms." His expression eased, but his eyes still held a trace of... what? Mistrust? "Very well. We don't want to keep everyone downstairs waiting." He turned and strode off. Swallowing the sudden lump in her throat, Julia gathered the children and followed the group past the green baize door. Piano music and laughter flowed out from the servants' hall, but as soon as William and the others walked through the doorway, the music stopped. Mr. Lawrence approached and nodded to Sir William. "We're glad you could join us, sir." "Thank you, Lawrence. Happy Christmas to you all." William motioned toward Lydia, who sat at the piano. "Please, continue playing." Lydia smiled and turned back to the piano, but she chose a softer tune, and the conversation among the servants became more subdued. Holly, pine branches and oranges decorated the center of the large wooden table laden with cookies, pastries, tea and punch. In the corner of the room, on a side table, a stack of wrapped gifts and a basket of gingerbread men sat, waiting to be distributed to the servants and their families. William and Sarah walked around the room, stopping to greet each servant. Catherine and Penelope came after, shaking hands and wishing each one a happy Christmas. Chef Lagarde picked up a tray of pastries and held it out to Julia and the children. "Joyeux Noël, my friends. Please, help yourselves." Andrew's eyes lit up, and he scooped up 2 of the pastries. Milly took one and thanked the chef. Julia raised her eyebrows and sent Andrew a glance. "Thank you, Chef Lagarde." Andrew mumbled, passed the pastry in his mouth. "These are very good." The chef laughed. "You are most welcome." He moved on, offering his treats to the others. Milly touched Julia's arm. "Look, there's the little girl I met in the garden. May I go and see her?" Julia glanced across the room, just as Mr. Dalton introduced Sarah to his mother. Mrs. Dalton looked to be in her late 50s, and wore a warm smile as she took Sarah's hand. Relief filled Julia. Surely Mrs. Dalton was a kind woman who would welcome Sarah into her heart and family. Milly tugged in her hand. "Miss Foster, may I go, please?" "Oh, yes, you may." Andrew took another pastry and followed Milly, then changed directions when he saw Mr. McTavish and his 2 sons near the piano. One boy looked a little younger than Andrew, and the other was just a toddler, but Andrew seemed happy to join them. Julia glanced around, feeling a bit awkward. Her position as governess left her strangely in the middle, below the family and above most of the other servants, except for Mrs. Emmett and Mr. Lawrence. She and Anne got along well in the nursery, but Anne had joined the group at the piano, watching Lydia play. "Would you like some punch?" Nelson held out a glass toward Julia. His teasing smile and the tilt of his eyebrows made her slightly uncomfortable, but she didn't want to be rude. "Thank you." She accepted the cup. He seemed to take that as an invitation to join her. "It's nice to see you downstairs with us for a change. We're not a bad lot. You should come down and take a meal with us more often." He lifted his cup to her in a toast. "But be that as it may, Happy Christmas." Her face warmed, but she forced a small smile and raised her glass to touch his. Just as she did, William turned and looked her way. She saw surprise in his gaze, and something more. Displeasure? Disappointment? Both? Julia's stomach dropped. What had she done now? Wasn't the purpose of the party for the staff and family to enjoy Christmas Eve together? Why shouldn't she accept a cup of punch and a toast from Nelson? William had no right to scowl at her as though she had broken some rule. The compassion she felt for him earlier evaporated. He might be her employer, but he did not have a right to spoil her Christmas Eve with his gloomy mood and dark looks. She had done nothing wrong. She turned away from William and focused on Nelson. "This is delicious. Thank you. Have you tried the pastries?" Nelson lifted a tray and held it out to her. She chose a small round one with raspberry filling. "So, Nelson, how long have you worked at Highland?" "I've been here 3 years. Before that I worked for Sir James Martindale in Chelmsford." Julia tried to pay attention as Nelson went on, but her gaze drifted to William, watching him make the rounds and greet each servant. Would he stay in a gloomy mood all day and spoil the holiday for the children? She certainly hoped not. It was one thing to scold her, but it was quite another to steal the children's Christmas joy. David walked into the servants' hall and glanced her way. She shifted her gaze back to Nelson and nodded as though she were absorbed in what he was saying. Nelson might be a bit obnoxious, but she would rather spend an hour with him than a single moment with David Ramsay. William sank back in the overstuffed chair and released a heavy sigh. The Christmas tree shimmered with candlelight reflecting off the tinsel and ornaments. Flames leaped and crackled in the fireplace, while the scent of wood smoke, evergreens, and candle wax hung in the air. Catherine and David sat across from him, engaged in conversation about the best sights to see in London, their opened Christmas gifts beside them. Sarah, Penelope, Miss Foster, and the children completed the circle that Christmas Eve. William drummed his fingers on the arm of the chair as he stared into the fire. He should be enjoying this time with his family gathered round. His gifts had all been given, and the evening was coming to a close. But something undefined weighed down his spirit. He glanced across the room at Miss Foster, and his mood sank a few more degrees. She had distanced herself from him today. Was it because of their clash that afternoon, or was there another reason? Had she truly used his brother's given name by mistake? Or did it confirm she had deeper feelings for him? The thought of her falling in love with David made his stomach knot. His brother had never been faithful to one woman, nor was he serious about marriage, especially to someone of a lower class. William closed his eyes, trying to block out Miss Foster's image and quiet those disturbing thoughts. David would return to London next week, and hopefully that would put an end to it. Everything could go back to normal. Opening his eyes, he glanced at his brother. He still needed to have a conversation with him. He should do it tonight, while David seemed to be in a good mood, thanks to all the attention Catherine had focused on him today. William pressed his lips together. That concerned him too. Catherine and David ending up together was not a happy thought. He would have to speak to his brother about that as well. Milly approached, holding her treasured Christmas gift.
I love my new doll, Papa. Thank you for giving her to me.
You're welcome, Milly. Sarah had chosen the doll, and he felt a bit sheepish taking the credit, but his sister wouldn't mind. Milly walked over and sat beside Miss Foster.
Isn't she the prettiest doll you've ever seen?
Miss Foster smiled and placed her arm around Milly's shoulders. She's lovely, and I hope you'll take very good care of her. Milly nodded.
I will. She can sleep right beside me when I go to bed tonight.
Andrew picked up an arrow from his new archery set.
Papa, can you take me out tomorrow and show me how to shoot?
We'll see. We're attending church in the morning, and then Lord and Lady Gatewood and Miss Drexel will be joining us for Christmas dinner at 2.
Andrew wrinkled his nose.
After that? Please? I really want to try them out.
I said we'll see.
At his gruff tone, Miss Foster glanced his way, a question in her eyes. He shifted in his seat. She was right to question him. There was no need to snap at his son just because his thoughts were far from happy. He managed to offer Andrew a smile.
Perhaps there will be time for an archery lesson after dinner, if the weather holds.
Andrew's face lit up, and he lifted the arrow into the air.
Yes! Thank you!
William nodded to his son.
Remember, those are real weapons, and you must handle them with care and respect.
Yes, sir, I will.
Andrew replaced the arrow in the quiver and tested the strength of the bowstring again. William wasn't sure the archery set was the wisest purchase, but it had been Miss Foster's suggestion. He hoped it would help Andrew learn to focus his energy and attention. He looked across the room and studied Miss Foster. Was she pleased with the gift they had given her? Sarah had chosen some silky blue material that could be made into a dress. After Miss Foster unwrapped it, she had thanked William and Sarah, but her response seemed a bit subdued. He frowned. Why hadn't he selected something nicer? But Sarah had handled most of the Christmas shopping, and it would not have been proper for him to choose an extra gift for Miss Foster. Still, it would do his heart good to see her as delighted with her gift as the children were with theirs. The clock struck 9, and Miss Foster rose from her chair. "Come along, children. It's past time for bed." Andrew groaned.
But it's Christmas Eve. Can't we stay up a little longer?
We've had a lovely day, and there are more special things planned for tomorrow. Let's have a grateful heart and bid your family good night. Andrew sighed and rose to his feet.
Thank you for my gifts.
William nodded to his son.
You're welcome, Andrew.
Milly kissed her aunt and offered hugs to everyone else. She embraced William last, lingering in his arms for a moment.
Happy Christmas, Papa. I love you.
William wanted to reply with the same sentiment, but his throat tightened, and he patted her back instead.
Thank you, Milly.
Miss Foster took Milly's hand and met his gaze. Thank you for a pleasant evening. But he couldn't miss the trace of sadness in her eyes.
You're welcome.
He wished he could tell her he was sorry for his cross words earlier and the distance it had put between them, but that wasn't possible with the whole family gathered around.
I should go too.
Sarah yawned and stood.
Good night, everyone.
Penny rose from her chair and looked at her sister. We should go up as well.
You go ahead. I'm not tired yet.
But, Catherine, you always say you need your beauty rest, and you wouldn't want to be cross and irritable on Christmas Day, would you? A silent challenge passed between the sisters. Catherine sent her sister a heated glance, but she rose from her chair. I'm sure I'll be well rested and ready to celebrate the holiday tomorrow. She nodded to David and then William, wished them good night, and strode past her sister. Penny shrugged, a slight smile on her lips. "Good night, all. I hope you sleep well." She took a candle from the side table and followed Catherine up the stairs. David chuckled. "I can't believe this country life. 9 o'clock, and the whole family's off to bed." William turned toward his brother. "I don't mind staying up a bit longer. In fact, I was hoping there'd be an opportunity for the two of us to talk." "Well, now's the time. What's on your mind?" William shifted in the chair. "Moving to Highland has been quite an adjustment for me." "Yes, I can imagine how trying it must be, with this huge house and estate to occupy your mind." David's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. William levelled his gaze at David. "Running the estate does take a great deal of thought and planning, and that's what I wanted to discuss." David settled back. "All right, I'm listening." "I've received an updated assessment of the death duties, and they're much higher than I anticipated." "Really?" A hint of amusement lit his eyes. William forced down his irritation. "Yes, and I must pay the full amount by the 1st of March, or a large fine will be added." "How dreadful!" David propped his feet up on the ottoman. "Really, David, can you be serious and try to put yourself in my shoes for a moment?" His brother's expression sobered. "I've always walked in your shadow, William, but I've never been too skilled at stepping into your shoes." Surprise rippled through William, and he studied his brother. David had never admitted the feelings of rivalry that existed between them. William had hoped time and distance would ease that strain. Apparently, it had not. But he had no choice. He had to press on. "The truth is, I'm in a bit of a financial bind. The estate provides an income, but not nearly enough to pay the death duties along with the other expenses. I've explored several options to raise the funds, but I haven't found one that will make the money available in time." "And what does that have to do with me?" "I wondered if you might be interested in becoming the sole owner of our London home." David pursed his lips. "You mean buy you out, the way I bought out your interest in the family business?" "Yes, that's what I was thinking." David rose to his feet, a slight smile lifting his lips. "Well, now, I don't know. I thought we might have a professional assess the value of the house and furnishings, and then we would have a fair way to set a price for my half-interest." "And where do you suppose I would get the money to buy your half?" "From the business we inherited from our father, and from your other investments." David's face coloured slightly. "Ramsay & Sons has not been as prosperous as I'd hoped. In fact, we've had quite a downturn these last few months." William frowned. "How can that be true? When I left last summer, we had a huge backlog of orders waiting to be filled." David turned and paced a few steps away. "We've had several challenges since then. One of our ships went down in November, carrying a full load of cargo. You have insurance to cover that kind of loss." "Yes, but it's taking a long time for the claim to be processed. I haven't seen 1 shilling yet. Then Milton Braggs resigned last month over some silly misunderstanding, and I haven't been able to replace him." David lifted his hand. "It's just been one thing after another. I can't believe how difficult it is to run the business." "So, what are you saying?" David turned and faced him. "I'm sorry, William, but I don't believe I have the funds to bail you out this time." William studied his brother, disbelief turning his stomach. "So you won't help me?" "I don't think it's fair for you to expect me to solve your financial problem. If you don't have the income to run the estate,
Then you'll just have to swallow your pride and let it go." Heat flashed through William. "That's your answer?" David shrugged. "I wish I could give you the money, but I don't think that would be wise." William rose and faced his brother. "I'm not asking you to give me anything. I'm offering you total ownership of our London home in exchange for the funds. You could keep the house as an investment or sell it. I'm only asking that you pay me a fair price for my half." The muscles in David's jaw rippled. "I suppose I can discuss it with my solicitor, but I can't promise you the funds." William clamped his jaw against the reply rising in his throat. He did not want to destroy the slim chance that his brother might still help him. "Very well. I'll wait to hear from you after you speak to your solicitor." The sound of footsteps on the stairs drew William's attention. He glanced to the left as Miss Foster reached the lower landing. David turned her way as well, and a slight smile replaced his guarded expression. "Miss Foster, you decided to rejoin us?" She hesitated and sent David an uncomfortable glance. "No, sir. I would like to speak to Sir William." "Well, don't let me interrupt. I was just going up." David crossed the hall and met her at the bottom of the steps. "Good night, Miss Foster." His voice lowered to an intimate tone. "I hope your sleep will be sweet." Irritation burned in William's stomach. "Thank you," she murmured, but she shifted her cool gaze away and stepped far out of his path. Relief welled up in William. Perhaps she was not enamored with David after all. "I'm sorry to disturb your conversation with your brother." She crossed to meet him. "It's quite all right. I don't have any more to say to him tonight." He glanced past her, up the stairs, but David had already disappeared. "Are the children tucked in for the night?" "Yes, sir, although I'm not sure how quickly they'll fall asleep, considering all the excitement and sweets they enjoyed today." She sent him a slight smile, as though testing his mood. "Yes, we did indulge them a bit, but Christmas comes only once a year. I'm sure they'll be fine in the morning." I wasn't being critical. I was very glad to see everyone enjoying the day together. They'll treasure these happy memories for a long time. As will I. Her pleasant words and sweet smile soothed his spirit, and the burning in his stomach eased. "I'm glad to hear it." She pressed her lips together and glanced toward the fire. "Is there something you wanted to say?" "Yes, sir. I know I usually take my half-day on Sunday afternoon, but I wondered if I might take the 26th off instead." "Boxing Day?" "My brother is visiting, and my Aunt Beatrice has arranged for us to see our grandmother." He frowned slightly, thinking of Sarah's plans to take gifts to their tenant farmers that day. He thought he would go along and bring the children and Miss Foster, but without her, it wouldn't be the same. "I was wondering if I might leave at 10, after scripture reading and prayer. I understand the trip to London will take at least 2 hours." "Will you go by train?" "No, my aunt's chauffeur will drive us." "I see." His frown deepened. He didn't like the idea of her travelling that far with the weather so questionable this time of year. "I know it's inconvenient for me to be gone all day, but I have never met my grandmother, and I'd like to have that opportunity." His eyebrows rose. "You've never met her?" "No, sir, I haven't." "Why is that?" She lifted her gaze to meet his. "My grandfather disapproved of my parents' marriage. He cut off all contact with them after their wedding." "That seems harsh." "Yes, sir, I'm afraid it was. But my mother and her sister exchanged letters over the years, and those were passed on to my grandmother." "And your grandfather allowed that?" "He didn't know." She hesitated a moment, then continued.
He passed away earlier this month. I'm sorry." He sent her a questioning glance. "You never mentioned wanting to attend his funeral." "There was no funeral. At his request. It sounds as though he wanted to control things, even after his death." She nodded. "But we can close that chapter now, and look forward to being reunited with my grandmother." He nodded. "Very well, you may go. I wish you safe travels and a happy day." "Thank you." She looked up at him. Her lips parted, and her eyes glowed with appreciation, and a hint of something more. His heartbeat quickened, and his gaze travelled over her upturned face, taking in the soft blush on her cheeks and her full pink lips. He swallowed hard. "Good night, sir." She averted her gaze and stepped toward the stairs. "Wait. There's something else I want to say." She turned, a look of expectation in her eyes. "Yes?" "I believe I overreacted this afternoon when you called my brother by his given name." "Oh, no, sir. That was my mistake. I know you like people to be addressed properly, especially when the children are present." "Yes, I do. But giving people the benefit of the doubt and offering grace to cover their mistakes is more important than proper address, and I failed in that regard. I apologize." Her expression warmed. "Thank you, sir." "So we are friends again?" "Yes, of course. Friends always." She dipped her head, then headed up the stairs. Longing rose and filled him as he watched her go. He closed his eyes, trying to ease the ache, but her image lingered before his mind's eye, and the ache throbbed through him more powerfully. Foolish, stupid man. He must not think of her that way. It wasn't right. She was committed to leaving him and returning to India, and he had promised himself he would not marry again. He was only torturing himself with thoughts of her, and it had to stop. 23. The chauffeur opened the rear passenger door of Aunt Beatrice's luxurious motor car, and Julia stepped out. She gazed up at her grandmother's large brick home, and her eyes widened. Her brother Jonathan climbed out after her. "Did you grow up here, Mother?" "Yes, I did." Julia's mother took the chauffeur's hand and joined Julia and Jonathan. Aunt Beatrice stepped out last. Jonathan slowly shook his head. "My goodness! I had no idea your family was so—" "Wealthy?" Aunt Beatrice supplied with a slight smile. Jonathan's face coloured. "Yes, I suppose that's what I was thinking." "It's all right, Jonathan." Aunt Beatrice inclined her head. "It's your family as well, and it's time you and Julia became acquainted with your grandmother." Jonathan looked at Julia. Surprise and a bit of apprehension reflected in his eyes. She couldn't blame him. She felt much the same. They turned and followed their mother and aunt up the steps to the front door. The butler immediately ushered them inside and took their coats, then showed them into the drawing-room. The house was not nearly as large as Highland, but the beautiful furnishings and expensive decor were just as lovely. Potted palms, heavy drapes, and rich colour schemes gave the home a luxurious atmosphere. Aunt Beatrice turned to the butler. "Higgins, will you please tell Mrs. Moorfield we'll speak with Mother before we have luncheon?" "Yes, milady." The butler bowed and retreated from the room. Julia's mother clasped her hands and turned to her sister. "Do you think I ought to go up first? That might give Mother time to prepare before she meets Jonathan and Julia." "There's no need. Mother is quite anxious to see you all." Julia's mother leaned closer to Beatrice and lowered her voice. But you know how Mother can be, and I don't want her to say anything hurtful to them. Don't worry. You'll find her quite changed. The years have softened her in many ways." She nodded, still looking uncertain, as she turned to Julia and Jonathan. "Are you ready?" "Of course." Jonathan sent her a confident smile. "I'm quite looking forward to it." Julia took her mother's arm. "We've prayed to be reunited with your family for many years." "Yes, that's true. I only wish your father could be here with us." Julia nodded. Her father had wanted to come, but Dr. Hadley felt the trip would be too strenuous for him. He had stayed home and assured them he would lift them up in prayer all day. Beatrice led the way upstairs and knocked on the first door on the right. "Come in," a frail voice called. They followed Beatrice into the large bedroom, and Julia tightened her hold on her mother's arm. The scent of lemon oil and camphor floated on the air. Her grandmother rested in a large canopy bed with heavy gold drapery tied back at each corner. She peered at them as they drew closer, her wrinkled face pale and her skin papery thin. A ruffled nightcap covered most of her hair, except for a few white curls in front. Several pillows supported her, while a plump gold coverlet lay over her. Her grandmother extended a bony finger toward Julia's mother. Her chin trembled, and tears filled her watery blue eyes. "Mary?" "Yes, Mother, I'm here." Julia's mother hurried toward the bed and embraced her mother. They exchanged greetings, and then both wiped away their tears. "I want you to meet your grandchildren." Julia's mother turned and smiled at them with shining eyes. "This is Jonathan and Julia. Children, this is your grandmother, Henrietta Shelburne." Jonathan stepped forward. "Grandmother, I'm very happy to meet you." "My, what a tall and handsome young man you are." She held out her hand to him. He grinned, took her hand and kissed her fingers. "Thank you. If only my good looks could carry me through my medical training. But alas, that's not the case. I must work doubly hard to prove I'm not just a handsome face." Grandmother smiled. "I'm pleased to hear you have a fine sense of humor as well. Why aren't you married?" His eyes widened, but he smiled. "Oh, I thought I should finish my training first, and then I must find someone who is willing to return to India with me." "Do you have someone special in mind?" "Not yet. I'm focusing on my studies right now." Grandmother nodded. "That's very wise." She turned to Julia. "And what about you, young lady? I understand you are working as a governess?" Julia smiled. "Yes, ma'am, I am." "Are they good people?" "Oh, very good, ma'am." She glanced at Beatrice. "Do we know them?" Beatrice nodded to Julia. "I am employed by Sir William Ramsay, Baronet of Highland Hall, near Fulton in Berkshire." Grandmother considered that. "Ramsay. I knew a Charles Ramsay many years ago." She shifted her gaze to Julia again. "Tell me about the family." "Sir William is a wise and caring man, a widower with 2 young children. His son Andrew is 9, and Millicent is 6. He's also the guardian of his 2 cousins. Catherine will be coming to London for her first season this spring, and Penelope turns 16 soon. I oversee the care and studies for all 4 of them." "What happened to his wife?" Julia hesitated, surprised her grandmother would ask for such details, but she supposed someone who was elderly and cut off from society by poor health
enjoyed hearing about the lives of others. She passed away 3 years ago.
I see.
Her grandmother settled back against the pillows.
And are you happy there? Is it a good situation?
Julia nodded.
Yes, ma'am. I am grateful and quite content. But what about your own prospects for marriage?
Julia's face warmed as Sir William's face rose in her mind. I am 27 and well past the age when most young women marry. Her grandmother's silver eyebrows dipped.
You look much younger than 27, and there is no reason why you shouldn't marry. The problem is, you've been hidden away in India all these years, and now you're toiling in seclusion in the country, overseeing someone else's children, when you ought to be out in society, meeting your prospective husband.
Julia's mother took a step closer.
Julia is a loving daughter who has made many sacrifices to serve the Lord and help our family. We are very proud of her. Of course you are, as you ought to be.
Her grandmother shifted her gaze to Julia.
I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't mean to offend.
It's all right. You haven't offended me. She swallowed and forced a small smile. The Lord knows my circumstances, and if he wishes me to marry, he'll bring the right man into my life. If not, then I'm content with that prospect as well.
Her grandmother shook her head. I've always believed we must do our part to make those connections possible, and then we give the good Lord something to work with.
She sighed.
The spinster life may be fine for some, but I don't believe it is the best path for you.
Julia's mother sent her an apologetic glance, then focused on their grandmother. Please, tell us how you're feeling. Has your doctor been to see you recently? That shift in the conversation occupied her grandmother for several minutes, as she described her aches and pains and numerous complaints. Julia listened patiently, but soon her mind drifted to her grandmother's comments about her lack of marriage prospects. Was grandmother right? Should she still hope for marriage and do more to make that possible? But how could she with her duties as governess? Julia? Her mother touched her arm. Julia blinked. Oh dear, she'd lost track of the conversation. Yes? Your grandmother has a gift for you. Her mother pointed to the envelope on the nightstand. Oh, thank you. It was traditional to give gifts to the poor on Boxing Day. Was that what had prompted her grandmother, or was it simply a gesture of love meant to draw them closer? She took the envelope with her name written on the front. Jonathan took his as well, then passed the third envelope to their mother.
They're just small gifts,
grandmother said. Julia glanced at her mother. Should they open the envelopes now, or wait until they were out of her grandmother's presence? Thank you, Mother. It's very kind of you to think of us. Julia's mother slipped the envelope into her skirt pocket. Julia started to do the same, but her grandmother pointed a trembling finger at her.
Go ahead. Open them now.
Julia carefully tore open her envelope and found a 10-pound note inside. What a wonderful surprise! This would provide a nice cushion for her. Thank you, Grandmother.
You're welcome. I wish it could be more. Perhaps when Mr. Holloway, our solicitor, settles the matters with your grandfather's will.
Mother, Aunt Beatrice sent her a warning glance. Please don't make any promises. Grandmother sighed.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Mr. Holloway says there is no guarantee what will be left after he settles the debts and pays all the taxes and duties. Of course, Mother. We understand. Julia's mother smiled. These are generous gifts. Thank you so much. Julia nodded, then released a soft sigh. It would be wonderful if her grandmother could relieve her family's financial burden, but it didn't seem likely. Somehow that realization didn't disappoint her as much as she thought it would. Experience had taught her that God would supply their needs. He had done so during those 12 years they were in India, and he would watch over them now. After all, he was the giver of every good gift. He had blessed her in so many ways. She would not doubt him now. William adjusted his goggles and steered the car around a rough section of road. The cold wind blowing through the open window ruffled the hair beneath his cap and numbed his ears. Alice tossed the veil covering her large hat over her shoulder and smiled his way. "I think it's wonderful that you drive yourself." He smiled. "You do?" "Yes, it's very exciting." The ends of her veil fluttered in the breeze. She turned toward him, her green eyes bright. "I like it too, Papa," Andrew called from the back, where he sat with Sarah and Milly. William glanced over his shoulder, checking on the children. They looked warm and happy, wearing heavy coats and sitting close to their aunt with a blanket over their laps. He focused on the road again. "I thought about hiring a chauffeur when we came to Highland, but I enjoy driving, and we have the groomsmen and carriages when we need them." He slowed and turned left at the crossroads. Milly leaned forward. "Where are we going now, Papa?" "I want to stop at the cottages and deliver those last 3 boxes." They had already visited their tenant farmers and given each family a box containing sweets, nuts, dried fruit, tea, sugar, flour, and spices. He wished it could be more, but with the financial pressures he faced, it was all he could do this year. "Who lives in these cottages?" Alice brushed her veil back. "Some of the old servants who used to work for the family." She nodded, a slight line appearing between her slender golden eyebrows. William pulled the car to a stop in front of the first of the 3 stone cottages, and Andrew jumped out. "I can carry the boxes." He reached in and took a gift-wrapped box from the rear bench seat. "I want to carry one." Milly climbed down and took a second box. Sarah passed the last box to Andrew with a smile. "Careful now." Andrew nodded and slowly adjusted the 2 boxes so they were balanced. William smiled, pleased to see Andrew showing some caution. "I'll take those." Alice lifted the boxes from Andrew's arms. "We wouldn't want you to drop them and spoil the gifts." Andrew looked as if he was about to object, so William squeezed his shoulder. "Thank you, Alice." Andrew scowled and trudged off with Sarah and Milly. A ripple of unease travelled through William. Though Alice continually offered him bright smiles and witty comments, her lack of patience with the children was wearing on them all. But she was young. Perhaps she didn't have much experience dealing with children. William put that thought aside and knocked on the front door of the first cottage. A few seconds later, an elderly man, puffing on a pipe, opened the door. He wore a heavy green sweater and tweed pants, with a red winter scarf wrapped around his neck. "Good afternoon, Mr. Morrison. How are you today?" William had met Mr. Alfred Morrison, the former groom, the first week he had arrived at Highland, when Mr. McTavish had taken him on a tour of the estate. "Very well, thank you, sir." He smiled, but his gaze hesitated when he noticed Alice. "What brings you all to my door today?" We have a gift for you."
Milly stepped forward and offered him the box. His eyes lit up.
"Well, now, isn't that a nice surprise?"
"We visit all our friends on Boxing Day and give them presents," Milly added with a delighted smile.
"Boxing Day, did you say?"
He chuckled and winked at William.
"Yes, sir," Milly said. "It comes every year, the day after Christmas."
"Well, that's very kind of you to remember me. Would you like to come in? We could have a cup of tea, and you could sit by the fire and warm yourselves."
Milly looked up at her father with an eager smile, and Andrew did the same. Before he could reply, Alice shook her head. "No, thank you. That's kind, but we don't have time today." The light faded from the old man's eyes, and he slowly nodded.
"Of course, milady."
"Why can't we go in, Papa?"
Impatience filled Andrew's voice. Alice's expression hardened, and she sent Andrew a cool look. "We have several others to visit, and I promised Lady Gatewood I'd be home in time for tea." Andrew frowned at Alice, then shifted his irritated gaze to William. William turned to Mr. Morrison.
"We hope you'll enjoy the gift, and we wish you a Happy New Year."
The elderly man nodded again, a touch of sadness in his expression as he closed the door. Sarah sent William a disappointed glance, as did Milly. But Alice took his arm and smiled up at him. "Thank you, William." She released a shuddering breath. "I couldn't imagine drinking tea in that old man's dreadful little cottage."
"I'm sure it would have been fine."
"But who knows what it's like inside? You wouldn't want to expose me or the children to filth or disease."
"No, I would not. But I doubt Mr. Morrison's cottage contains either."
"Well, I appreciate your deferring to me. I don't mind giving gifts to the poor, but I'm not comfortable having tea with them." William swallowed the firm reply rising in his throat. He would not argue with Alice, especially in front of the children, but he did not appreciate her attitude. As the Baronet of Highland, he had a responsibility to care for those who lived and worked on the estate. It was his duty to treat them with respect and kindness. Apparently, that was something Alice did not understand. 24. Julia skated to the side of the pond and turned to catch a better view of William, Andrew, and Milly. Lifting her hand, she squinted against the bright sunlight reflecting off the snow-covered landscape. Andrew flew past, his skates mere extensions of his feet as he raced across the icy pond. His face glowed pink beneath his freckles, and a few strands of flaming hair escaped from the back of his blue knit hat. Freedom and joy radiated from his face. William glided toward Julia at a slower pace, holding hands with Milly, who was still struggling to catch the rhythm of skating. But she looked up and smiled at Julia, obviously delighted to have her father's full attention. Julia grinned and waved as they passed. "That's the way, Milly. Keep going."
"What about me?"
William called, his eyes shining. Julia laughed. "You're doing very well." He sent her a dashing grin, and her heartbeat sped up. How handsome he looked when he smiled that way. She shifted her gaze to Catherine and Penny. They were both experienced skaters who enjoyed being on the ice, and David had no trouble keeping up with them. His teasing laughter rang out across the pond as he sped past the girls and dared them to join him in a race. Sarah and Clark came around next, holding hands and skating at an easy pace, happiness lighting both their faces. Sarah had been floating on a cloud since William had agreed Clark would join them on today's outing. It was a thoughtful gesture on William's part, and Julia was pleased he had eased his stance on keeping their relationship a secret. Alice caught up with William and Milly and skated around once with them. Then she cut across the pond and glided to a stop next to Julia. Her flushed cheeks and bright smile highlighted her lovely features. "Goodness, I haven't skated like this since I was a little girl." Julia smiled. "You look as though you're enjoying it." "I am, but I'd be glad to take a break for a few minutes. Would you like to sit down?" Alice motioned toward a wooden bench at the side of the pond. A slight ripple of unease passed through Julia. Alice usually acknowledged her with a nod or a smile, but this was the first time she had initiated a conversation. She scolded herself for hesitating and smiled. "Yes, thank you. William tells me you were a missionary before you came to Highland." Julia nodded. "My family and I served in India for 12 years. Alice tipped her head, her gaze fixed on Julia. "Yes, that's what he said." Julia shifted and looked across the pond at the skaters. Why had William discussed her background with Alice? It seemed odd, but perhaps Alice had asked him. Our church in Philadelphia has sent out several foreign missionaries, some to Africa and others to China, but we don't have anyone serving in India. Julia forced a slight smile. "The reason I mention it is that my father is quite a philanthropist. He's always looking for a good cause to support. And I thought if you were returning to India, he might be willing to give a generous gift toward your work." "Oh, that would be very kind. I'm sure my parents would be happy to write to him and tell him more about our mission." "Are they still in India?" "No. My father became ill last summer and needed medical treatment. That's why we returned to England." "I'm sorry to hear that. How is he doing now?" "He's had a difficult time, but he finally seems to be improving." Alice's face brightened. "So you'll be returning to India soon?" Julia glanced across the pond at William and the children, and her heart clenched. "That is our hope, but I'm not sure of the timing. There are several things to consider." "Well, you mustn't worry about William and the children. I'm sure he can find another governess to replace you. If you're called to serve the poor and suffering and bring them the gospel, then you must go." She reached for Julia's gloved hand. "I admire you so much, and I'd be more than happy to speak to my father about your work. I'm sure he'll be very generous with his support." A tremor passed through Julia. "Thank you." David whizzed past. "Alice, come join us." "I'll be right there." She turned back to Julia and smiled. "You will keep me informed about your plans, won't you?" Julia's reply lodged in her throat, so she nodded and forced another smile. Alice stood and pushed off across the ice, leaving Julia alone on the bench. Searching across the pond, she looked for William. Milly had taken a spill, and he lifted her to her feet again, their laughter ringing out across the pond. The thought of leaving him and returning to India made her heart heavy. Would it be wrong for her to stay here? Did she have to go halfway around the world to prove her faithfulness to God and her commitment to following His will? Couldn't she serve the Lord right here by caring for William and his family? But that might not be possible for many reasons. Her gaze shifted to Alice, and she bit her lip. In the last few days, Alice's interest in William had become quite clear. But it wasn't as easy to determine if he returned her feelings. He'd been polite and seemed to enjoy their conversations. But Catherine or Sarah had been the ones to suggest Alice join them in their activities. Julia closed her eyes and tried to still her spinning thoughts. She must pray and commit all these things to the Lord, then trust that he would lead her. But her faith felt weak and wavering. What shall I do, Lord? What do you want from me? She waited for an answer, but no clear impression or specific directions came to mind. Opening her eyes, she looked across the pond. William and Alice now skated side by side, with Andrew and Milly following close behind. They looked perfect together, very much like a happy family. She pressed her lips together, her hope sinking. Wasn't that what she wanted for William and the children? But in her heart, she knew the truth. She wanted to be the one who captured his attention and filled that role in his heart and life.
I don't see why we must go to bed now, when everyone else is staying up until midnight.
Andrew's mouth twisted into a scowl. Julia smoothed the covers over Andrew's chest. Everyone else is an adult.
I'm not an adult,
Milly piped up from her bed across the room. Julia smiled. No, you are not, and that's why you are also going to bed now.
But it's New Year's Eve,
Andrew said.
I think I should be allowed to stay up with the others.
Anne picked up Milly's shoes.
Your papa made the decision, not Miss Foster, so you should be a good lad and stop complaining.
She set the shoes in the closet and closed the door. Andrew sighed.
All right, but next year I'm staying up until midnight with everyone else. I'll be 10 then, and that's certainly old enough.
Julia brushed the hair off his forehead. We'll see. Now it's time for prayer.
Milly should go first, he said, still looking vexed by his early bedtime.
All right. Julia turned to Milly. The little girl folded her hands and closed her eyes. Dear God, thank you for today and for Papa and Aunt Sarah and Miss Foster and Anne. Please keep us safe while we sleep and don't let us have any bad dreams. Amen. Julia added her own thanks for the day, then turned and nodded to Andrew.
Dear God, please let Papa take me out to practice archery again tomorrow. Thank you for everything, and please let me stay up until midnight next New Year's Eve.
Amen. Julia's heart warmed as she listened to their prayers. She kissed them both on the forehead, then turned down the lamp. Good night, my dears. Sleep well, and I'll see you next year.
What?
Milly looked up at Julia with a confused expression. Andrew huffed.
Don't you understand? Tomorrow morning will be next year. Oh, yes.
Milly yawned.
That's right. Good night, Miss Foster. Good night, Anne.
Julia closed the door part way and followed Anne into the hall. The nursery maid stopped and wiped her hand across her forehead. Her shoulders sagged as she poked a strand of blonde hair back into her cap. Are you all right, Anne? The maid slowly shook her head.
I can't stop thinking about Peter and wondering what he's doing, especially tonight.
Julia reached out and touched her arm. I'm sorry. Her eyes grew misty. I haven't heard from him since he left. Not even one letter. Sympathy filled Julia's heart. I know that must be hard. Anne's painful news confirmed Julia's impression that Peter had little true concern for Anne or what was best for her. Still, Anne cared for him, and she needed consoling.
I don't know how I'll ever get past it.
Losing touch with someone you love is never easy, but the pain will ease if you give it time.
I don't see how it could. I love Peter, and I always will.
Julia slipped her arm around Anne's shoulder, wishing there was more she could do. Are you going down to the servants' party? Anne shook her head.
I don't think so. I'd just spoil the fun for everyone else. But it might take your mind off your troubles. Anne bit her lip, looking torn. What if I went with you? Anne's eyes widened. Would you? Of course. Julia sometimes felt out of place in the servants' hall, but if going down to the party would help ease Anne's broken heart, then she would make the effort. All right. Anne's face brightened. I'll just go up and change. Knock on my door when you're ready. Julia glanced down at her plain skirt and blouse, wishing she had something special to wear to the party. I'll be right back. Anne hurried off toward the stairs. Julia hoped she would not regret her decision. Staying up until midnight and ushering in the new year with a toast and some revelry wasn't the usual way she spent New Year's Eve. The footman had been joking about the party, making it sound rather wild. But surely Mr. Lawrence and Mrs. Emmett would be there and see that things did not get out of hand. She chuckled and shook her head. She had no doubt about that. William glanced at the clock in the drawing-room and took a seat next to Sarah on the couch. He sat back, thankful he could soon bid everyone good night. He was tired of parlour games and trite conversation, but it would be rude to leave before the clock struck midnight, and he wished everyone a happy new year. Alice, Catherine, and Penelope sat opposite him, while Lord and Lady Gatewood were seated on his right. David stood by the fireplace, a drink in his hand. William frowned. That was at least David's fourth drink since they'd left the dining room. William had lifted the ban on alcohol for the evening, because Lord and Lady Gatewood had sent over a special selection for New Year's as their gift. Unfortunately, David's drinking had loosened his tongue and caused a few uncomfortable moments during their game of charades. Between Catherine's flirting, David's bragging, and Alice's playful banter, he longed to call it an evening. It wouldn't have bothered him so much if Lady Gatewood hadn't been watching him and Alice so closely. He could practically see the matrimonial wheels turning in her mind, and it grated on his nerves. "Let's play one more round." Alice smiled across at him, her green eyes dancing. "I love charades." "I'm not sure we have time." William checked the clock again. "Then why don't we play Alphabet Minute? That doesn't take long." David took another glass from the silver tray. "Sounds like a grand idea. I can converse at length on any topic." He smiled and downed the amber liquid in his glass. William narrowed his eyes at David. "Yes, but can you think clearly enough to start each sentence with the next letter of the alphabet?" "Of course I can. My mind is as sharp as a sword, and as strong as strong as it needs to be to play Alphabet Minute." William shook his head. "I think you've played enough games tonight." "What's wrong with you, William?" David's words slurred. "Why are you always so serious?" Heat flooded William's face, and he clenched his jaw. He'd had enough of David's surly comments. Sarah stood. "Why don't we just enjoy conversation for the next few minutes?" She turned to Mr. Lawrence. "Will you please prepare the champagne for our midnight toast?" "Yes, miss." The butler moved to the far end of the room, where the champagne waited on ice. Sarah joined Penelope and Catherine and engaged them in conversation. William stared into the fire, his mood sinking lower. What would the new year hold for him? If David wouldn't buy his half-interest in the London house, would he agree to sell it? Could they even find a buyer in time? If the house did sell, where would they stay when he took his family to London? He'd assured Catherine she would have her debut this April. Lady Gatewood would have a fit if he cancelled those plans, after all the effort and expense she had borne in the preparations. What if he sold the London house and then ended up losing Highland as well?
Where would he go? He had to provide a home for his children, sister, and cousins. He sighed and closed his eyes, his concerns feeling like a 4-stone weight bearing down on his shoulders. Why the long face, William? Alice sat beside him. It's nothing. At least nothing for you to be concerned about. All right. She smiled and patted his arm. But if you ever need a friend to listen to your troubles, you can count on me. He nodded, but didn't reply. Somehow the prospect of talking to Alice about his concerns didn't seem nearly as comforting as sharing them with Miss Foster. He glanced toward the open door leading to the great hall. Had Miss Foster enjoyed being included in the family's New Year's Eve tea this afternoon? Where was she now? Up in her room? Perhaps he should go check on her. He shook his head. That wouldn't be appropriate, especially not this late in the evening. William? He turned back to Alice. Yes? She searched his face, her brows drawn together. I don't think you heard a word I said. It's almost midnight. She nodded toward the clock, a look of impatience in her eyes. Shouldn't you gather everyone for the toast now? Irritation coiled in his stomach. Alice was sounding a great deal like Lady Gatewood, and he didn't appreciate her tone. He rose to his feet and nodded to Lawrence. The butler carried the tray of champagne flutes around the room, serving each guest. They all stood and formed a loose semicircle in front of the fireplace. The clock struck midnight, and William lifted his glass. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, they all responded, then exchanged smiles and took sips of champagne. As the clock continued to strike, Sarah turned to David and kissed his cheek. Happy New Year, David. I'm very glad you're here with us. Penelope and Catherine exchanged a kiss on the cheek, and Lord Gatewood kissed his wife. Alice looked up at William with a smile. Heat flushed his neck and face. A kiss at midnight was traditional. It wouldn't mean anything special. Happy New Year, Alice. He leaned toward her, intending to kiss her cheek, but at the last moment she turned, and her lips met his. Her mouth was soft and warm, and she responded with unguarded enthusiasm. Surprise shot through him, and he pulled back. She smiled, her green eyes sparkling. It's all right, William. It's New Year's. His brother slapped him on the shoulder. Bold move, William. You're making me jealous. Alice laughed softly and kissed David on the cheek. Happy New Year. David slipped his arm around Alice's shoulder and grinned. I've decided I love American women. Truly I do. His hand shook slightly as he lifted his champagne flute and nodded to William. I told my brother you were a beautiful woman the first day we met. Any man who marries you will be very lucky. Isn't that what I said, William? William took hold of David's arm. That's quite enough. You don't want to embarrass yourself. No, that's what I said. I remember it all very clearly. William pulled him closer and lowered his voice. Keep silent. You're making a fool of yourself. David pulled his arm away and glared at William, then crossed to the piano, turning his back on everyone. Sarah moved the group to the great hall, and William followed. They bid Alice and Lord and Lady Gatewood good night. Alice sent William one last smile as she stepped out the door. Sarah sighed and turned to William. I'm off to bed. Good night. Catherine and Penelope climbed the stairs with her. William paced into the library. Though the hour was late, he would not be able to sleep until he calmed the troubling thoughts swirling through his mind. The servants' hall buzzed with conversation and laughter as the staff gathered to enjoy their New Year's Eve celebration. Chef Lagarde, the kitchen maids and Mrs. Emmett had baked all afternoon, and now the table was loaded with sweet and savoury treats for the staff to enjoy. Julia took a cup of cider and a piece of shortbread from the tray and found a seat next to Marie, one of the maids. They had just finished a rousing game of forfeits, and she was glad for a break. Thankfully, she had not been asked to perform a song or tell an amusing story to regain the handkerchief she had placed on the table at the beginning of the game. When Nelson suggested they play, Julia thought about excusing herself and going upstairs, but Anne seemed eager to take part, so Julia stayed. She looked across the room and spotted Anne sitting with Lydia by the piano, a smile on her face. Julia's spirits lifted. It was good to see Anne enjoying herself again. Nelson slung his arm around Betsy's shoulder. "I think Betsy should sing another song for us." Several of the servants clapped for the kitchen maid, who had already entertained them with one song during the game. "I'll play the piano if you like," Lydia added with a smile. Betsy grinned, her rosy cheeks glowing. "All right, I'll sing, but only if you'll all sing along." Hearty agreement rose from the group, and soon Betsy was leading them in Sweet Rosie O'Grady. Then she taught them By the Light of the Silvery Moon, and finally they sang Meet Me Tonight in Dreamland. Heat flooded Julia's cheeks as they sang the chorus. She was used to singing hymns and sacred songs, and it didn't seem proper to sing about spooning and cuddling in the moonlight. She glanced around the group during the next verse, but they all joined in without hesitation, even Mr. Lawrence and Mrs. Emmett. "Come on, let's sing the chorus again," Betsy called. "Meet me tonight in dreamland, under the silvery moon. Meet me tonight in dreamland, where love's sweet roses bloom. Come with the love light gleaming in your dear eyes of blue. Meet me in dreamland, sweet dreamy dreamland, there let my dreams come true." As Julia sang, a vision of William's handsome face and deep blue eyes filled her mind. A warning echoed through her heart, and she tried to banish the image. It was foolish to let the words of the song sway her emotions, but when she sang the chorus a third time, her thoughts returned to William, and the longing in her heart grew stronger. If only he would think of her in such a tender and loving way, take her into his heart and cherish her, how happy and grateful she would be. Her throat tightened, choking off her voice, and her eyes stung from unshed tears. She swallowed and glanced toward the door. Perhaps she should leave before someone asked her what was wrong. She could never admit she grieved for William and the love and life they could never share. But she didn't want to spoil the party for Anne. She glanced across the room again. Anne leaned against the side of the piano as Lydia played. One of Clark's young assistant gardeners stood beside her. Anne glanced at him with shining eyes, and they exchanged a smile and continued singing. Anne didn't need her. No one needed her, especially not William, not since Miss Drexel had arrived at Highland. Lowering her head, she stood and walked toward the door. Marie and Mrs. Emmett glanced at her as she passed, but no one questioned her or urged her to stay. She stepped through the doorway and hurried down the passage toward the back staircase. Cool air flowed in from a partially open window by the back door leading to the courtyard. She pulled in a deep breath and straightened her shoulders. What would her parents say if she confided in them about her struggle? How would they counsel her? A heavy weight of conviction settled over her heart. Self-pity was not an admirable quality, and she should not indulge in it one moment longer. But changing her feelings was easier said than done. She headed up the stairs, her heart aching. She passed the ground floor, climbed to the first, then turned down the hallway toward her bedroom. As she approached her door, she heard footsteps, and then a loud bump farther down the hall. She cocked her head and listened, and someone issued a muffled groan. She pulled in a sharp breath. Could it be William? Had he fallen? Her heart lurched, and she hurried down the hall. In the gallery at the top of the stairs, a man lay slumped on the floor, moaning. The light was so dim, she couldn't see him clearly. Julia's mind raced as she hurried to his side. "Are you all right, sir?" The man slowly lifted his head, and recognition flashed through her. David's eyes drooped to half-mast, and his mouth hung open in an odd smile.
"Miss Foster?"
"Yes, sir."
"Are you ill?
"Shall I call someone to help you?"
"No, I'll be all right, if I can just get to my feet."
He pushed up to his knees, then stood and swayed. She gasped and reached to steady him. His stale breath washed over her, and she clamped her mouth closed against the awful smell. "Why don't you sit down, sir? There's a chair right here. I'll ring for someone to help you to your room."
"No, I don't want to trouble the servants. Just walk with me."
His slurred speech and foul breath made it clear he was not ill at all, but inebriated. Julia glanced down the hall, wishing someone else would appear to help them. Even if she did ring for a servant, they were all downstairs at the party, and not likely to hear the summons. He took hold of her arm.
"Come on, we can do it."
She debated another second, but this seemed to be the only answer. He'd already fallen once, and she couldn't very well leave him on his own. All right. He leaned against her, and they started down the hallway. The farther she walked from her own room, the more uneasy she felt. When they'd almost reached the end of the west wing, he stopped and motioned to a door on the left.
"Here we are. This is my room."
"Then I will bid you good night, sir." She started to pull away, but he gripped her arm.
"Don't go. Not yet."
Alarm flashed through her. "I must."
"It's all right. Why don't you come in and keep me company?"
He leaned closer, and his liquor-laced breath washed over her.
"No one will know."
She pulled back. "No, sir, I cannot." He grabbed her other arm.
"Oh, come on. It will be fun."
"Please let go. You're not thinking clearly." But he tightened his hold. 1,000 frightening thoughts raced through her panic mind as a scream rose in her throat. Without warning, he pushed her against the wall. She gasped, but he stifled the sound as he pressed his mouth over hers in a burning, punishing kiss. William took a candle and climbed the stairs, weary to the bone, although he doubted sleep would come any time soon. The distant sound of piano music floated up from the servants' hall below. There would be some sleepy-eyed maids and footmen in the morning, but he wouldn't begrudge them a little New Year's celebration. When he reached the gallery, he heard voices in the West Wing hallway. One of them sounded feminine. That was odd. Only he and David were staying down this hall. All the women in the family had rooms in the East Wing. Had his brother talked one of the housemaids into joining him in his room? A burst of indignation filled his chest, and he strode down the hall. He would not allow it, not in his house. Holding his candle aloft, the flickering light revealed a couple kissing by David's door.
"What is going on?"
David pulled back, revealing the woman in his embrace.
A shockwave jolted through William. "Miss Foster!" David swayed and lifted his hand.
"Now, William, there's no need to be upset."
William grabbed his brother by the shirt front.
"What are you doing?"
David pulled away.
"We're just two lovers kissing goodnight."
Miss Foster gasped. "That's not true."
"It's no use pretending, my dear. He has discovered our secret."
Miss Foster shook her head, a look of disbelief and revulsion on her face. She was either a very good actress, or his brother was a bald-faced liar. David closed his eyes and swayed again.
"I'd love to stay and chat, but I'm suddenly feeling very ill."
He raised his hand to his mouth, then turned and lunged into his bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Miss Foster turned to him. "Please, sir, you must believe me. I never—" Her voice choked off.
"Then what are you doing all the way down at the end of this wing?"
"I was helping Mr. Ramsay to his room."
"And why would you do that?"
"He fell at the top of the stairs." She pointed past his shoulder. "I was coming up from the party in the servants' hall when I heard a noise. I went to investigate and discovered Mr. Ramsay sprawled on the carpet, moaning. He asked me to help him back to his room."
"Surely you know it's not appropriate for you to come down here with him. Why didn't you ring for a footman or Mr. Lawrence?"
"The servants were all at the party. The singing was quite loud when I left. I didn't think they would hear the bell." She looked at him, her expression earnest, but he clenched his jaw and looked away. He would not be swayed by innocent looks or deceived by a far-fetched story. Not in his own house, by someone he had trusted. She lifted a trembling hand to her throat. "You must believe me, sir."
"Well, it's very hard when I discover you wrapped in my brother's embrace, kissing a man you barely know."
"He stole that kiss." He stared at her, trying to make sense of it, but he couldn't keep the doubt and disgust from twisting his expression. Her eyes glittered, and her mouth firmed. "Very well. If that's what you think of me, I give you my notice. I'll leave in the morning."
"Now, wait a minute. I am in charge here. I will decide if you are to stay or go."
"No, sir. I cannot work for someone who doubts my word and questions my character." She stepped past him.
"Miss Foster!"
She turned back, her gaze piercing. "I have never lied to you. I have always been faithful and true in my heart and in my actions, and if you do not believe that, then I cannot stay." She left him and fled down the hall. Painful doubts tore through him as he watched her go. What if he was wrong? What if she was telling the truth, and she was a victim rather than the culprit? If that was the case, she needed him to be her protector and defender, not a judge and jury. But he had not come to her defense. He had let his past influence the present, and he had condemned her because of it. The weight of his harsh words pressed down on his heart, and he blew out a deep breath. He started to follow her down the hall, but as he reached his bedroom door, his steps slowed. It was late. They were both tired and upset. Surely it would be better to wait until morning and let their emotions cool. Then they could think more clearly and resolve their differences. With a weary heart and a load of guilt weighing him down, he opened his bedroom door and entered his room. 25. A sob rose in Julia's throat as she fled down the hall. How could William believe she would welcome a kiss from a drunken cad like David Ramsay? She wasn't sure which made her angrier,
David forcing himself on her, or William suspecting she was a willing partner to it. Both were insulting and outrageous. She jerked open her bedroom door, rushed inside, and shoved the door closed behind her. With her head pounding, she dropped onto her bed and let her tears flow. How could this have happened? Why didn't William believe her? Would she really have to leave in the morning? Oh, Father, what a terrible, terrible mess. Please help me sort this out. For several minutes she poured out her heart to the Lord. When her tears finally slowed, she grabbed a handkerchief from her nightstand and blotted her hot cheeks. It was too late to make sense of it tonight. When morning came, she would pray again and somehow find the strength and direction she needed. With a heavy sigh, she rose and changed into her nightgown, then blew out her candle and climbed into bed. Closing her eyes, she took several slow, deep breaths, trying to calm her thoughts. But the dreadful events of the evening continued to parade before her eyes. Finally, she drifted into a half-dreaming state. But a faint sound in the hall roused her. Squinting toward the door, she listened for a few seconds, then told herself she was being silly. There was no one in the hallway. With a huff, she rolled over and tugged on the blankets, but they had become twisted, so she sat up and shook them out. A whiff of smoke drifted past her nose. She stopped and sniffed the air. Surely it was just the scent of ashes from her bedroom fireplace, carried down the chimney by the wind. Still, she ought to be certain. Tossing back the covers, she climbed out of bed. Faint moonlight flowed through the window, illuminating her path to the fireplace. Bending low, she took the poker, examined the charred wood, and sniffed the air. The fire had gone out long ago, and there was no scent of smoke. She rose and walked toward her bedroom door, and the smoky smell returned. A tremor raced up her back, bringing her more fully awake. She eased the door open, and a hazy wave of smoke poured in. Stifling a gasp, she shoved the door closed. She must warn William and rouse the rest of the family and staff, but her first priority was the children. With a trembling hand, she lit a candle, then grabbed her shoes and shoved them on her feet. There was no time to change, so she grabbed her dressing gown, pulled it on, and tied the sash. She started toward the door, then turned back and grabbed her cross necklace from the dressing table and stuffed it in the pocket of her dressing gown. Lifting a silent prayer for courage, she opened the door and ran across the hall. Glancing to the right, a shaft of fear pierced her heart. Just a few feet down the hall, flames leaped up the wall and across the ceiling. "Fire! Fire!" She ran into the nursery and slammed the door behind her. Jerking the cord several times, she rang the bell to summon someone downstairs. There was no hall boy on duty, but perhaps the scullery maid would hear it and alert Mr. Lawrence. But she had no time to wait for help to arrive. She must take the children to safety before the fire reached their room. "Andrew, wake up!" She shook his shoulder. He stirred and squinted up at her. "There is a fire. You must put on your shoes and coat." His eyes widened. "A fire?" "Yes. Now hurry and do as I say." Andrew sprang from his bed and darted to the closet. Julia rushed to Milly's bed and woke her. "Andrew, get Milly's coat and bring it here." The little girl rubbed her eyes and sat up. "What is it? Why do I need my coat?" Julia grabbed Milly's shoes and knelt before her. "There is a fire, and we must dress quickly and go outside." Milly's chin quivered, and she began to cry. "You must be brave." Julia's mind raced as she helped Milly with her coat, then grabbed her hand. "Come with me." Andrew ran to the door. "Wait!" Julia rushed after him. "Let me check first." She touched the doorknob, and searing heat singed her fingers.
She gasped and jerked back. "Don't touch it!" Panic pulsed through her. How could the flames have reached the door so quickly? She spun and searched the room. The only other exit was a window. She dashed across the room and unlatched the window. Cold wind blew in, chilling her face and neck. Andrew ran to her side. "Maybe we can climb down." Julia leaned out, peering into the darkness, searching for footholds. But even with the moonlight, it was difficult to see clearly. "It's too high." Andrew knelt on the window seat and looked down. "It's not so high." "It's at least 30 feet, if not more." Andrew's eyes widened, and he gripped her arm. "I read about some boys who tied sheets together and used them to climb out a window." Julia shook her head. "That's too dangerous. Millie could never climb down." "But I'm strong. I could do it. Then I could wake the others and get help." Millie's cries grew louder. Julia clenched her hands, her mind spinning as she searched for another answer. But there was none. All right. She ran to Millie's bed, tore off the sheets and tied the ends together. Andrew jerked the blankets off his bed and brought her his sheets. Millie's sobs turned to coughs as a stinging smoke and fumes seeped under the door, and a smoky haze began filling the room. Julia tossed a blanket toward Millie. "Go and lay it in front of the door to keep the smoke out." Millie picked up the blanket and scampered across the room. With Andrew's help, Julia pushed the heavy oak dresser closer to the window and tied the end of one sheet to the leg. She tugged on the fabric, testing the strength of her knots. She would never forgive herself if Andrew fell and was injured. Maybe she should be the one to climb down and take the risk. But she couldn't leave Millie. There was no other choice. Andrew must go. Satisfied that her knots were secure, she tossed the sheets out the window. Andrew joined her on the window seat and gazed down again. The sheets dangled and swayed several feet above the ground, and Julia's heart fell. "It's not long enough." She started to pull the sheets up, but Andrew stopped her. "It's all right. I can jump the last few feet." Julia wiped her stinging eyes and checked the distance once more. It looked as though Andrew would have to jump at least 6 feet. She turned and gripped his shoulders. "Look at me." Andrew lifted his face, his gaze intense. "You must climb down very carefully. Take your time and be sure of each move. When you reach the ground, run to the back door and pound hard. If no one answers, run to the stable and wake the groomsmen sleeping upstairs. Tell them they must wake the rest of the family before they fight the fire. Do you understand?" "Yes." His voice came out a choked whisper, and he threw his arms around her neck. She hugged him tight. "You are a brave boy, Andrew. I know you can do this." She held him a second more, then kissed the top of his head. Millie's chin trembled as she watched Andrew crawl across the window seat, grab the sheet, and lower himself out the window. Julia held on tightly to the sheet, wanting to send her strength to Andrew as he climbed down. Her eyes burned and her throat tightened. "Oh, Father, please keep him safe and bring help soon." Someone grabbed his shoulder. "Sir! Sir! You must wake up!" William blinked, trying to clear the heavy fog of sleep from his head. "What is it?" Lawrence leaned toward him, his face flushed and his eyes wide. "There's a fire in the east wing." Alarm shot through William. "The children!" He threw back the blankets and jumped from his bed. "Master Andrew is safe. He climbed down from the window and ran to wake us." "He climbed down? Good heavens! How did he do that?" William pulled on a pair of pants. "I'm not sure, sir." "What about Millie, Sarah, and the girls, and Miss Foster?" William shoved on one shoe.
I woke Nelson and Patrick and sent them up the back stairs.
A plan of action formed in William's mind as he jerked on the second shoe.
Go, wake my brother and the indoor staff. Get everyone out to the back courtyard for safety. Send someone to wake the grooms and gardeners. Then we'll organize the men to fight the fire.
Lawrence gave a grim nod, then tightened the belt of his robe.
Very good, sir. I'll see to the women and Millie.
Stuffing his nightshirt into his pants, William dashed out his bedroom door, with Lawrence running behind him. The sound of pounding feet and voices in the hallway above reached his ears, along with the strange crackling noise. Smoke hung in the air and grew thicker as he hustled through the gallery toward the east wing. His eyes burned, and he raised the front of his nightshirt to cover his mouth. As he rounded the corner, a wall of fire halfway down the east wing stopped him cold. Flames leaped and danced up both walls, cutting off his access to the nursery and the rooms beyond. He squinted against the stinging smoke, but he could not see what lay past the flames. He would have to try reaching them from the servants' stairs. He raced down the main staircase and through the great hall toward the back of the house. When he reached the rear hallway, someone shouted from above. He stopped and looked up. His first footman, Nelson, thundered down the stone stairs, with the second footman, Patrick, close behind.
We can't get through this way.
Patrick pushed past Nelson.
Let's try the main staircase.
William grabbed his arm.
It's no use. I've already tried.
The panting footman exchanged anxious glances, and then looked back at William.
What shall we do, sir?
Go to the rear courtyard. Report to Mr. Lawrence. We'll gather the men to fight the fire and try to reach them. The footman hurried downstairs, and William followed, his mind swimming through a thick haze of fear. There had to be some way to reach Millie and the women. He rushed out the back door, and a blast of cold wind whipped through his nightshirt. He strode across the cobblestones, searching for Lawrence. The maid stood to one side, huddled together with Mrs. Emmett. The grooms and under-gardeners ran toward him from stables, carrying buckets and an extension ladder.
Papa!
William spun round as Andrew dashed toward him. His son leaped into his arms and held on tight. A muffled sob broke from the boy's throat.
Andrew!
He wrapped his arms around him, and the first wave of relief flowed through William.
How did you get down?
Andrew pulled back and wiped his cheek.
Miss Foster helped me tie some sheets together, but she and Millie are still up there.
William's heart clenched.
Bring that ladder,
he shouted as he set Andrew down.
Lawrence, take the men and do what you can to put out the fire, but no one must risk his life to save the house. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Lawrence turned and shouted orders, sending some men to gather buckets and others inside to carry water upstairs. The two young gardeners approached with a ladder.
Follow me.
William ran around the side of the house to the east wing. Smoke curled out the open window, where the rope of sheets hung almost to the ground. But no one looked out at them. Sick dread poured through him.
I don't see them.
Fear choked Andrew's voice.
Millie! Miss Foster!
William placed his hand on Andrew's shoulder.
It's all right.
But his own throat closed, and he could say no more. He directed the men to raise the ladder and lean it against the wall of the house.
Shall I go up, sir?
The young gardener turned, awaiting his order. He looked strong and able, but William would not trust the lives of those he held most dear to anyone else.
No, I'll go. Hold the ladder.
William launched up the wooden rungs.
Please, God, let me be in time.
Julia crouched on the floor, trying to stay below the smoky cloud filling the room.
Acrid fumes stung her nose and throat as she tried to blink away her stinging tears. She placed her arm around Millie's shoulder and pulled her closer, wishing she could shield her from the smoke. Millie coughed.
"Where's Andrew? Isn't he coming back?"
"Help is coming, Millie. Don't worry." "Please, Lord, let that be true." She glanced toward the door. How much time did they have before the fire burned through? She could climb down the sheets and jump to the ground, but she could not leave Millie to face the fire alone. Please, God, have mercy on us for Millie's sake, and for William's. He could not bear the loss of his daughter after all the other losses he has endured. A shout sounded below the window. Julia gasped and stood up. Millie sprang up beside her, coughing and waving the smoke away from her face. "Millie! Miss Foster!" William's head rose into view, his frantic eyes searching for them through the haze.
"Papa!"
Millie scrambled onto the window seat and jumped toward him. "Whoa, my darling!" He clutched the windowsill. Julia grabbed hold of Millie's waist to stop her from pushing her father backward off the ladder. William took hold of his daughter's shoulders. "Can you climb down the ladder with me?" Millie's face crumpled.
"Oh, Papa, I can't. It's too high."
He shot a silent question at Julia. An idea flashed through her mind. "Can you carry her on your back?" He sent her a grateful nod, then climbed a step higher and braced his hands on the window seat. "Help her on." Julia boosted Millie onto her father's back, and the little girl wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. William shifted her a bit, trying to balance her weight. It was a risky decision, but they had no other choice. "You must hold on tight, Millie."
"I'm afraid, Papa."
"It's all right." Julia touched Millie's arm. "Just close your eyes. Trust your father." William focused his intense gaze on Julia. "I'll be back for you." Julia glanced over her shoulder at the smoky room, her throat burning. "There's no time. I'll follow you down." He shot her a desperate look. "All right, but be careful." "I will." She gave William a few seconds' head start, then knelt on the window seat and backed out. Gripping the sides of the ladder, she slowly lowered her foot, searching for the rung. The cold wind whipped around her, numbing her cheeks and hands. She glanced toward the ground, and her stomach plunged. "Please, Lord, help me." She forced herself to look up and took the next step. Smoke swirled around her, stinging her nose and eyes. She pressed her lips together and slid her trembling hands down the sides of the ladder, taking one step and then another. A cheer rose from the crowd below as William and Millie reached the ground. "Thank you, Lord." A sudden explosion blasted from the open window above. Julia gasped. The ladder swayed. The maid screamed. "Hold tight!" someone shouted from below. Julia squeezed her eyes closed and clung to the ladder. A second passed. Then someone gripped her ankle, guiding it to the next rung. "That's the way." William's strong, deep voice sent a comforting wave through her, but her knees felt like jelly. He leaned in, pressing his shoulder against her legs, steadying her. "Oh, William!" Her voice trembled. "It's all right. Just keep going." She looked over her shoulder at him. He nodded and urged her on. She refocused and continued down. William reached the ground, then placed his hands around her waist and lifted her down beside him. Another cheer rose from the maids as they rushed forward to surround them. She looked up at William, her throat tight and her heart flooded with gratitude. He pulled her into his embrace, crushing her to his chest.
"Thank you, God," he whispered in a choked voice.
She melted against him, her own heart echoing the prayer. Andrew and Milly wrapped their arms around them both.
"Help us!"
Catherine shouted, leaning out her open bedroom window. Penelope stood next to her, frantically waving her arms.
"Hurry, move that ladder," William called. "We've got to reach Sarah as well."
The men whisked the ladder away and leaned it against a wall below Catherine's window. Flame shot from the children's bedroom window, lighting the night. Harry, the young gardener, hustled up the ladder to help Catherine down. Julia met Catherine at the bottom of the ladder and embraced her. Catherine choked back a sob and held on tight for several seconds. Finally, Julia stepped back and watched Penelope descend with Harry's help. Clark Dalton ran around the side of the house and across the grass toward William.
"Where's Sarah?"
he shouted, his eyes wide. William clenched his jaw and pointed to the fourth window.
"That's her room."
Julia looked up at Sarah's dark window, and a shiver raced down her back. Surely the blast would have awakened her. Why wasn't she at her window? Clark rushed over to the base of the ladder as Penelope reached the ground. William joined him, and they quickly moved the ladder to Sarah's window. Determination lined Clark's face as he sprinted up, calling Sarah's name. When he reached the top, he banged on the glass and leaned closer to peer inside.
"Can you see her?"
William called.
"No."
Clark yanked on the window, but it was locked.
"Find something to break the glass,"
William shouted. One of the young gardeners brought a rake. William grabbed it and carried it halfway up the ladder to meet Clark. Then Clark raced to the top again. Julia bit her lip, her heart pounding in her throat. "Please, Lord." Milly grabbed her hand. Penelope, Catherine, and Andrew moved closer as they all fixed their gaze on Clark. He steadied himself at the top of the ladder.
"Watch out below!"
He swung the rake toward the window. It shattered, sending pieces of glass raining down on the bushes below. He shouted to Sarah again as he broke the jagged glass around the edges of the window, then dropped the rake and climbed inside. The crowd stilled. Julia held her breath and tightened her hold on Milly's hand. A few seconds passed. Then Clark and Sarah stepped up to the open window. A murmur passed through those waiting on the ground. William flashed a relieved glance at Julia, and she returned the same. Clark tried to coax Sarah out the window and onto the ladder, but she shook her head and pulled back, sobbing. Then she buried her face in his shoulder. Julia's thoughts flashed back to the day they had decorated the Christmas tree. Sarah feared heights. Clark wrapped his arms around her.
"I'm taking her out the other way."
William lunged forward and grabbed hold of the ladder.
"You can't!"
Clark shook his head, then turned away and disappeared from view. William turned to Julia, his eyes wide, his expression stunned.
"They'll never get through. It's a wall of flames."
He whirled away and set off at a jog toward the back of the house. The two young gardeners ran after him. Julia, the children, and the maids hurried around the house to the rear courtyard, where they gathered by the open stable door. Lanterns had been hung to bring more light to the courtyard. A flatbed wagon pulled by 4 horses rolled around the side of the house, and several men jumped from the back. Mrs. Emmett clasped her hands.
"It's McTavish and some of the tenant farmers."
William shouted instructions to McTavish and the men, but as he turned back toward the house, Clark dashed out, pulling Sarah by the hand.
Julia ran toward Sarah. "Oh, Sarah, are you all right?" Sarah nodded as she coughed and placed her hand on her chest. "Give me a moment, please." William looked her over, concern lining his face. "I was so worried." Sarah's cough quieted, and she clasped Clark's hand. "I'm fine, thanks to Clark." "Good heavens, man! How did you do it?" William stared at Clark, eyes wide. Clark held tight to Sarah's hand. "I'm not sure exactly. I just prayed like mad. Then we ran through the hall and down the back stairs." William shook his head. "But the footman said they couldn't get through." Clark glanced back at the house. "A few of the men are up there now with your brother, trying to put out the fire. Perhaps the Lord used them to open the way. Or maybe we're like Daniel's 3 friends in the fiery furnace, and God shielded us from the flames." William placed his hand on Clark's shoulder. "Thank you. That took a lot of courage. I'm grateful." Clark looked at Sarah. "I'm just glad Sarah is all right." William nodded and glanced toward the house. "I'm going back in. I could use your help, Dalton." "I'm with you, sir." He sent the gardener a grateful nod, then turned to go. Julia reached for William's arm. "Please, be careful." He looked into her eyes, and his stern expression eased. A surge of emotion passed between them, and her heart lifted. He gave her a brief nod, then strode toward the house with Clark by his side. 26. Early the next morning, William looked at the burned-out cave at the end of the east wing, as questions cycled through his mind. How had the fire started? Where would he find the money to repair all that had been destroyed? He pulled in a shallow breath and clamped his mouth closed against a smoky stench. How long would it take to rid the house of that dreadful smell? At least the damage had been limited to 2 floors in the back half of the east wing, and more important, no lives had been lost. "Where shall we sleep now?" Catherine slipped her hands into the pockets of her pale blue dressing gown and joined William, Penelope, Sarah, and Miss Foster as they walked away from the east wing. "There are plenty of bedrooms in the west wing." William nodded in that direction. "You may choose any room you like." "What about the maids?" Penelope asked. "Where will they sleep?" The fire had burned through the ceiling of the nursery in Miss Foster's room and damaged several of the maids' bedrooms on the floor above. William glanced at his sister. "Sarah and Mrs. Emmett will have to sort that out." Sarah nodded. "I'm sure we can find new rooms for everyone. But first we must have some breakfast. It's been a long night, and we have a busy day of clean-up ahead." As they reached the gallery, David strode out of the west wing, dressed in clean clothes and looking well-rested. "Morning, all." Julia took a step closer to William and sent him a questioning look. William studied his brother. "Where have you been?" "What do you mean?" "I was fighting the fire with everyone else." William narrowed his eyes. "I haven't seen you for several hours." "Well, when it looked like you had everything under control, I went up to wash and change." Doubt swirled through William's mind. His brother always seemed to find an excuse to avoid hard work. David's face coloured slightly, and his gaze shifted to Sarah. "Are we having breakfast? I'm quite hungry." "Yes, we're just going down," Sarah said. "Although I'm not sure what Chef Lagarde has prepared. He spent most of the night fighting the fire along with all the rest of the men." "But I'm sure David's well aware of that," William muttered under his breath. David's gaze turned cool. "Perhaps you'll be glad to know I'm leaving this morning." "Oh, David!" Sorrow clouded Sarah's eyes. "I thought you weren't leaving until Saturday." David flicked an unseen piece of lint from his sleeve.
Unfortunately, country life is not all I hoped it would be."
He glanced at Miss Foster, his expression hardening.
"It's time I returned to London."
Julia's cheeks flushed, and she averted her eyes.
"Perhaps that's best."
William gave a slight nod, barely able to restrain himself from saying more. "There's no need for you to leave." Sarah sent William a hurt look, then took David's arm. "Come and have breakfast with us. We can talk about this after." Sarah and David walked downstairs. Catherine and Penelope followed. Miss Foster hesitated, her cheeks still stained pink. William waited, wanting to be certain David and the others were out of range. He turned to Miss Foster.
"I feel I ought to apologize for my behavior last night."
She looked away, but he could see she knew exactly what he was referring to.
"When I found you in the hall with my brother, I should have come to your defense instead of questioning you. I know David, and I'm quite certain I misjudged you. I hope you'll forgive me."
"Of course, sir." But she still carried a trace of hurt in her eyes. He straightened, determined to explain his reaction and make things right.
"You see, my late wife, Amelia, carried on a secret affair for over a year before her death."
Her face paled. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize."
"Neither did I, and that's the worst of it. Not only was she unfaithful, she was also deceptive, and I'm afraid her actions have tainted my view of people."
"That must have been painful for you." His throat tightened, and he looked away for a moment.
"Yes, painful and humiliating. Half of London knew of her affair, and the other half heard about it after her death. Everyone, that is, except me. I didn't learn of it until 2 months later, when I found letters she had hidden in her room."
Sympathy filled Miss Foster's gaze. "Thank you for telling me. It helps me understand."
"What? That my wife had no trouble leaving me behind for another man?"
"No, sir," she said softly. "It helps me see why it's difficult for you to trust and believe that someone could love you and be devoted to you." He stilled, and a tremor travelled through him. Was she speaking in general terms, or about herself? She looked him in the eyes. "I hope one day you'll find someone who is worthy of your love, and with her help you'll rebuild your broken trust, and all that has been lost will be restored to you." His heartbeat sped up as he searched her upturned face. Surely she was not saying she wanted to be the one to help him rebuild his life? Was she? He stepped closer and reached for her hand. It was soft and small and fit perfectly in his. Such a sweet and caring hand that spread comfort and love to whomever she touched. Her lips parted as she looked up at him, a touch of wonder in her eyes. Voices and a commotion rose from the great hall below, and they stepped back. Her hand slipped from his, and regret swept through him like a powerful wave. Mrs. Emmett slipped behind the pillar at the end of the gallery and cocked her head to listen. Sir William and Miss Foster stood together at the top of the stairs, engaged in what appeared to be a very cosy conversation.
"You see, my late wife, Amelia, carried on a secret affair for over a year before her death."
Mrs. Emmett raised her hand to her mouth and stifled a gasp. His wife had been unfaithful? She could barely hear Miss Foster's soft reply, but her tone was obviously sympathetic, and maybe something more. A burning sensation rose in Mrs. Emmett's throat. Why would Sir William tell Miss Foster such intimate details about his life? She was just the governess. She should not be the one to console Sir William. She turned intending to slip away down the hall, but then she heard Miss Foster's reply. "I hope one day you'll find someone who is worthy of your love, and with her help, you'll rebuild your broken trust, and all that has been lost will be restored to you." Why, that little hussy! So that was what she was after. Not a footman or a groom, but the master himself. How dare she even consider such a thing? Did she think she could just cast a line, hook one of the most prestigious men in the county, and reel him in like a fisherman caught a trout? She had no rank, no place in society, and definitely no money. Mrs. Emmet shook her head. It couldn't be borne. She would never take orders from the likes of her. Voices one floor below in the great hall caught her attention as Mr. Lawrence announced the arrival of Lady Gatewood and Miss Drexel. Ah, now there was a real lady. Miss Drexel had connections and style, and it was rumoured in the servants' hall that she was an heiress who possessed a fortune, enough money to secure the future of Highland and save them all. She might be an American, but she would still make a fine mistress for Highland. No doubt Miss Drexel would want to run an English household properly, and she would look to Mrs. Emmet to be her teacher and guide. And that was a role she was more than ready to resume. If only Sir William would take his eyes off Miss Foster and focus his attention on Miss Drexel, then the future would be secure, and everyone would be happy. Everyone except Miss Foster, but that could not be helped. Highland must be preserved, and Mrs. Emmet would make sure no one stood in the way.
"Oh, William, we heard about the fire."
Alice Drexel swept across the great hall and met him at the bottom of the stairs. She reached for his arm.
"Are you all right?"
"Yes, we're fine." But he glanced at Miss Foster and noted her pale face and the grey smudges beneath her eyes. She looked exhausted. He must be sure she took time to rest. Alice's hand tightened on his arm.
"Thank goodness. I was so worried. We were all very worried, weren't we, Louisa?"
"Of course. Are the girls all right?" Lady Gatewood looked past him.
"Yes, we're fine, Aunt Louisa."
Catherine crossed the great hall from the dining room, with Penelope close behind.
"How kind of you both to come."
Catherine kissed her aunt's cheek, and then Alice's. Penelope did the same. Alice's gaze darted from Penelope to Catherine.
"My goodness! You're all still in your dressing gowns?"
"I know, isn't it dreadful?" But Penelope's eyes sparkled as she spoke.
"We had to climb out Catherine's window, and a gardener had to help us down a ladder to escape the fire." "How frightening!"
Alice sent William another anxious look.
"Did you escape out your window as well?"
"No. The fire was confined to the back half of the east wing. We were able to put it out before it spread further."
"We're sorry to greet you dressed like this, but our clothes were all destroyed,"
Catherine said.
"Except for a few things that were in the laundry,"
Penelope added with a smile. Lady Gatewood took off her coat and handed it to the footman.
"Thank heaven your new wardrobe for the season is still at the dressmaker's. That would have been a terrible loss."
William stifled a groan. Highland had nearly burned down, and Lady Gatewood was concerned about the girls' dresses.
"Have you had breakfast?"
Catherine asked.
"No, we came over as soon as we heard the news."
"Why don't you join us?" Penelope smiled again.
"Then we can tell you all about the fire."
Alice turned to Lady Gatewood.
"Go ahead, dear. I'll be there in a moment."
Alice slipped her arm through Catherine's as they walked toward the dining room.
"It's so kind of you to offer us breakfast, after all you've been through." "It was rather exciting, really."
Penelope took Alice's other arm, then looked back.
"Miss Foster,
You're welcome to join us."
Miss Foster hesitated and glanced at William. He nodded. She sent him a tired smile, then followed the girls into the dining room. His gaze lingered on her as she walked away. It was a good thing their conversation in the gallery had been interrupted. Emotions were running high this morning. No doubt that was what prompted him to share the sordid story about his wife, and it was why she had responded with such sympathy. He must not assign any more meaning to it on his part or hers. He turned to Lady Gatewood and motioned toward the dining room. "Shall we join them?"
"In a moment."
She looked toward the stairs.
"How extensive is the damage?"
"Quite extensive, I'm afraid. 6 bedrooms and the hallway were all gutted. There's also damage to the maids' rooms on the floor above, and some water damage on the main floor in the music room."
"Oh, my!"
Lady Gatewood pursed her lips.
"What will you do?"
He did not want to discuss his plans with the butler nearby.
"We'll rebuild, of course."
"But how can you afford to do that?"
He stepped toward her and lowered his voice.
"I don't believe you need to be concerned."
"But I am very concerned."
Why couldn't the infernal woman lower her voice?
"Highland has always been my niece's home, and I do not want them cast out into the countryside with nowhere to live."
"That's ridiculous. No one is going to be cast out."
"Well, how can you afford the repairs when you can't pay the death duties?"
She lifted her hand toward the upper floors.
"Do you have some new plan to save Highland that I'm not aware of?"
"I have 2 months before I must pay the duties, and I'm looking into selling our family home in London."
"You believe you can accomplish that before March?"
Her arched eyebrows communicated her doubts.
"I don't seem to have any other alternative."
Lady Gatewood's expression mellowed.
"Ah, but there is another solution, and you may find it quite agreeable."
"And what is it?"
She glanced toward the dining room, then looked back and smiled.
"Alice has grown quite fond of you, and if you were to woo her and propose marriage, I'm sure her father would give you a very generous wedding gift that would more than cover those expenses."
He scoffed. "That's out of the question. I've no intention of proposing marriage to someone I barely know."
"Then get to know her. She's a lovely young woman, and I'm sure she will be very pleased to deepen the friendship."
"Please, don't encourage her."
"Why not? I think you and Alice would be a perfect match, and with her family's fortune behind you, your financial problems would be solved. Highland would be on firm footing for years to come."
He shook his head.
"That's not the answer."
"Think of your children, William. They deserve to have a mother."
"They are well cared for."
"But don't you want Millicent to have a place in society and marry well when the time comes? And what about Andrew? Shouldn't he be master of this estate some day?"
Yes, of course. But I'm not ready to marry again."
"Even to save Highland?"
He shot a glance at Lawrence. The butler stared straight ahead at the far end of the hall, no doubt hearing every word.
"Please, let's say no more about this now. Come and have breakfast."
"All right. But Alice leaves for Bristol on the 18th. She'll only be there for a few weeks. Then she's off to London to prepare for the season. And you can be sure, with her winsome personality and handsome fortune, she'll receive a proposal in no time."
"No doubt."
Sarcasm laced his voice, but Lady Gatewood didn't seem to notice.
"My advice is to strengthen the bond between you and come to an understanding before Alice leaves the county. Otherwise, someone else will snatch her up, and it will be too late."
William stifled a growl and strode off toward the dining room. Mrs. Emmet poured herself a cup of tea and sat down to rest a moment in her parlour. What a wild night it had been, escaping the fire and then helping with the rescue efforts. Heavens, it had all been so frightening. For a time she thought the whole house would be consumed by the flames. But thanks to the efforts of the men and the good hand of Providence, the fire had been put out. Of course, now she would have to oversee the clean-up and set up new rooms for everyone who'd been burned out of the East Wing, as well as handle all her regular duties. She sighed and shook her head. How in the world would she ever get it all done? A knock sounded at her door. "Come in." She set aside her teacup. Mr. Lawrence stepped through the doorway, his expression sober.
"Do you have a moment?"
"Of course." He quietly closed the door.
"You know I am not one to pass on gossip, but I've just overheard something I thought you should know."
"And what would that be?"
"Lady Gatewood is trying to convince Sir William to propose to Miss Drexel."
"Really?" She smiled. Mr. Lawrence lowered his grey eyebrows.
"You would be happy to see him marry an American?"
"If her money can secure our positions, then yes, I'd be very happy indeed." She leaned forward. "I'd tell him to marry a china doll if she had a fortune that would save Highland." Mr. Lawrence sniffed and tugged at his waistcoat.
"Well, I certainly would not."
"Then 'tis time you stopped being so particular and started thinking about the future. Yours and mine, to be precise." He sat in the chair opposite her.
"I suppose you're right. His marriage to Miss Drexel may be a necessity."
Mrs. Emmet cocked her head. "What do you mean?"
"The rumours about Sir William's financial troubles are true. Lady Gatewood confirmed it. He must pay a large sum in death duties by the 1st of March, and now with the expenses incurred from the fire."
He shook his head.
"He seems to have no other choice but to pursue Miss Drexel and her fortune. At least that's Lady Gatewood's opinion."
"Did he agree?"
"He was hesitant to discuss it, perhaps because Nelson and I were present."
Mrs. Emmet adjusted her glasses. "I'm afraid there is another reason." Mr. Lawrence frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"Miss Foster has set her cap for Sir William, and he's tempted by the idea."
"Miss Foster? Why, that's more outrageous than him marrying an American heiress."
He held up his hands.
"No, I don't believe it. Sir William will not lower himself to marry a governess. He's a gentleman, and much too dignified to do something unseemly like that."
She pursed her lips and looked up at him. "I'm sorry to say it, but you're wrong."
"How can you be sure?"
"Because I overheard the two of them talking in the gallery, and her tone was very sweet and alluring, if you ask me." Mr. Lawrence's face grew red.
"Then she ought to go."
"It's not that simple."
"And why not? We are in charge of the staff. If we believe she's acting in an improper manner, then we should dismiss her."
"I don't believe Sir William would allow it. If she's to go, it must be her own decision."
"But why would she do that?"
"I'm not sure. But we must think of a way to convince her it is her duty to leave." Mrs. Emmet stood, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. "If we don't act soon, Highland will be lost, and we'll all be out on our backsides before the snow melts." 27. Julia walked into her new room, carrying the 2 outfits Lady Gatewood had sent over to replace her burned wardrobe. Both dresses were wrinkled and worn, and they looked as if they had been pulled from the bottom of a missionary barrel. And she was all too familiar with how clothing looked when it came out of a missionary barrel. She chided herself for her ungrateful attitude. The dresses would be fine as soon as they had been washed and pressed. She also had a skirt and blouse and some undergarments that had been hanging on the line in the laundry the night of the fire. Still, it was hard to be thankful after she saw the lovely dresses Alice Drexel had sent for Sarah, Catherine, and Penny. Some would need to be altered a bit, but at least they wouldn't have to wear their dressing gowns until new clothes could be ordered in Fulton. She glanced around and released a soft sigh. This guest room was much larger than her former quarters. The soft green and gold colour scheme gave it a pleasing feminine touch, but it had not been used for quite some time, and it was in need of a good cleaning. The maids were all busy, so she had offered to see to it herself. She didn't mind. She was used to caring for her home and family. She laid the dresses on the chair near the fireplace and crossed to the window. Opening the shutters, she looked out across the snow-covered parkland. The golden sun dipped low, ready to slip behind the rolling hills in the distance. Several massive cedars, dusted with snow, stood like dark giants stationed around the park. A few other trees lifted their bare black branches in sharp contrast to the pale lavender sky. Highland was beautiful in winter. What would it look like in the spring? Would she be here to see nature come back to life, to stroll across the hills and fields with Andrew, Milly, and William? Her heart ached as she thought of the letter she had received 2 days earlier from her mother. Her father was regaining his strength, and he spoke every day about returning to India. It was good news, really. She ought to be glad. But she sighed and turned away, uncertain how she would ever leave William. "May I come in?" Mrs. Emmett stood in the open doorway, carrying a stack of folded sheets and pillow covers. "I brought these up for you." "Thank you, that's kind, especially when you have so much to do today. I hope the room is adequate." "It's lovely. I'm quite content." She forced a smile, though her heart was heavy. She was probably just tired from the emotional strain of the fire, and having been awake most of the previous night. Mrs. Emmett placed the sheets on the end of the bed. "I don't want to trouble you, but there is something we should discuss." A slight feeling of apprehension rose in her heart, but she nodded. "It's a delicate matter. I'm not quite certain how to begin." "Whatever it is, I'll try to help you if I can." "Yes, I know you will." She glanced at the chair. "Shall we sit down?" "Yes, of course." Julia sat on the bench at the dressing table, and Mrs. Emmett took the chair next to it. Mrs. Emmett clasped her hands in her lap. "I'm very concerned about Sir William." Julia's heart lurched. "What do you mean?" "I'm afraid he's in danger of losing Highland." Julia glanced away. The financial matters William had shared with her were confidential. She couldn't very well reveal what she knew to Mrs. Emmett. "Why do you say that?" "I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but when someone inherits an estate like this, the government requires them to pay a very large percentage of its value in death duties." "Yes, I understand death duties." Mrs. Emmett's eyes widened, but only for a second. "With an estate as large as Highland, the duties will be extremely high, and from what I understand, Sir William is having a difficult time raising the funds he needs." Julia looked down, not wanting to confirm or deny what she knew. "If Sir William can't pay the death duties by the 1st of March," Mrs. Emmett continued, "the estate will have to be sold. If that happens, Sir William will not only lose his house and land,
he'll also lose his position in society and his reputation. A baronet without land is, well, it would announce to the world that he is a failure. The housekeeper lowered her chin and looked at Julia over the top of her glasses. "Do you understand?" Julia nodded. Perhaps that's why he wanted to simplify the menus and have Miss Ramsay oversee the purchasing. Mrs. Emmett pursed her lips, looking as though those changes were still painful. Simplifying the menus and trimming expenses may have helped a bit, but now, with the damages from the fire, he must pay for those repairs as well as death duties, and that has backed him into a corner. Julia swallowed. Where was Mrs. Emmett going with this conversation? "I believe Sir William invited his brother to Highland, with the hope that he would help him out of these financial difficulties." Mrs. Emmett shook her head, looking grim. "But I doubt that will happen. I don't know why, but when Mr. Ramsay left this morning, it was clear he and Sir William were not parting on good terms." Dizzy waves of regret flooded Julia. This was her fault. Her foolish choice to walk David to his room had driven a wedge between the brothers and destroyed William's chance to receive the funds he so desperately needed. "I'm so sorry. There is still a chance to save Highland, and you must be the one to make it happen." Julia looked up. "What can I do?" "There is an opportunity for Sir William to come into a great deal of money if he were to marry Miss Drexel." Julia's heart clenched. She rose to her feet and turned away. Lifting a trembling hand, she rubbed her throbbing forehead. "Please listen to me, Miss Foster." Julia slowly turned and faced the housekeeper. "Sir William is hesitant to propose to Miss Drexel, and I believe we both know the reason why." Julia stared at Mrs. Emmett, her hands suddenly ice-cold. "I'm afraid you have captured his attention, and as long as you remain at Highland, he will not be interested in anyone else." Her mouth fell open. "But I didn't intend to attract his attention." "Of course you didn't. But you're young, and he is a man. A lonely man at that." She adjusted her glasses and looked Julia over. "I suppose he couldn't help himself." A guilty wave poured over her, and her face flamed. "He cannot marry you. You are merely a distraction, and that is the problem." Mrs. Emmett's words sliced through her heart. "I can see that you care for him, and that makes the situation all the more difficult." Hot tears stung Julia's eyes, but she blinked them away, determined to control her emotions. "It would be best for everyone if you give your notice and leave as soon as possible." Julia shook her head. "But I can't do that. Who will watch over the children and see to the young lady's education? It will only take a few days to find another governess." Julia's legs trembled, and she sank down on the bench. Of course, she could easily be replaced. Someone else could fill the position and care for them all. "I'm sorry, Miss Foster. I don't like to be the one to put this unhappy choice before you. But if you care about Sir William and his family, then you will go quietly and give him no hope of convincing you otherwise." Julia closed her eyes and pulled in a ragged breath. She loved William with all her heart, but Mrs. Emmett was right. There was no future for them, and if she stayed at Highland, it would only lead to loss and heartbreak for them both.
The choice was clear, and somehow she must find the courage to make it. William stared at the telegram in his hand and read it once more, his heart sinking like heavy stone. Spoke to solicitor, no funds available. He advises against selling London house. Apologies, David.
Sir, would you like me to gather the staff for scripture reading and prayer?
William looked up and blinked at Lawrence.
What? Do you want to proceed as usual this morning with scripture reading and prayer?
Yes, I'll be there in a moment.
Very good, sir.
Lawrence nodded and left the library. William tossed the telegram onto his desk and stared toward the window. He should have known his brother would not help him. When William questioned David yesterday morning about the incident with Miss Foster, he'd laughed it off and said William was overreacting. But William had not backed down, and David left in a huff, without apologizing for the despicable way he had treated Miss Foster. He shook his head. What a fool he'd been to think his brother would stand with him through these trials. The sound of everyone gathering in the hall roused him from his discouraging thoughts. He picked up his Bible from the desk and walked out to meet them, his mood sinking lower. The staff lined up across the hall. Sarah, Catherine, and Penelope waited for him by the fireplace, but Miss Foster and the children were missing. The grandfather clock at the end of the hall struck 9, and he glanced up the stairs. Miss Foster came into view as she crossed the gallery with the nursery maid and children. Andrew bounded down the stairs, but Miss Foster did not call him back, as she usually did. William frowned at his son, and Andrew slowed his pace as he crossed the hall.
"Sorry, Papa. We didn't mean to be late, but we had some trouble with our clothes."
Andrew looked down at his mismatched outfit. Apparently someone had given the children clothing to replace what had been burned in the fire, but Andrew's pants looked too short, and his shirt was several sizes too large. William frowned and tried to catch Miss Foster's eye, but she stared straight ahead as she slipped into her place beside the children. Her face looked dreadfully pale, and her eyes appeared to be red, as though she had been crying. The drab grey dress she wore hung on her like an old sack. His frown deepened.
Miss Foster, are you ill?
She glanced at him and pressed her lips together, then quickly looked away. "No, sir." He stepped in front of her and lowered his voice.
"I mean no offense, but your dress and appearance are quite unusual."
"Most of my clothes were destroyed in the fire. Lady Gatewood sent over this dress for me."
"Where did you find it? In the rag bin?"
Miss Foster's pale face flushed pink. "I don't know, sir."
He huffed. "I'm sorry, I'm out of sorts."
He turned to Sarah.
"Can you please find Miss Foster something else to wear? And Andrew as well."
Sarah nodded, but her unhappy expression warned him that his tone and actions could be considered hurtful. He faced the staff and found all eyes focused on him. Lawrence sent a stern glance down the row, and they quickly lowered their gazes. William opened the Bible, painfully aware that he had spent no time reading it for several days, and he had not prepared a passage for this morning. He turned to Psalms, which so often soothed him. The page fell open to Psalm 112, and he began reading.
"Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord, that delighteth greatly in his commandments. His seed shall be mighty upon earth. The generation of the upright shall be blessed."
Andrew looked up at him, with a question in his eyes. William wished he could acknowledge Andrew's interest and explain the verse, but this was not the time.
"Wealth and riches shall be in his house."
The phrase caught him by surprise, and his voice faltered. Sarah sent him a concerned look. He cleared his throat and continued, "His righteousness endureth forever. Unto the upright there ariseth light in the darkness. He is gracious and full of compassion and righteous. A good man showeth favour and lendeth." His brother's refusal to lend the needed funds rose in his mind, churning his thoughts. He clenched his jaw and focused on the page again. "Surely he shall not be moved forever. The righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance. He shall not be afraid of evil tidings. His heart is fixed, trusting in the Lord." The psalm continued, but his throat felt so tight he could not go on. He closed the Bible, bowed his head, and tried to steady his emotions. But conviction pressed hard upon his heart. How could he expect the Lord to bless his home and family when he had given little thought to trusting him or asking him to guide and direct? Things had to change, and he would start with an honest prayer. "Father, we come to you today, asking forgiveness for our lack of trust and for the times we have pushed ahead without consulting you. Forgive us for losing sight of what is most important. We thank you that no lives were lost in the fire and no one was seriously injured. Thank you for the way everyone worked together, risking their lives to save Highland and rescue those we love. We ask you for your mercy and grace. Please help us be worthy to carry your name and spread your light through our household and our world. We lift this prayer in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour. Amen." He looked up, and his gaze connected with Julia's. Her pain-filled eyes glistened with tears. His chest tightened. He'd never seen her so distraught. Had she received some terrible news from home? Or was she still upset about the fire? He had no idea, but he intended to find out as soon as he had a quiet moment with her. He waited while Lawrence dismissed the staff. Anne took the children upstairs. Sarah, Catherine, and Penelope walked into the drawing-room. Miss Foster turned to him. "May I speak to you in private, sir?" A wave of relief passed through him. "Yes, of course." He led the way into the library, shut the door, and motioned toward the chair. "Please sit down." She averted her eyes. "I prefer to stand." The muscles in his shoulders tensed. "Very well." She raised her chin and fastened her blue gaze on him. "I must give you my notice." "What?" He stared at her, stunned. "I'm resigning my position. I would like to leave as soon as possible." His mind spun. "Has something happened to your family?" "No, sir." "Then what is it?" "I'm sorry, sir. I cannot say." "You cannot say?" He strode to the fireplace, heat flushing his face as he turned to her. "Do you have another offer? Someone willing to pay you more?" Hurt filled her eyes. "No, sir." "Then I don't understand." Pain pierced his heart, but he pushed it away and let his anger build to cover it. "You told me if you were leaving you would give me several months' notice. How can you walk in here and tell me that you want to leave as soon as possible?" "I'm sorry. I know it's inconvenient." "Inconvenient? No! It's uncaring toward the children and disloyal to me." He lifted his hand. "How can you give me no warning? No time to find a replacement?" She looked down, and her silence hung between them like a heavy curtain. "Why?" His voice rose.
Why would you do this?"
She lifted her face, her eyes pleading with him.
"Please, sir, I cannot say."
"So that's it." He shook his head as painful memories washed over him. What a fool he'd been to think she was different.
"Once again, I have been deceived by someone I trusted."
She clasped her hands.
"I would never deceive you, sir."
"Well, that's exactly what you've done. You made me believe I could count on you for loyalty and support. But I see I was wrong."
He set his jaw and nodded toward the door.
"If that's what you want, you may go."
She lowered her head again, her shoulders sagging. His heart wavered, but he steeled himself against it.
"Collect your pay from Mrs. Emmett on your way out, then do not return to Highland. Do I make myself clear?"
"Yes, sir." She looked up, and this time her face was set like stone. She turned away and strode out the door. Tears blurred Julia's eyes as she left the library. Sarah's and Catherine's voices floated out from the drawing-room. Penny's merry laughter followed. Julia pressed her lips together, fighting back her tears as she passed the open doorway. She could not say goodbye. Not to them, and not to the children. Doing so would only make a scene and cause more hurt. Her stomach swirled at the thought of facing Mrs. Emmett, so she slipped through the music room and out the side door, even though it meant she would leave behind her final month's pay. The icy wind stung her hot cheeks and nearly jerked the door from her hand, but she managed to push it closed. Wrapping her arms around herself, she started down the gravel path. Dark clouds scuttled past overhead, and she hurried around the corner of the house. Clark walked toward her across the back courtyard. He smiled and lifted his hand, but as he drew closer, his expression sobered.
"Miss Foster, where are you going?"
"I am leaving." She could barely force the words past her tight throat.
"To visit your family?"
"No. I've given my notice. I'm leaving Highland, and once I walk out the gate, I'll not be allowed to come back."
His eyes darkened, and concern lined his face.
"You must be freezing. Come with me."
He nodded toward the greenhouse. A cold shiver raced up her back. She had no coat, and she was in need of the kindness of a friend. She nodded and walked across the courtyard and past the greenhouse with him. He ushered her into his office and gave her a chair by the wood stove.
"Now, tell me, why would you leave us when you know we all love you?"
His gentle tone and kind words brought a fresh wave of tears to her eyes.
"I don't want to go, but I must."
He shook his head.
"I'm sure Sarah won't agree, and neither will the children."
She bit her lip. "I wasn't able to say goodbye. Not to Sarah, or the children, or anyone. Will you do that for me?"
"Yes, of course, but—"
His face suddenly darkened, and he leaned toward her.
"Has Sir William done something improper? Has he hurt you?"
She pulled in a sharp breath. "Oh, no! Please, you mustn't think that. He has always been a gentleman and treated me with kindness and respect." Her eyes filled. "This is my decision, not his."
Clark's gaze softened, and he nodded. "You love him, don't you?" Her gaze darted to meet his. How had Clark discovered her secret? Does he feel the same about you?
"No, and you must promise not to tell him about my feelings for him."
But if he knew, perhaps he would— No, trust me. If I don't go, everyone on staff will lose their jobs, and Sir William will lose his home and his position in society.
Doubt filled Clark's expression. How could your staying on at Highland make all that happen?
I am a distraction.
She had to swallow hard to get past that bitter word.
But if I go, and he forms an attachment with Miss Drexel, they can marry. Then his financial problems will be solved, and he won't lose the estate.
So you love him, but you're leaving so he can marry Miss Drexel, and with the hope he can hold on to Highland. She sat up straighter and nodded.
Yes. Sometimes love demands a sacrifice.
Clark rubbed his chin and nodded. That may be true. But is the Lord calling you to make that sacrifice? She closed her eyes, her heart lifting the same question in a silent prayer. She waited, and the answer settled over her with a painful but calm assurance.
Yes, I believe he is, and I'm willing, though it breaks my heart to do it.
He pondered that for a moment. Very well, then. If he's called you to it, I won't try to dissuade you. She rose from the chair. I should go before the rain starts. He glanced toward the window. I can give you a ride in the wagon.
No, I can walk. I'll be fine.
Concern filled his eyes. Then take this. He shrugged off his jacket and handed it to her. At least it will keep you warm. She hesitated, then allowed him to help her slip it on.
Thank you.
She started to say she would return it, but that was not possible.
I'll send it back.
He gave her a sad half-smile. I'll explain things to Sarah, and we'll pray for you.
And I will pray for you and everyone at Highland.
With that, she turned away and walked out into the cold morning. 28. William could not stand being indoors one more moment. He rose from the card table and strode out of the drawing room. Alice hurried after him.
William, wait! We haven't finished our game.
He clenched his jaw, holding back the retort rising in his throat. He'd had quite enough of silly card games and boring conversations about who would be going to London for the season and what parties and events they would attend. The rain had passed, and the temperature was rising. Perhaps a walk would clear his head and lift his sorry mood. Lawrence approached. "Please bring me my coat and hat. I'm going for a walk."
"Very good, sir."
Lawrence nodded and set off to retrieve them. Alice's golden-brown eyebrows dipped as she glanced toward the front door.
I suppose I could join you, but it looks awfully cold.
He wanted some peace and quiet, not a companion.
"You're right, it's much too cold. There's no need for you to go with me."
"But I can tell you're upset. Wouldn't you like a friend to come along?"
"Alice, I know you mean well, but there are times a man needs room to think and breathe."
A wounded look filled her eyes.
"I didn't realize I was preventing you from breathing. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude."
He glanced away, trying to come up with an explanation.
"Everything has been in an upheaval since the fire. I'm just not in the mood to socialize."
It was more than that, much more, and he knew it. Miss Foster's leaving had shaken him deeply. Nothing had been the same since she had walked out the door 5 days ago. Sarah had been hurt, and hinted he was to blame. Catherine and Penelope, who had never wanted a governess, were now complaining that they would not be ready for the season without Miss Foster's help. Andrew had gotten into mischief several times and driven the poor nursery maid to tears. Milly had woken up with nightmares twice, and today she had a stomachache and was not able to eat anything. As for William himself, he had a nagging headache that would not leave, and he could barely force down his meals. The only one who seemed unaffected was Mrs. Emmett, who assured him they would find a new governess within the week, though she had not brought him one candidate. But Miss Foster's departure was not his only problem. Time was running out to resolve his financial issues. With his brother's refusal to buy out his interest in the London house, and the need to repair the fire-ravaged East Wing, there seemed little choice but to at least consider the possibility of marriage to Alice Drexel. There might be no other way to save Highland. He clenched his jaw and tried to push away the uneasy feeling tightening his chest. Lawrence returned with William's coat and helped him put it on. Then he handed William his hat and gloves.
"Will there be anything else, sir?"
Alice looked at William with a slight smile and a question in her eyes. She would be leaving for Bristol in a week and a half. Was that enough time to make such an important decision? He'd never know, unless he opened himself up to the possibility. He tugged on his glove and nodded. "Please bring Miss Drexel's coat as well." Her smile warmed. "Thank you, William. I'm sure a brisk walk is just what we need." William swallowed a sigh. It would take more than a jaunt across the park with Alice Drexel to ease his troubled mind. Julia dipped her hands in the hot, soapy water and wiped the mixing bowl clean. A crackling fire burned in the wood stove, sending cheerful warmth into her parents' cosy kitchen. The tempting scent of meat pies and steaming apple sauce hung in the air, promising a good supper. Her father stepped into the kitchen. "I'm sorry, but here's another cup to wash." "I don't mind." She looked over her shoulder, and her heart lifted. His colour had improved, and his face looked fuller under his neatly clipped silver beard. "How are you feeling, Father?"
"Better all the time."
His eyes shone as he handed her the cup. "I'm so glad." Julia had slipped back into her role as dutiful daughter, assisting her mother with cooking and cleaning, as well as answering correspondence and discussing scripture with her father. It was as if nothing had changed, and yet everything was different. Her time at Highland, and more important, her love for William and the children, had changed everything. She forced those thoughts away and focused on scrubbing the tea stains from the cup. If she wanted her wounded heart to heal, then she must keep a check on her thoughts and emotions. But that was not an easy task. Her mother entered the kitchen carrying an envelope and sniffed the air. "My, it smells wonderful in here." "The meat pie should be done soon." Julia wrung out the dishcloth and hung it on the hook. She glanced out the window at the fading light, and her thoughts drifted back to Highland once more. "What are you thinking about, my dear?" Mother's gentle voice stirred Julia from her thoughts. She turned and forced a smile. "How glad I am to see Father so much improved." She had been thinking that only moments before, and she hoped the Lord wouldn't mind her keeping her thoughts about William to herself. Father smiled. "It's an unexpected blessing." Mother's eyes grew misty. "One we're very grateful to receive." She shifted her gaze to Julia, and a shadow crossed her expression. "But I'm worried about you, Julia." "I'll be fine, Mother." Julia reached for a towel and dried her hands. "I just need time to adjust to the changes." Her father and mother exchanged a concerned glance. Then her mother sat down and opened the envelope. Julia laid the towel aside
Who is the letter from? Your Aunt Beatrice. Mother read the first few words, and then gasped. What is it, Mary? Father's silver eyebrows rose. The issues with my father's will have been resolved, and we are all going to receive a portion of the inheritance. Really? Julia crossed to her mother's side and looked over her shoulder. Mother read the letter aloud, and when she came to the section listing the amounts that were to be given to each of them, her mother and father exchanged stunned looks. But how can it be true? Julia sank down in the chair next to her mother. I thought Grandfather cut off all connection with you and Father when you married. He did, and he drew up a will that left me out. But he must have regretted it later and changed his will to include us. When we visited Grandmother, she said they didn't expect to be able to help us financially. Her mother turned the letter over and scanned the rest of the message on the back. She says there were legal questions that needed to be resolved first, and she didn't want to raise false hopes. Father chuckled. I think she wanted to be sure she approved of you all before she released the money. Now, Philip, you mustn't speak ill of my mother. You're right, dear. This is a wonderful blessing, and I'm very grateful. Father rose from his chair. Our needs will be met now, and Julia will be freed from her duty to work and support us. He smiled at Julia. And best of all, it will allow you to return to India and resume our work. Mother's eyes brightened. And you won't have to wait to raise the funds. You have what you need. In fact, you will have more than enough for the rest of your life, if you're wise and you manage it well. Julia stared at them, still trying to take it in. With this money, she would be a free and independent woman. She could go where she wanted and do whatever she pleased. But as she pondered that thought, her heart sank. The only place she truly wanted to go was back to Highland. But she could never go there again. Father studied her, and his expression sobered. What's wrong, Julia? I'm thankful we won't have to worry about our financial needs, but I'm not certain about returning to India. What makes you hesitate? Father asked. I do love our friends there, and the work is very fulfilling, but... Julia bit her lip and looked down at her clasped hands. She had told her parents why she'd left Highland, but she had only hinted at her true feelings for William. Perhaps it was time to be totally honest with them. I'm afraid my heart is still with those I care for at Highland. Father's brow creased, and he crossed his arms. I'd like to tell Sir William Ramsay what I think of the way he treated you. Mother laid her hand on his shoulder. Now, Philip, don't say anything you'll regret. I'm glad you left, Father continued. Knowing he would let you go to save his estate makes me certain he's not worthy of you. Please, Father. He doesn't know how much I care for him, and it's much more complicated than that. It doesn't seem complicated to me. If he were an honourable man who knew what was most important, he would value your godly character and realize you are a treasure worth far more than 1,000 Highlands. His words soothed her heart, and she leaned over and kissed his forehead. I know you love me, but you see things from the perspective of a protective father, not as Sir William sees them. You must give him the benefit of the doubt and forgive him, as I have. Father sat back and released a sigh. I suppose you're right, but it's not easy when I can see how much he hurt you. That was not his intention. I'm sure of it. Mother watched Julia closely. If he had asked you to stay, what would your answer have been? The question cut Julia to the heart, and she looked away.
He did not ask, so there's no point in answering. But if you were given the choice between returning to India or staying here and marrying Sir William, what would you choose? Her throat swelled. Of course I would stay, she whispered. But it's foolish to even speak of it. That door is closed. She straightened her shoulders. I must make new plans, and receiving this inheritance seems to indicate I should return to India. Father nodded. Very good, my dear. I quite agree. But a loving look of concern clouded her mother's eyes. 29. William slipped his hand into his jacket pocket and felt the small velvet ring box hidden there. He'd carried it with him for the last 3 days, but he hadn't found the right moment to speak to Alice. He huffed and shook his head. That wasn't true. There had been plenty of opportunities. The real issue was he lacked the conviction to make a declaration of love and ask Alice to become his wife. He strode downstairs and into the great hall to await his dinner guests. Tugging at the neck of his shirt, he loosened his white tie a bit. Lord and Lady Gatewood and Alice would be arriving soon. Alice would be leaving for Bristol tomorrow morning on the 9 o'clock train, and Sarah had planned this farewell dinner in her honour. If he was going to propose, it would have to be tonight. How he wished his heart were in it. Sarah and Dalton walked into the great hall from the dining room. Dalton nodded to him. Good evening, sir. Dalton. William returned the nod. Clark brought in some lovely roses for the table. Sarah smiled at the gardener, her eyes shining. Thank you, William said. Dalton's warm gaze remained on Sarah. I hope you'll enjoy them. I'm sure we will, she added. William watched them, wishing he understood how they could be so happy and comfortable together. It seemed as though they had known each other for years rather than months. Would he and Alice develop a strong bond and grow to love each other in that same way? Doubt flooded him, and his face fell into a brooding frown. Sarah turned to him. William, what's wrong? He rubbed his forehead and sighed. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cast a pall on the evening. I'm just not myself tonight. Sarah exchanged a glance with Dalton. When she looked back at William, he could easily read the worry in her eyes. All right. Not just tonight. William sighed. Go ahead. Say what's on your mind. Sarah clasped her hands. All right, I will. You've been in a dreadful mood since Julia left, yet you refuse to discuss it. What is there to discuss? She was more than a member of the staff. She was my friend, and she was a good friend to you as well. Friend? He huffed and shook his head. I don't think so. What kind of friend deserts you at the first opportunity? Sarah started to reply, but William held up his hand. I have no desire to discuss anyone who is so disloyal. Sarah's eyes flashed. William, that is not true, and you know it. What else would you call someone who leaves without notice or explanation? She gave no thought to how that would hurt those she left behind. He had taken Julia into his confidence and shared his private struggles, even telling her about his wife's unfaithfulness and how that had almost destroyed him. And what was his reward? She had marched out the door without a backward glance. His heart still ached because of her decision, but he pushed those feelings away and set his mouth in a firm line. She left because she thought it was best for you. Sorrow filled Sarah's voice. How could it be best to run off like that? I trusted her, but she let me down in the worst way.
Dalton's face flushed, and he looked as though he would burst. Sarah turned to Dalton. "If you won't tell him, I will. Go ahead. You didn't promise her your silence." Sarah focused on William again. "Julia left because she loves you." William pulled back, certain he had not heard her correctly. "What?" "She loves you, William, with all her heart. And I can't believe you could be so blind that you didn't see it." "But she never said—" "Of course not. What do you expect her to do? Pour out her heart and beg you to marry her?" "No. But why would she go then?" "She was convinced if she stayed she would be a distraction and prevent you from proposing to Alice and saving Highland." William stared at Sarah, while he struggled to piece that information together. Was she right? Do you want to marry Alice? William searched his heart, still seeking an answer. "I thought I could for the sake of the estate. But how honourable would it be to propose marriage to Alice, when my main reason would be to benefit from her fortune?" The truth became clear. He shook his head, disgusted with what he had almost done. "That was Father's goal when he arranged my marriage to Amelia, and look at what that did to us." "So what will you do, William?" Sarah watched him closely. "Is holding on to this house and estate what truly matters most to you?" William's gaze travelled around the great hall. He lifted his eyes to the ceiling arched high overhead, and his sister's question echoed through his mind. He had only lived at Highland a short time, but it represented the history and prestige of his family. Becoming baronet and master of Highland had helped him regain some of the self-respect he'd lost when his wife betrayed him. "But, if you ask me," Sarah continued, "inheriting Highland has proven to be more of a burden than a blessing, especially since it separates you from those you love. And I believe you do love Julia. If you didn't, her leaving would not have hurt you as much as it did." The truth of Sarah's statement sank into his heart, but the question remained. Was he willing to give up Highland? Could he let it all go for the one he loved? Julia kissed her mother's soft cheek, and the fragrance of lavender floated around her, bringing back pleasant memories. Then she leaned into her father's strong embrace. Closing her eyes, she pressed her face against his warm wool sweater and lingered a moment. Oh, how much she loved them! How much she would miss them! "Are you sure you don't want us to go to the station with you?" Mother clasped her hands together, looking close to tears. Julia pressed down her own emotions, looked in the mirror by the door, and adjusted her hat. "There's no need for you to wait out on that cold platform. I'd rather say goodbye here at the house." Her father took her hands in his. "You can still change your mind, you know. I don't want you going back to India just to please us." Julia swallowed, her determination wavering. Her travel arrangements had come together so quickly, it seemed a confirmation that this was the right path. Still, her heart ached at the thought of leaving England and all those she loved. She reached for her handbag. "The decision is made. I'm packed and ready to go." "We'll follow as soon as we can." Father's voice was strong, but the confidence in his eyes wavered slightly. Julia nodded and forced a smile, but she knew the future was uncertain for her parents. Dr. Hadley didn't believe her father was strong enough to travel overseas or work in a tropical climate, and he might never be. "Mr. and Mrs. Wilson will meet your train in Southampton." Mother followed her to the door. "They'll take good care of you and help you board the ship on Thursday." Julia nodded and looked into her mother's eyes.
Mother lifted her hand and touched Julia's cheek. "We love you, my dear, so very much. And I love you." She swallowed and forced out her words. "Now I must go, or I'll miss my train." Then she turned away before they could see her tears and hurried out the door. "Goodbye. I'll see you soon." "Goodbye," her parents called as they watched from the cottage doorway. Their neighbor, Hiram Johnson, had loaded her trunk onto the back of his wagon with the help of his son. Mr. Johnson nodded to her and offered her a hand. She stepped up and took a seat on the wooden bench at the front of the wagon. He climbed up beside her and picked up the reins. "Ready to go, Miss Foster?" "Yes, thank you." Julia waved to her parents once more, then turned and faced the road, blinking away tears. The wagon lurched forward, and the morning fog swirled around them, but as they rounded the bend and came into a clearing, the sunlight broke through. "Looks like it'll be a nice day after all." Mr. Johnson smiled and clicked to encourage the horses to quicken their pace. The ride to the train station took less than 10 minutes. Julia thanked Mr. Johnson as he helped her down. He and the porter wrestled the large trunk down from the back of the wagon and onto a rolling cart. The porter tagged her trunk, then set off across the platform. She took a deep breath of cool morning air and lifted her eyes to the blue sky. 2 larks swooped past, and she watched them disappear into the trees beyond the station. Slipping her hands into her coat pockets, she let her mind drift to the first day she had arrived at Highland, and a bittersweet smile formed on her lips. Memories flooded back, and a strong yearning rose in her heart. How she wished she could see Catherine enjoy her first season, and perhaps meet her future husband. And what a delight it would be to watch Penny continue to grow into a beautiful young woman. Andrew came to mind next, and her smile spread wider. What a dear rascal he was, with his boundless energy and a deep longing to please his father. She hoped he would grow into a wise young man with a strong, godly character. And dear Milly, she was just beginning to blossom like a delicate little flower. How that darling girl had stolen her heart. Who would cherish her and teach her all she needed to know as she grew up? Would she learn to love the Lord and follow him with her whole heart? Julia released a sigh as she walked the length of the platform and found a spot out of the wind. She tried not to think of William, but all they had shared rose and filled her mind. The sadness of parting from him returned like a crushing weight, and she could barely pull in her next breath. Would he find happiness and contentment in his marriage to Alice? With Highland's future secure, would he pursue some other worthy goal? She hoped he would enjoy a long and happy life, filled with the love of family and meaningful service to God and his fellow man. She prayed he would have all of that, and more. Her hand trembled as she pulled her train ticket from her pocket and read the words once more. Was this truly God's will? Had she listened to his voice? Or was she simply running away from the pain of a broken heart? She closed her eyes and focused her thoughts. No, this was the right decision. She must not listen to those doubts. Her heart might not be in it yet, but if she stepped out in faith, her feelings would follow in time. The bell sounded, announcing an oncoming train. She looked down the tracks, and in the distance, a dark engine approached, puffing smoke and pulling several passenger cars behind. "Miss Foster!" Her breath caught in her throat, and she turned, knowing his voice before she saw his face. William ran across the road, jumped up at the end of the platform, and dashed toward her, his face flushed and his breathing heavy.
I was afraid I would be too late."
She stared at him, unbelieving. "How did you know I was here?"
"I went to your parents' home." He pulled in a breath. "They told me you were leaving."
"Oh." Confusion swirled through her mind. The train pulled in, its brakes screeching and steam billowing up around them. "Well, it's kind of you to come and see me off." It was too painful to continue looking at him, so she turned away. "This is my train. I should go."
"Miss Foster, Julia, please wait."
She slowly turned, her heart beating loudly in her ears. Julia. He'd called her Julia. He took off his hat and held it in his hands.
"I misjudged you and drove you away with my foolish words and hurtful actions, and I would understand completely if you decided to board that train and put half a world between us. But I'd like you to come back to Highland."
She searched his face. "As the governess?"
"No," he groaned. "Blast, I'm not doing this very well. Not as a governess. As my wife."
Julia gasped. "But I thought you were going to marry Alice."
He shook his head. "I don't love Alice, and it would be unfair to marry her just to save my estate."
His eyes warmed with a hopeful light as he watched her response.
"What are houses and land when you cannot share them with the one you love?"
A smile rose from her heart to her lips. He stepped closer.
"I may not have a home or land to give you, but I do love you, and I promise I will do all I can to provide for you."
"You would give up your chance to save Highland, to marry me?"
He nodded. "You are worth that, and so much more. I was a fool not to see that from the first."
She soaked in his loving words, letting them strengthen her heart.
"All aboard!"
The conductor glanced her way. The train hissed and released another cloud of steam. William reached for her hand.
"I know I'm asking a lot, with my future so uncertain. But will you stay? Will you be my wife?"
Julia felt like her heart would burst. She tightened her hold on his hands and looked into his eyes.
"Yes, I will."
He pulled her into his arms and held her close. She closed her eyes, savoring his nearness and the wonderful words he had just spoken. He stepped back and looked at her, a serious question in his eyes.
"But this is a huge sacrifice to give up your calling to India. Are you sure?"
The answer rose in her heart, and she nodded. "My highest calling is to love the Lord with all my heart, soul, and strength, and I want to always be true to that. But there are many ways to serve him, and many seasons in our lives. And I believe I can serve him here, as your wife, and as Andrew and Millie's mother. It's a gift, a treasure, and I'm grateful to receive it." His smile spread wider.
"Very well said."
She looked up at him, her heart overflowing. "And I have a gift I want to share with you." He cocked his head.
"A gift? What do you mean?"
"I've received an inheritance from my grandfather. It's more than enough to pay the death duties and all the other expenses at Highland." He stared at her.
"An inheritance?"
She laughed. "Yes, it's true. We can save Highland together, and it can remain our family's home for generations to come."
"Oh, my darling." He shook his head. "I don't know what to say."
"Say you will accept it, and thank the Lord with me,
Because he's the giver of every good gift. He nodded, his eyes shining. Yes, and we'll thank him every day of our lives. She smiled, inviting him closer. He slipped his arms around her, leaned down, and brushed his lips across hers with the softest touch. Her eyelids fluttered closed, and the last of her doubts faded as he held her close and kissed her tenderly. Joy flooded her heart, and her sweet thanks rose to heaven. 30. On a bright and clear morning, the first Saturday in April, wedding bells rang out from the stone tower of St. John's Church in the village of Fulton. A happy crowd of Highland staff, friends, family and villagers gathered on the front walk of the church, following the lovely ceremony. The guests were smartly dressed, the men in their best suits and the women in their finest spring dresses and hats. Lining up on both sides of the walk, they waited to cheer the bride and groom as they left the church and boarded the carriage that would take them to Highland for the wedding luncheon. Milly, wearing a pretty pink dress with many ruffles, stood on tiptoe, searching past the crowd. Then she turned and clasped Julia's hand. "Why aren't they coming?" Julia smiled down at Milly. "They'll be out soon. They must sign the registry first." Andrew tugged at his necktie and shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "I hope they hurry. I'm getting hungry." William placed his hand on Andrew's shoulder and smiled at Julia. She returned the smile. How handsome he looked in his morning coat, with the white rosebud pinned to his lapel. It had been a very touching wedding ceremony, and Julia had been seated close enough to see the tears in William's eyes when he kissed his sister's cheek and gave her away to Clark Dalton. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Only 5 more months. Then we will be celebrating our own wedding." She nodded, hope and expectation rising in her heart. They had decided to take that time to get to know each other better and prepare for their marriage. In 2 weeks, they would travel with the family to London for Catherine's first season. Guiding her to make the best plans for the future was a priority for both William and Julia. "Here they come!" Milly called. Sarah and Clark stepped through the arched doorway, and a cheer rose from the crowd. Sarah looked elegant in her satin and lace wedding gown. She took Clark's arm and walked toward Julia and William. Her train flowed out behind her, and the beading around her neck and sleeves sparkled in the sunshine. The fragrance of her pink rose bouquet drifted on the breeze. Clark, looking very dashing in his morning coat, a pink rosebud pinned on his lapel, beamed proudly as he escorted his new wife down the walk. Milly reached into her basket and tossed pink rose petals in the air. Clark's niece, Abigail, giggled and joined her on the other side of the walk. Amid the shower of petals, Sarah stopped to kiss William's cheek. "I love you," she said softly, "as I do you." He sent her a brave smile, then shook Clark's hand. "Take good care of her." "I will, I promise." Sarah turned to Julia, her eyes shining. "Thank you. Without you, none of this would have been possible." Julia shook her head. "The Lord has blessed us all." She leaned in and kissed Sarah's cheek. "God be with you, my dearest." "And you as well." Sarah squeezed Julia's hand. Then she turned to Clark. "Are you ready, Mrs. Dalton?" Clark grinned. "Yes, I am." Happy light danced in Sarah's eyes as she took Clark's arm again. "We'll be off then." Clark turned to William. "We'll see you at Highland." "Yes," William nodded. "We'll see you there." Clark helped Sarah board the carriage, then climbed in beside her. William took Julia's hand
and wove his fingers through hers as the carriage pulled away. The crowd cheered again, and Julia lifted her hand to wave. As the carriage rounded the bend, William released a sigh and smiled down at Julia. What a happy day! Yes, one of the happiest. His tender gaze lingered on her. Thank you for loving me and my family. Julia's heart lifted as she looked up at him. I do, so very much. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed her fingers. And my love will always be yours. The church bells rang out again, sending a message of hope and joy throughout the village, across the hills, and echoing all the way to Highland Hall. This concludes The Governess of Highland Hall by Carrie Turansky. Narrated by Vida Demlo. Copyright 2013 by Carrie Turansky. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with Multnomah Books, an imprint of the Crown Publishing Group, a division of Random House LLC, and was produced in the year 2014 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalogue.